We're going to get started here. Let me just, for the benefit of the committee, just a couple of logistic notes. Number one, you may or may not know this, but when we get to Friday of this week, we will have done the entirety of 335 Senate bills that were presented. We have to have, for the benefit of the audience, we are required under our rules to have a hearing on every bill that's introduced. And in this committee had more bills than any other committee, and to the tune of about 335. When we get through Friday, we will have done that. We will have had over 300 bill hearings. So I want to congratulate this committee for that work. We still got to get to Friday. And so today we do have 130 witnesses. And so two things. Number one, for my colleagues on the committee, keep those questions tight, and that's going to be helpful. And for the audience, when you hear some presentation or testimony that makes such sense and it's amazing, you can say me too. Everybody's going to be happy if you do that. And then finally, because of the quantity of witnesses today, although played with the idea of maybe doing some voting, we are not going to do any voting. So let's get through the bill hearings today. Let's do our witnesses. We might do some voting tomorrow, et cetera, but not for today. So that all said, I see Senator Jackson. You're going to come up to the witness stand. We're going to start with Senate Bill 536. And you have two witnesses signed up, Anna Sierra and Les Knapp. Yep, absolutely. And so you get to lead off, and then we'll take your two witnesses who will be on the 2-minute clock. Okay, so that's with that, Senator Jackson, why don't you explain Senate Bill 536?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the EEE Committee. For the record, Senator Michael Jackson from District 27 on behalf of Senate Bill 536. Senate Bill 536 is a bill which establishes the Radiation Emergency Response Program within the Maryland Department of Environment and puts in place corresponding fees for nuclear power plant owners for each plant they own. The corresponding annual fees, $300,000 for the operational costs of the Radiation Emergency Response Program and $60,000 for the radiological emergency response preparedness, will help better prepare our state in the unlikely event of an incident related to nuclear power generation. Under this bill, we simply formalize and codify some existing practices that have been firmly established since 2018 through establish the roles of both MDE, Maryland Department of Environment, and MDEM, Maryland Department of Emergency Management, in responding to any type of nuclear power related radiation exposure. The costs associated will be bared by Constellation Energy. So there's no fiscal impact here, Mr. Chairman. As a senator representing Calvert Cliffs, so this piece of legislation is very important to me, and a significant majority of the Calvert County footprint. There's also a second nuclear power plant that comes into play here. That's Peach Bottom, which is located in Pennsylvania, which is it's less than 10 miles outside of the state of Maryland. So they would fall within that same emergency management planning zone. Through consultation with the Department of Environment and the emergency management folks and Constellation Energy, we believe that this is a very reasonable piece of legislation and the effective means of improving our emergency preparedness. This legislation will serve to ensure that we fill the gap that was left when this memorandum of understanding that was established expired back in May of 2023. However, it covers fiscal 2024. So this is a piece of legislation we need to get going. So with that, I will turn it over to my panelists and we will stand for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go next. Mr. Knapp.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. Les Knapp on behalf of the Maryland Department of the Environment, testifying in support of Senate Bill 536. I would like to make 3 points regarding this bill. Point 1, emergency preparedness is critical, especially with respect to a nuclear incident from either the Calvert Cliffs plant in southern Maryland or Peach Bottom in southern Pennsylvania. Point 2, Constellation currently contributes to Maryland's nuclear emergency preparedness efforts for these two plants through an MOU. Our AGs have raised concerns that the MOU payments could be construed as an improper gift and recommended codifying the payments in statute. This will address both the legal concern and also provide greater certainty and predictability for both the state and Constellation. Again, this is codifying an existing payment agreement and does not constitute a new fee. Point 3. MDE and MDIM have worked with Constellation on this issue, and they have agreed to the bill's provisions. In addition to Constellation, MDE has consulted with legislators in the district where Calvert Cliffs is located, and to date, we have received no concerns with this bill. We would like to thank the bill sponsor for introducing it. In conclusion, this bill will improve Maryland's coordinated emergency response mechanisms and provide a consistent and predictable funding source going forward. Accordingly, we request a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sierra.
Hello, thank you for having me today. I'm Anna Sierra. I'm the Chief Development Officer and Legislative Liaison for the Department of Emergency Management. Senator Jackson and Les covered the bill's intent very well, so I am simply here to answer any questions you might have for the department on this bill.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the department? Senator Gallion.
So I had the opportunity a bunch of years to go to some training, preparedness training in regards to peach bottom in Hartford County at the Emergency Operations Center. So I'm not familiar with the Calvert Cliffs, but as it refers to peach bottom, so you're saying this codifies what's already being done. So I'm taking it that group's also on board. Just
Yes, Constellation owns that facility as well. Yes, so it's, the legislation, $300,000 per facility that's owned. So that makes it $600,000 at the end of it. So yes, sir.
Additional questions for the sponsor, the two witnesses? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 536.
Thank you.
And Senator Jackson, you get to stay there on Senate Bill 96. And is Secretary McElwain here? Is she?
She's in the back. I will.
Okay, if you want to, let's go get her. So I'm going to call up your sponsor panel, which includes Secretary McElwain, Jose Coronado Flores from CASA, and also Les Knapp, who just went back there to get his boss. And so when they come back, while we're waiting for them, if you want to just proceed and present the bill, again, Senate Bill 96, and then we'll get them when they come back out of the back room.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the EEE Committee. For the record, Senator Michael Jackson on behalf of Senate Bill 6, Senate Bill 6, environmental impact of the environment permits and state agency actions. Senate Bill 96 is designed to require state agencies to take better account of their actions in relation to climate, labor, employment, and environmental justice policies in overburdened communities. This bill improves Maryland's permitting process when it comes to building industrial factories, wastewater treatment facilities, highways, mining operations, power plants, and other potentially dangerous projects. And I might add, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, all those that I just listed reside in the district that I live. So we have those concerns, and ensure the key state agencies in Maryland are held accountable through reporting to the state's climate, environmental justice, and labor goals. It requires thorough planning, evaluation, reporting, and mitigation of negative impacts on underserved and overburdened communities before operations are permitted to begin on meaningful projects. It fosters measurable communication between the Maryland Department of Environment, environmental permit applicants, and underserved and overburdened communities, and it allows Marylanders to receive regular notifications regarding environmental permits. Mr. Chair, there are 3 points that I want to make before I pass it off to our panelists. The first point is that there is a environmental justice scorecard, and once the threshold is reached at 75 percentile, certain things will go into action. The department will perform an additional environmental justice evaluation for regarding that specific permit application. Based on the findings of that evaluation performed under the subsection for a permit for a new pollution source, or a permit that allows for an increase in pollution from an existing pollution source, the agency will now be empowered. Right now, they work on an advice posture, they will be able to deny the permit or impose conditions in the permit to address environmental justice concerns. Or for the renewal of an existing permit that would not necessarily result in an increase in pollution for an existing pollution source. That EJ score, that environmental justice score, the agency will be enabled to through this legislation to impose conditions in the renewal permit to address environmental justice concerns. Secondly, the agency must, through this legislation, maintain a publicly accessible website, part of the website or application that identifies pending permit applications with specific census tracts. And thirdly, in addition to the fee, other fees authorized by law or regulations, the department may charge a reasonable fee to cover the department's costs associated with the implementation of the subtitle, including the costs to provide technical assistance to permit applicants and residents of relevant census tracts. What I would like to say is that if there's any fees that are any excess fees that are left over after the department determines that, those fees would have to go toward the Maryland Clean Water Fund, the Maryland Clean Air Fund, the State Hazardous Substance Control Fund. And again, as I mentioned at the beginning of this, there are many of us in the state who live in environments that need this legislation. Me, for one, I live in a well and septic southern Prince George's County on the eastern side of Route 301, where we are on well and septic. And so this is we're very mindful of the challenges that we have. We have rubble fields that are there. You know, you'll see a mountain in southern Prince George's County. You wonder where that came from. That is actually a rubble field that is at its life's end, where you have trees growing on it now. You also have power plants that are being cycled out. You know, that's something that we talk about constantly in your committee, and we're looking forward to ensure that we can mitigate what that means at the end of those coal powered power plants there. And so I am very much interested in us harboring any processes that we need to ensure that we have a healthy living environment for any of all of us. And so I'd ask for a favorable report, and I'll turn it over to Madam Secretary.
Secretary McElwain, welcome back.
Thank you.
You're not going to be on the clock, so you take the time you need to present or weigh in on Senate Bill 96.
I appreciate that. So thank you for having me here today to talk about Senate Bill 96. My message has been loud and clear that everyone deserves clean air, clean land, and clean water. I forgot about that third one. And I say this because for far too long, communities that experience pollution up close and personal, they have been ignored. And these communities are often people of color, just like the ones I grew up in as a little girl. Environmental justice is a personal passion of mine, and it's a core goal of the Moore administration. The first step that MDE took was creating an environmental justice screening tool, and it identifies those EJ communities. So now it's time to bring public health concerns into the permitting process. And this bill, it represents that first step. As amended by the sponsor, Senate Bill 96 authorizes my agency to create a process where we can start considering public health considerations of those EJ communities that are underserved and underburdened when we're making permitting decisions. This process would be created through regulation and developed with input from those affected communities, EJ advocates, and the regulated community as well. But it doesn't mean that there's not more work to be done, even with this bill. It's far from it. And I'll tell you that states, you have states like New York, Colorado, they've also passed a variety of EJ bills so that they could start addressing these public health concerns. But those victories didn't happen overnight. It literally took a lot of hard work to pass those bills that would actually stand up to any legal scrutiny. So I want to emphasize that this bill does not address every single environmental justice concern. And with so many concerns to address, it is critical and crucial that we use our resources in a responsible way to make progress. And I know for a fact this bill will do that. Maryland is not going to be left behind, and neither will our EJ communities. This bill represents an important next step and will make a difference. It's going to make a difference for those who have suffered for way too long. I hope you will give Senate Bill 96 a favorable report with the sponsor amendments. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. What's going next? Les, you want to weigh in? And everybody from this point forward, it's going to be on the 2-minute clock, okay? Mr. Knapp?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon again. Les Knapp on behalf of the Maryland Department of the Environment, here in support of Senate Bill 96 with the sponsor amendments. Again, 3 quick points to make on this bill. Point 1, as you've already heard, this bill is really the next step in environmental justice. It is an important step for an important issue. A lot of people care about EJ, as you can easily see from the people you are going to hear from today and the amount of written testimony that has been submitted. At this point, action is needed to move EJ forward in Maryland. Point 2, you're going to hear from some concerns about the bill from the regulated community, the underserved and overburdened communities we are trying to help, and some EJ advocates. MDE is committed to working on those concerns and addressing as many of the raised issues as possible. We have already convened a work group on the House version of this bill and are working on some additional amendments relating to the scope of the bill and specificity of process. Also, as MDE works to develop this evaluation process and regulations, we commit that this will be a collaborative process that will involve all stakeholders up front and not just as part of the normal public input process. The third and final point, with the sponsor amendments, MDE believes that we can implement this bill with no or minimal new resources. So that should address the original bill's fiscal note. So with those comments, we would ask for a favorable report with amendments for Senate Bill 96. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Flores?
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Jose Coronado Flores. I'm a policy analyst for the organization CASA, Maryland's largest immigrant and working class family services and advocacy organization. First off, we'd like to thank Senator Jackson and Secretary McElwain and the department for their leadership on this bill. In particular, CASA is invested in seeing this bill pass because, plain and simple, our members populate some of the most polluted communities in the state. When you drive into our communities, you are met with big roads surrounded by tall fences that store hazardous materials. You're met with dirty air and polluted waterways. And you're also met with trash and landfills, among many other symptoms of nearby industrial parks. Right next to all of this, you can find our dense apartment communities, ethnic restaurants, grocery stores, and local schools. I want to highlight 2 communities that would trigger this EJ analysis. Take Census Tract 8040, which is a part of East Riverdale and Bladensburg. This is a low-income immigrant community that has an exposure score in the top 83 percentile and an overall EJ score of 96%. I also want to draw attention to Census Tract 2504 in Baltimore City, which encompasses parts of Brooklyn Park and the adjacent Cherry Hill area. This community has a total EJ score of in the top 99.6 in the entire state, and the overburdened environmental subscore is in the top 99%. People living in highly polluted areas should not have to worry about more polluting facilities opening up in their neighborhoods. Therefore, the ability for a permit to be denied or altered based on the living history of pollution and who lives there is a critical next step to improving the quality of life for residents in Maryland's polluted communities. For these reasons, CASA urges a favorable report.
Okay. Thank you. We've got a question from Senator Washington, and then we'll go around to other questions. Senator Washington.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Senator, for this bill. And this is, I guess, this is the cross file of Senator Boyce's bill, or is this different or similar?
Yes,
Sorry,
Delegate Boyce. Absolutely. This is our second
Right.
year bringing it before.
No,
you.
no, no. I think that's important. So I'm interested in, and I agree. So I have a similar bill. You probably saw that 1088. I don't know if you had an opportunity to see that bill, where it's looking at the permitting process. And it actually states that on receiving the EJ score, there's a census tract, and it's very similar. And then it actually specifies about the environmental impacts on public health or natural resources before determining whether an application is complete. So I'm sure you've read the whole, the section, in the code, and there's just a process for the permit process. So even before you get to deciding on whether to have some kind of determination, there's a process. So, so do you think it would be kind of a good idea for some of these environmental justice scores, things to be sort of considered as a part of the application process?
I'm going to answer that. I'm going to let the agency follow up. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it kind of gives the agency a perspective to operate going forward. And as we know right now, the agency has they're sort of in an advice mode, right? And so they find the EJ score, and then they can only advise. Here gives a little bit of teeth to the process itself, and it it's about holding folks accountable and ensuring that for so long we've had communities that projects were just being built without consideration for anything. But yes, absolutely, I think it's important that those EJ scores are known, and then the agency can take it. So,
and Mr. President, I'm getting it off, Mr. Chairman. I just have a few. I need to draw some things out, as a part of this questioning. So additionally, the bill that's under consideration is that we publish on the department's website when somebody has actually applied. So even before, that's, I think, good for the person who's seeking, an air quality permit in particular, or an air and construction permit, that even before they've spent any money, that, it's been, that it's there. And then also that the agency can email county, local people, letting them know that this input, the environmental justice component of the bill talks about making sure that the notice is inclusive and culturally connected, to ensure that the notice that the MDE sends out ensures accessibility and linguistic responsiveness, and it makes information easy to find. Those all seem to be kind of things that are consistent with EJ. Would you say?
I do say, I do agree.
Yeah. Also, I think one of the important components of the environmental justice is this concept of participating in the whole process, right? And particularly, making sure that individuals in EJ's areas, but I think this actually would apply to all areas, ensuring that it's not just targeting this for environmental justice areas, but also just making sure that in the process that people are notified and they can participate, in the permitting process. So my bill does that, and it also accepts some language that kind of speaks to that. Would you be surprised to find out that the and I guess I'll ask, and because I'm concerned about if we pass this bill, there's a lot of ideas, but actually how it works on the ground. So the department, Mr. Chair, wrote a letter of opposition to this bill to expand the participation in the permitting process. And they said that the bill would require public notice be emailed, and it expands the right to appeal, and that could result in more people appealing. It also says that the opportunity to changes requiring the notice to be inclusive and culturally connected to ensure accessibility and linguistic responsiveness are vague and difficult to implement. Again, these come from sort of that terminology came from our federal partners. And then finally, they say to successfully implement the bill was going to cost millions of dollars. And so it just speaks to the fiscal impact. And that MDE's permitting program for non-compliance requirements present serious risks that EPA would withdraw its program delegation. So it just seems like there's a lot of sort of technical aspects. And so I'm wondering, how do we reconcile an opposition to the expand, which is what I know you want to do, to expand, to opposing a bill.
Sarah Washington, is
to do
that direct?
That's
Who are
my
you directing
question.
that to?
I'm at this point, I'm talking to the senator, because that's
Okay.
his bill,
Okay, Senator
and
Jackson.
wonder what you think about that.
Well, I'm actually, if you would, are you talking about the Title V component of this? The request made by some community folks,
Well, my bill, 1088. So it's just.
Okay, we're gonna get, because we have two bills, and I don't want to conflate this bill hearing into a bill hearing about your bill here.
Right,
You know,
right.
that's gonna get a little contorted,
I
and
understand.
confusing, so.
understand. I appreciate this.
That's, I guess, my only hesitation to get too far
And-
down this
Right. We'll
line.
stop that.
Okay,
I'll just say, Madam Secretary, I know your commitment to environmental justice. I know your commitment to the score. You inherited an agency and a process, so this is not this is you. But I'm just asking about the challenges to actually actualize and do these things when attempts to, like what the senator is trying to do, may be faced within the department, with opposition. So how do we reconcile those, or how do we work on this?
Well, thank you for that. And I know you're passionate as well.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your comments about your bill. This bill in particular is a little different from your bill.
Right.
This is the first step at trying to get my agency to have the cover that we need to be able to look at environmental concerns a little more closely when we're looking at permits. And I won't get into your bill too much, but I'd love to have a conversation with you afterwards. Your bill is important as well. Yes, in terms of making sure that everyone knows about certain things that we're doing is important. I think there are some complexities that we raise with you, but we can talk about that afterwards. But doesn't mean that your bill is less important than this one. They're just different perspectives.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
just, they talked about permit, so I just want to make sure the full power of what
Yeah.
Senator Jackson is attempting to do is enforceable.
Yes.
So, thank you.
we're gonna go to Senator Gallion next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we're gonna go to Vice Chair
Sure.
Kagan. My bad.
Okay. So I believe, you mentioned that some of the fiscal note concerns may be addressed through amendments. So I just want, one part of the fiscal note I wanted to highlight and get your response on. It says MDE must adopt regulations and may charge a reasonable fee to cover implementation costs. So if that's still in there, what is the definition of a reasonable fee? Is there an amount, or what is that?
So traditionally, that's kind of a term of art. It means that is the fee rationally related to the service that we're providing and charging that fee for. And it's very specific within the bill to address technical assistance that we would provide to both the the applicant for a permit and the affected community. And this is part of what we're going to have some additional discussion on over the summer with affected stakeholders to put some limits on that fee.
So can you get like a ballpark or something similar? So I mean, is it $500, 1,000? I mean,
It really depends from permit to permit about the amount of technical research that's going to be needed. We currently charge fees now for doing studies and technical support that we provide for various permittees already. So this would kind of mirror that. But I think have been some concerns raised about what does that mean in the context of EJ? So we're trying to put a little more detail on that.
and the fees would be charged to like developers or,
Would be the permit applicant. So
okay,
depending on the nature of the permit, it could be a developer.
which could potentially be passed on and raise costs?
Yes, but we do that now for many permits as well, that's part of most permit applications.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Jackson, Secretary McElwain, always good to see you. We all, I don't want to speak for all my colleagues, but environmental justice is certainly a value of this administration, and I would venture to say most of the General Assembly. I'm curious if you could explain whether this would have an impact on our data centers if we are removing them from the CPCN oversight process by the Public Service Commission, and it's within that environmental justice is evaluated. Could you explain, please, whether this bill, if passed, would help substitute to make sure that those neighborhoods would be protected?
In general, this bill is not going to do anything to change the way we look at permits like data centers or anything else. That's not how the bill is, the intent of the bill. So is it going to substitute? You said, ask that last part. Is it going to substitute what? Can you repeat that for me?
My understanding from our hearings and conversations is that the process through the Public Service Commission for review and approval of proposed data centers would include a slice of environmental justice and making sure that communities are respected and accommodated and protected from the noise, the pollution, and all that. Because we're talking about waiving these data centers from going through the process, through the Public Service Commission, from the CPCN, and therefore they're kind of off scot-free from the way I understand it, from an environmental justice screen. I'm wondering whether this bill, if passed, could provide that kind of protection for the communities that may be considered or may be facing possible data centers.
I understand. Yes, this bill, it's not looking at just that issue that you're bringing up with data centers. I understand, that's a different issue with the Public Service Commission and what's going on there with the data centers. This EJ bill is separate and apart from it, and it's not going to just protect whatever your concerns are about the data center. It's just in general, it's a good bill. This bill will allow us to look at permits and make sure that we are protecting the environmental justice communities, the overburdened, underserved communities, irrespective of what other law is passed, whatever is going on in other areas. This bill is solid and it will protect environmental justice communities.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Maybe council could get back to us with some guidance as to whether this could provide that kind of protection if the CPCN process is waived for data centers in Senate Bill 474.
Okay.
So thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Senator Jackson.
Okay, Senator Watson.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Good to see you, Madam Secretary. Quick question. I was just looking at input from the South Baltimore Local Trust, which represents Curtis Bay. So is this only, you mentioned several times of amendments, which I haven't seen, but is this for only new permits, not renewal permits?
Oh, go ahead.
If I might, Senator, in the amendments that you should have before you, this also includes renewals. So you have, if you look under it speaks to for a permit that's for new pollution source or a permit that allows for an increase in pollution or for renewal of an existing permit that would not result in that. So
the comments from Curtis Bay talking about an emitter about 1,000 feet away from their residence, this will be covered under this bill, right?
We do believe so.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Any additional questions for the sponsor or the sponsor's panel? Yes, Senator Simon.
Thank you. I think some of my district qualifies for this. We've got coal plants and hazard landfills and all in a concentrated area. But just to that question of renewals. So if there's a business currently there, one or more, the department could then not give them the permit which would shut them down and they'd have to move somewhere else in the state. I'm just trying to figure out what our objective is here.
You're right. So with renewals, what we are seeking to do, this bill is when the renewal is up, without this bill, we make recommendations based on the environmental justice score. So if it's a high score, now today, we simply say, you need to really consider what you're asking for because you're impacting this particular community. It's just an ask, it's just a consideration, and that's it. They can say, thank you very much. We're not doing it. This bill will allow us to have a little more in-depth conversation with them to say, I really think that you need to do this. I think it's important because of X, Y, Z. And then that conversation could result in us putting conditions on the permit. We are not in the business to shut down any business in Maryland. It's just quite the opposite. We want Maryland to have more businesses. So we are not intending to shut down anyone because of this. We are just simply trying to protect more as much as we can and put conditions that will protect if we see that is an actual problem.
Yeah, and look, a lot of my community would like to shut down some certain things, to be fair. But I'm just trying to see what the bill is. Does it give the department basically the authority to shut down by not allowing a renewal?
I have to just say, the authority is not to shut down. The authority is to move, to make sure that we are protecting those environments that have high EJ scores and put conditions that are in place that will protect. The idea is not to shut down.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Senator Washington.
So does this bill or does the department for new permits have the ability to not allow the placement of a new air quality, to not give an air quality or whatever permit because of its impact, in a EJ area?
No, that's not what the bill is
No,
doing.
But I'm saying, so does the department deny? So for example, we have a bill to make it so that you cannot deny a permit. So as my colleague here has said, that perhaps there are some businesses or some activities that just should not happen in a certain area because of cumulative impact and all those things. So if there was a permit that could put the public health risk of the population here, then the department could deny that permit. I mean,
We could do that irrespective of this bill.
Oh, so have you denied, so you can't
If we have to deny a permit, if those levels are not at US EPA levels or at the levels that are in law,
Right.
we have to follow the law. We
Okay.
have to follow the law.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay,
And the law was written in 1991, and so.
okay, why don't we leave there because we have 130 witnesses in this room today, so let's keep that in mind. Okay, no additional questions for this panel. We're going to go now to another panel of favorables. Thank you,
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, Senator Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, Deirdre Trass, Maricel Torres, Patricia Monroe. Again, these are all favorables. Betsy Nicholas, Jenna Amick. Yeah, that's 5 people I named.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
would you like for me to take a seat or
Yeah, I
stay
think that-
here?
No, you could take a seat. We're good.
Thank you.
We're good with your panel.
Thank you.
Okay. Called 5 names. I see more than 5 people here. Yes.
Providing translation.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, who wants to start? Whoever, right, let's start right there. Tell us who you are, and each of you have 2 minutes, okay?
Hi, I'm Betsy Nicholas, Vice President of Programs for Potomac Riverkeeper Network. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about this bill. We are in support of allowing the department to actually do something when they see that there are environmental justice problems. Right now, they can look at them, they can identify them, and hope that they're addressed. That is not enough. We need to actually empower MDE to do something to mitigate those impacts. For example, if you have a community like Upper Marlboro that floods all the time, actually sinks cars sometimes, and you see a new development going in that's going to worsen the flooding. That is the kind of thing that we're talking about here, that particular impact needs to be mitigated in the permitting process. And so this bill would allow MDE to make those sorts of decisions and to put additional conditions on those permits. It doesn't address everything. This is not going to fix environmental injustice in the state, but we're never going to get anywhere towards fixing it if we don't empower the agency to consider it and actually put conditions on those environmental justice impacts in the process. I've been working with MDE and stakeholders on some amendments, and just wanted to note that general permits fit a little bit differently into this scheme than everything else does. And areas like Baltimore in particular have a lot of industrial dischargers under the industrial general permit for discharges. And we're going to make sure that that's addressed in the process, both in terms of in the bill and in follow-up meetings that we're going to have with stakeholders on regulations going forward on this. And that this is just a really critical first step towards moving forward to deal with environmental injustice in the state. It's time, Maryland. We need to do this. Thank you, and I ask for a favorable report.
Okay, why don't you, yeah, there you go. Tell us who you are. You got 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kangan, and the members of the committee. My name is Jenna Amick, and I'm a staff attorney at Maryland Legal Aid, testifying in support of Senate Bill 96. Maryland Legal Aid is a nonprofit law firm that provides free legal services to Maryland's low-income and vulnerable residents. Legal Aid routinely represents families and children in Baltimore City whose health is negatively impacted due to living in an environment overburdened with pollutants. 77% of Baltimore City residents live in the worst environmental conditions in the state. Many of these individuals cannot afford to move to avoid a harmful environment. They have no escape from exposure to the harmful chemicals, especially those in the air. As a result, our clients suffer. The rate of asthma-related hospitalizations in Baltimore City is double the rate for Maryland. The cancer mortality rate is 33% higher than other parts of the state. Children, one of our most vulnerable clientele groups, are especially affected by the pollution in their environment. They cannot escape exposure to harmful pollutants, not even in schools. A study that assessed the air quality in Baltimore City schools demonstrated that the indoor air frequently exceeded guidelines for acceptable levels of harmful pollutants. Ambient air pollution is associated with declines in academic performance and increased absences. Children in Baltimore City are suffering. Not only is their health negatively impacted, but their ability to succeed academically and learn is being affected as well. All Marylanders deserve to live in a healthy environment, to be free from the worry that where they live is going to kill them, especially low-income, vulnerable individuals who don't have the resources to move elsewhere. Senate Bill 96 provides the Maryland Department of the Environment the authority to protect citizens who live in areas of high public health concern, namely low-income families and children living in high-risk environments. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Let's go down the table.
Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Senate Education, Energy, and Environmental Committee. My name is Patricia Monroe. I am a resident of District 26, and I'm also the president of the South Lawn Citizens Association and chair of the South County Environmental Justice Coalition. I am submitting testimony in support of SB 96. I have lived in South Lawn for 20 plus years. My community is very high risk for diesel particulate matter at 90 to 95%, air toxins for cancer at 80 to 90%, and thyroid disease at 90 to 95%. For generations, Maryland has made decisions about locating harmful, unhealthy, and dangerous facilities in ways that have overburdened many communities in the state, especially communities of color where I live in Prince George's County. Our state doesn't consider how industry impacts a community's health or our climate when permits are issued. Local communities like mine are not consulted about when these projects get sited. In many cases have been intentionally left out entirely of the process. The Pepco battery energy storage system is just one example of how the residents were not included in the decision process to place something with health and safety risk in their neighborhood. The Maryland Department of Environment Permitting Authority Bill is a small but very important step in addressing environmental racism and injustices. The bill would allow MDE to add conditions to permits or deny a permit for a facility that would add pollution and health risks to a community that is already high risk. This bill just makes sense. I respectfully urge this committee to return a favorable report on SB 96.
Okay, thank you for testimony. Let's go next.
To Chairman Feldman and members of the Senate Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. My name is Deirdre Trask. I am a resident from District 23 in Bowie. I am submitting this testimony in support of SB 96. I have served and currently serve in leadership in a number of organizations. In particular, I am proud of having served on the City of Bowie Advisory Planning Board for over a decade. My family has a history of service, but also of asthma and COPD, so I understand the importance of clean air. Maryland has made historical decisions about locating harmful facilities in places that have overburdened many communities in the state, especially communities of color. In my written testimony, I share some environmental facts regarding the City of Bowie. It is safe to say that we have enough contaminants in our immediate environment without adding more. SB 96 is an important step in addressing environmental racism and injustice in Maryland. This bill would allow MDE to add conditions to permits or to deny a permit for a facility that would add pollution to a community that is already suffering a pollution burden. At present, our state still does not consider how industrial pollution impacts a community's health. Local communities are not consulted about where these projects are located. This legislation takes the first step towards environmental justice and equality that is greatly needed. We need this bill to pass in order to allow MDE to consider environmental justice impacts when issuing new permits and renewing permits that pollute our environment. I urge this committee to return a favorable report on SB 96 and approve this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jose, you're going to be interpreter? Okay.
Yes.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marisol Torres, vivo en Riverdale en el condado de Prince George.
Good afternoon. My name is Marisol Torres and I live in Riverdale in Prince George's County.
Soy miembro de casa, madre soltera de 3 hijas bellas, así como todo padre, yo quiero lo mejor para mis hijas. Eso incluye un futuro con un buen medio ambiente.
I am a member of CASA, a single mother of 3 beautiful daughters. Like any parent, I want the best for my daughters. That includes a future with a good environment.
Mis hijas son estudiantes en la escuela de la Bladensburg High School. En su camino a la escuela, ellas pasan por todas las fábricas y talleres de carros en Bladensburg.
My daughters are students at Bladensburg High School. On their way to school, they pass by all the factories and car workshops in Bladensburg.
Si pasan por Bladensburg, verás el humo que proviene de las plantas de soldadura, las fábricas, la construcción y un intenso tráfico de pasajeros industriales que solo empeora nuestro aire y nuestros vecindarios. No solo eso, sino también el río muchas veces aparece muy sucio.
If you pass through Bladensburg, you will see the smoke coming from welding plants, factories, construction sites, intense passenger and industrial traffic that only worsens our air and our neighborhood. Not only that, but the river often appears dirty.
Necesitamos mejorar esas condiciones para continuar sacrificando la salud y el futuro de nuestros hijos, cual la mayoría son afrodescendientes y latinos. En nuestra comunidad pasan muchas inundaciones y el clima empeorando no ayuda a la situación.
We need to improve these conditions to stop sacrificing the health and future of our children, most of whom are Afro-descendant and or Latinx. In our community, there are many floods and the worsening climate does not help the situation.
Necesitamos acciones audaces y valientes para combatir la crisis climática y la contaminación. Esto tiene que pasar y por el futuro de nuestros hijos.
We need bold and courageous actions to combat the climate crisis and pollution burden. This has to happen for the future of our children.
Okay, any questions for this panel? Thank everybody for their testimony. Senator Washington.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. And I appreciate your support of the bill. Focusing on the bill, there are components about the participation of the community. And I wanted to ask about here it is saying that this is on page 6. The department will regularly provide opportunities for residents of the state to opt into a text, a phone, or an email regarding any facility with a pending or final permit. So it's an opt-in situation. So then people would have to proactively go to the website. Do you think opt-out? I mean, just think about that. Is there another way that you would like the department to communicate, or any thoughts about that?
So as the president of our association, I would probably be the source that I get that information. And what I do is I have a e-blast chain that I send it out to all the residents.
Right.
And we have a residential neighborhood of 700 people.
Right. So do you think
So
the
that's how we would
department,
do it.
the department should just send out an e-blast?
Yes.
You don't wait for people to just sign up. You get the phone emails and you send it
And I
out,
send it
right?
out.
Okay, so that's good. That's a help. And then the other part of it is the inclusion of what is going to be used to determine whether or not a permit. Well, do you think, I'll ask you the question. Do you think, given EJ concerns or cumulative impact concerns, that some permits should just not be allowed because they're known to cause particular? Yeah. Do you think that that's something that should be considered? Yeah.
Yes, I do think that should be considered.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And you should know, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. We're going to next go to a panel of favorable with amendment, folks. We're going to start with the in-person witnesses. We've got Rebecca Rare, Bob Etten, Lori Graff, Gabriella Werner, and Jamie Hoare. And then we have one virtual witness, Michael Powell, will get in after the in-person witnesses. So Rebecca, why don't you start off? We'll go down the table. Okay, and you're signed up favorable with amendments, so.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Rebecca Rear. I'm the Director of Climate Policy and Justice at the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. Thank you to Senator Jackson for introducing this legislation. We're here to support SB 96 with an amendment to include existing sources of air pollution in what's covered in the bill. This bill gives the Maryland Department of the Environment, or MDE, the authority to make decisions based on an environmental justice score and EJ analysis, a critical step in embedding equity into state processes. We're also hoping to expand the universe of permits this important process affects. Our community partners consistently name air pollution as a priority because it adversely impacts their health and their children's health. Although they couldn't join us today in person, our testimony includes stories from 5 promotoras leaders with our Chispa Maryland program who are actively addressing environmental problems in their neighborhoods and helping identify community-driven solutions. Those who submitted testimony live in areas of Baltimore that have among the highest EJ scores in Maryland, and they're asking for this bill to address ongoing sources of air pollution. As introduced, SB 96 covers a broad list of permits, but only addresses air emissions through permits to construct, which cannot be renewed. The only way to address the ongoing emissions from a facility and to align the bill with community concerns is to include permits, MDE issues that regulate the air emissions as part of facilities operations. Renewals of what are known as Title V permits to operate provide MDE with the greatest opportunity to positively impact the quality of life in overburdened communities. Without adding these permits, the bill will not address any existing major sources of air pollution. Maryland LCV strongly urges a favorable report on this bill with an amendment to add air pollution permits to operate to the covered permits that would include an EJ analysis. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Etten on behalf of the Maryland building industry. We are favorable with amendments on the bill. You have our written testimony. My law partner, Michael Powell, has been tremendously involved in discussions about this legislation with all the different stakeholders. He has signed up to testify virtually, and I'll defer to him. He's much more up to speed on where things stand at this point. We're very optimistic. We would love to be able to work this out with all the stakeholders and move forward, but I'll leave it up to Michael to tell you where things stand from our point of view. Thank you.
Okay, we'll get to Mr. Powell in a little bit.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the Senate's Education, Energy, and the Environment Committee. My name is Jamie Orr, and I am a student attorney at the University of Maryland School of Law's Environmental Law Clinic. I'm here today to support Senate Bill 96 as favorable with amendments. We find that responsible governance demands environmental justice policies, and we applaud this bill's effort to codify them. An in-depth understanding of the aggregated effects of prior government decisions on overburdened and underserved communities is critical for smart agency decision-making that benefits everyone. We believe this legislation is a significant step towards more responsible agency action and the creation of a balanced permitting system that serves all stakeholders equitably and with the long-term health of Marylanders in mind. To ensure the purpose of the bill is met, we strongly suggest that there should also be stronger statutory language mandating that the Maryland Department of the Environment must consider the potential harms and implement the solutions identified within each permit evaluation and assessment. Thus, Section 1-7A-03C should be changed to read, the department shall deny or alter a decision or amend the conditions under a pending permit based on the department's findings under the required evaluations and assessments in this subtitle. The bill as written allows the department to deny or alter decisions, but does not mandate that it do so. This language change makes the evaluations and assessments more impactful by requiring the department to consider and implement its findings when MDE makes decisions, ensuring that Maryland government fully utilizes its expertise to protect the most vulnerable of us from disproportionate environmental harm. Mandating these considerations would provide much needed additional protections and agency attention to overburdened and underserved communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the Senate's Education, Energy, and the Environment Committee. My name is Gabriella Werner, and I am also a student attorney at the University of Maryland School of Law, Environmental Law Clinic. I am here today to support Senate Bill 96 as favorable with amendments. For years, our clinic has assisted numerous residents and representatives of the very communities that SB 96 will hopefully address. In light of these experiences, we have found that Marylanders in overburdened and underserved communities deserve additional consideration from state authorities during the decision-making, permit application, and permit renewal process because they already experience a disproportionate amount of environmental harm as compared to other citizens across the state. This is why we suggest that the list of permits subject to the bill should be expanded to include Title V air quality control permits, which have a more widespread effect on the communities than the permits currently listed. Title V of the Federal Clean Air Act is an essential part of our nation's air pollution control framework, targeting major sources of air pollution like particulate matter. Fine particulate matter is disproportionately likely to affect people of color, such as with premature death and people who are also facing heart and/or lung diseases. As drafted, the only air pollution permits SB 96 affects are air quality control permits to construct. However, research developed by the League of Conservation Voters established that there are only 3 applicable permits in census tracts that are considered to be overburdened, but 39 Title V permits are in these overburdened tracts. Without the addition of Title V permits, the beneficial purpose of this bill would be frustrated and a major health hazard that these communities currently experience would not be meaningfully reduced. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see Ms. Graff here. Any questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to our What? Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Washington.
Thank you all very much. Just say that we stick with the 601 permits, the permits air quality to construct. So let's just say that we stay there. The Biden administration, I guess, just recently talked about the importance of particulate matter in the air, and that they want to raise the air quality standards to modify it to allow for factors that account for proximity of populations at risk of PM 2.5, and specifically talking about health effect sources related for overburdened communities, and et cetera, and talked about the impacts. And so this is happening. Under current Maryland law, we don't have these adjusted or, improved impacts. Is that something that you believe this legislation will allow, or do we need to address particulate matter, air quality? So say we don't do all of Title V, because that's going to be problematic. But do you think looking particularly at particulate or air quality as it impacts communities and proximity and all that, is that something you think we could work out? Because I know Mr. Enton would be happy not to include the Title V. I guess that's my question.
Sure.
I'll defer to Val. You can answer that.
Yeah, great question. Particulate matter is what we hear a lot about in terms of health concerns. And the reason is the small particles go deep into your lungs and can cause a lot of breathing issues. It can exacerbate existing conditions like asthma or COPD, or it can actually cause additional problems and make you more vulnerable to additional respiratory illnesses. My background is public health, so I'm happy to nerd out about this at any time. But I know there's a lot of witnesses behind us. So the issue is the air quality permits to construct can't be renewed. So when there's a new consideration like this, whether it's from federal law or there's new data or understanding, you can't actually address, our understanding is you cannot address those new considerations in the air quality permits that are currently covered in the bill, which are those under the 1601A category. The only way to take these additional considerations, take this new information into account, is through renewals. So if you go, 5 years later, 10 years later for the length of a permit, when you go to renew it and you say, actually, we learned something in the last 10 years about this, and it's probably a good idea to put some modifications on this permit to address what we've learned. You do that through the renewals, and because we learned something since the permit was issued. And those permits to construct, while they do set an emissions rate for the lifetime of the facility, it's an estimate. And the way to address renewals is for air quality is through the Title V's.
Part. So does the department, so after something is built, is there a annual checking to ensure that it's meeting the predicted levels, or it's my understanding it's just a model, like a company in Florida just produces a model of what it should be, but does anyone actually go out and test after that?
That's a great question for the department.
Okay, all right then. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We're going to go to Mr. Powell, who was referenced earlier virtually. Mr. Powell, I'm going to look for you in the queue here. Okay, there you are, and unmute. Can I unmute you?
Okay.
Mr. Powell, you got 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm here with my partner, Bob Benton, on behalf of the Maryland Builders. Obviously, our concern is housing in EJ area, not the industrial site. The Department of the Environment pulled together a number of stakeholders, not only from the business community, but from the environmental community and the EJ community. And we've been working on a set of proposed amendments to try to resolve all the issues. I mean, we had a 2-hour meeting yesterday. I received another set of proposed amendments from Department of the Environment literally 2 hours ago. We've made a lot of progress. We're almost there, but there's some ambiguities in the bill that concern us when it comes to locating particularly affordable housing in the EJ community. Ambiguities about exactly what the standard is for denying a permit, and also concern about there's no cap on the fees that could be required. to build in those areas. And so given our concern and the need to build additional housing in EJ areas as well as any other areas, we think that more time is needed to work this out. I've committed, in fact, sent a email to the department just before this hearing that we're happy to continue meeting as quickly as we can and try to resolve it. We would suggest that it'd be better to work these issues out rather than pass a bill that might have fatal ambiguities in it that we couldn't resolve. And very quickly to answer Senator Washington's question, Title V is a delegated program from the feds, which means that whatever the feds adopt as a particulate standard, the state has to apply. The state does that work for the feds, and that permit is renewed every 5 years, not every year. And when renewed, has to meet whatever the most recent federal standards are. That's not an issue for us as home builders, but just to answer her question.
Okay, I have one question for you, Mr. Powell. Is that your background, Trinity College in Dublin, Ireland? I have actually been there, and we have a graduate of that institution sitting right next to me, or is that Oxford? It's one of the two.
It is Trinity. The story behind that is my BA was in social psychology, and in my spare time, for weird reasons, I read these psychological studies. And there's one that says that if you're going to do a Zoom, having a bookcase behind you makes you look wiser. And I figure Trinity College Library will make me.
Okay, well, we're all I would like that. If you could send that into the committee, we may adjust our virtual backgrounds accordingly. But Dara Moriarty, committee counsel, is a graduate of Trinity College in Dublin. With that, Senator Washington, it's yours.
Thank you so much. I think we need to better understand just a little the different types of permits. So I think there's and just give me the right word. There's sort of large source, and then there are the kind of smaller ones or different ones, and the ones that are covered, in this bill right now as drafted. Can you just give us an easy way to understand the sort of different buckets?
Sure.
Of new permitting, and then the different types that are, construction. If you could tell us that would be helpful.
Well, I will say that the amendments which have been circulated within the group, which is attempting to work it out, would include renewals and not merely new permits. We don't disagree with that. That should include renewal. But the history of that, I have the fortunate or unfortunate that I wrote that section of the article when I was the principal counsel for Department of the Environment in the days of Governor O'Malley and Secretary Perciasepe. But the permits that are covered by the draft bill are all the permits that have typical public participation. And so they include both minor permits and large permits, an industrial permit, a permit for a stormwater pond in a new housing development are both included within that list because they were things that people think they were concerned about. One of the things that the task force, which the Department of the Environment pulled together, are particularly concerned about is electric substations, as an example. The Climate Solutions Now Act is going to require BGE to put something like 250 new electric substations in order to electrify buildings and to add charging equipment for cars. They will be covered by this bill. And so that's why we think it's important to resolve some of those ambiguities about when does a substation what steps do we have to go through to get a new substation built on that kind of schedule. Again, the idea of EJ makes perfect sense and we support the concept, but we do think there's some issues that need to be ironed out.
Okay, additional questions for Mr. Powell? Seeing none, we're going to next go to unfavorables. Pam Casemeyer is here in person, then we have several virtual unfavorables. So Ms. Casemeyer, why don't you come up, and then we'll take the virtuals, and then we'll get to Senator Elfworth, who I see is in the room. We'll get to her bill next. So,
okay,
Ms. Casemeyer.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Pam Casemeyer here on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association, and this is one of those awkward signups. I actually align quite well with exactly what Mike Powell just said, but there still are some nuances. So, you can oppose unless amended or support with amendments, but The ambiguity issues that Mr. Powell raised, we have as well. We give the department a tremendous amount of credit. They pulled together the stakeholders. We've been meeting regularly late last week and for a couple hours yesterday. There's a new set of amendments floating, but there hasn't been time to review all of them and figure it out. But I would raise the same issue you heard from the support with amendments. Most of this is sort of worked out, but the ambiguities issues, just as Mr. Powell said, about criteria for denials or renewals and the fees for technical assistance, sort of, is there a limit on that, or how is that defined, so we can kind of figure that out. So there's still 2 or 3 nuances, and we want to make sure we don't have unintended consequences. It's not the environmental justice goals of this bill, because we strongly support those. We just want to make sure as we put the structure in place that it doesn't have unintended consequences. So with that, I will close.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Casemeyer? Okay, seeing none, we're going to next go to the unfavorables who are here virtually. Let's see who pops up first here. Okay, we've got Toby Harris. You're going to be first up, Mr. Harris, and you've got 2 minutes.
Sure.
You're unfavorable.
Yep. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, Chair Feldman and all the members of the committee. So my name's Toby Harris. I'm a resident of Baltimore City, downtown in District 40. And I'm an environmental justice coordinator for the South Baltimore Community Land Trust, and we're a grassroots community-led nonprofit organization. So while we can really appreciate the intent of SB 96 as written, we're quite alarmed by how the bill does not move toward providing the protection that affected EJ communities so desperately need and we've long been asking for. So we do respectfully oppose SB 96 in order to present options for policy tools that sufficiently address our concerns. We do urge a reset so the state can more fully meet with impacted residents to better understand which permits our communities really need a heightened review of. So currently, the bill fails to alter the most critical aspects regarding air pollution sources that are most affecting us here in Curtis Bay and across all of South Baltimore. So to be specific, while the list of permits referenced in the bill does include water permit renewals, it doesn't include air permit renewals. And the Curtis Bay Census Tract has the highest EJ score in the state. And it's the air permit renewals that really do have the greatest impact on our health and public health in general. And this is especially when compared to the really holistic approach that's taken with water pollution permits. It really is illogical and unacceptable that SB 96 mainly fails to address air pollution. So again, by completely excluding air permit renewals and permits for so-called energy generating facilities, SB 96 doesn't cover some of the most polluting and impactful regional facilities for us, 2 large nearby power plants and the open air coal terminal that's long been poisoning Curtis Bay. So again, we're extremely worried that SB 96 doesn't take the needs and priorities of our EJ communities into full consideration, even withstanding the limited opportunities to engage and share feedback with the MDE, the Department. Thank you for opposing SB 96, and we appreciate your time today.
Okay, any question for the virtual witness? Okay, thank you. We're going to next go to Kamita Gray. Kamita, we see you right there. You're on the 2-minute clock, and you've also signed up unfavorable. We need to unmute you. You need to unmute yourself. There you go. Okay, 2 minutes, and why don't you start?
Good afternoon. My name is Kamita Gray. I'm the president of the BTB Coalition, a place-based organization. The president for over 20 years, not a paid advocate in Cancer Alley, the poster child of the state of Maryland and the United States for 2 of the largest power plants. We thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to SB 96 without major revisions. Permitting has to do with longstanding environment and land uses injustices. These inequalities are a direct cause of unfair, unequal, and inappropriate land uses and permitting. Brandywine has 14 permitting industries in a 2.9-mile radius, where we are the poster child, with 2 of the power plants that had exceeded the EPA limits. During this limits, MDE received a SEP grant. They used the SEP grant for a fishing expedition. We have number 17 in the pipeline which this bill would not deter. We filed a successful Title VI in 2016. MD has still failed to address those issues in the Title VI, which are law. This bill defines overburdened and underserved community, meaning any census tract for 3 or more of the following environmental health indicators above 75 percentile statewide. Brandywine is over the 97 percentile. We are having 16 above the cancer causing rate. Now we're in the process of number 17. The state of Maryland, understanding that statewide, the average is a 24 percentile. This is inadequate in addressing any of the communities that, such as mine, as a minority community. We are not defined in law as EJ, not overburdened or underserved, and this EJ score is arbitrary. This bill does not facilitate bottom-up processes as the EPA suggested principles in using true solutions being co-created together. We would ask that this committee find an unfavorable report for this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Gray? We've got Senator Washington.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Gray. I share some of your concerns because I do think that regardless of whether there's a 75 percentile, that all communities should be safe. So I definitely support that. In the bill, there's a section, and I believe it was raised earlier, where on page 6, where it talks about conducting a climate and equity evaluation. And it says that the department may consider cumulative impacts. I'm assuming it's your position that this should be a shall, that because cumulative impacts, I think, would include your community. You could look at other health related impacts other than what is currently in law. So would this from a shall, from a may to a shall, help your community? And
yes, a shall would definitely help that. And in cumulative impacts, we are looking at Title VI as law. It says no disparate impacts. So we don't agree with the cumulative impacts because how that comes about are what we're called outside communities in defining our communities for which we are. So yes, that would help to be a shell that MDE adheres to that if we are now in number 17.
And to include cumulative and disparate. Is that also your recommendation? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, additional questions from Ms. Gray? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to Jennifer Kunz next. Jennifer, why don't you start? You've got 2 minutes. Signed on unfavorable.
That's right. Thank you so much. My name's Jennifer Kunze. I'm a resident of Baltimore City in District 45 and Maryland Organizing Director for Clean Water Action. We're a member of the Mid-Atlantic Justice Coalition, and unfortunately, the Mid-Atlantic Justice Coalition must also respectfully oppose SB 96. Please reference our detailed written testimony. Our opposition rests on both the procedural and policy problems with this bill, that the bill was developed without meaningful input from Maryland's most overburdened and underserved communities, and that the bill fails to provide additional permitting authority for the air permits that are most relevant to human health in those communities. Our concern, to be super clear, is not an issue of the bill not going far enough or being too small of a step, but still in the right direction. I want to be super clear on that. The problem is that passing and implementing this bill would just be a step in a different direction. The pre-existing list of permits that the bill references in section 1601A was created in 1993, and it was not developed for the purpose of environmental justice efforts. It's not an appropriate place to start with applying environmental justice screening to. It includes water permit renewals, but not air permit renewals. Maryland needs to course correct away from referencing that pre-existing list that's almost as old as I am, and develop a list of permits that is based on the concerns that EJ communities are very loudly trying to communicate right now. And that course correction is hard, but it's necessary. Unfortunately, our significant concerns with this bill and this approach have not been addressed as it was drafted, as it's been amended. And I myself have been participating in the work group led by MDE that has been working for the last week. And unfortunately, it has not engaged, it has not addressed our concerns either. So we have to respectfully request that SB 96 not pass. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Kunze? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Is our informational witness here? Okay. Okay, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 96. We're going to go next to Senator Elfreth. Senate
I'm
Bill-
so sorry. I
Oh,
think our
yes.
the informational witness is here. I see her on Zoom. I'm so sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. We don't see her on. Let's double check before we move on. Leah Kelly? Okay, yeah, she is here. We're gonna pull her up. My apologies. She'll be the final witness, and she's just here for information purposes. So she needs to start her video. If she can hear us, start your video. There you are. Okay. Oh. Okay, Leah Kelly, we did find you. You're here purely for information purposes. You got 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Leah Kelly. I'm a senior attorney with the Environmental Integrity Project. We are a DC-based national nonprofit founded by former EPA enforcement attorneys. I've been practicing environmental law in Maryland for about 13 years and have commented on many environmental permits, including many air and water pollution permits. I'm here to clarify, just in case this is not clear about the air pollution permits. The types of permits to which this bill attach are very important. Unfortunately, this bill largely excludes air pollution permits from its coverage. For air pollution permits, this bill does not cover any air permit renewals at all. What this means is if you have a community with a lot of nearby air pollution sources and the community is concerned about the existing air pollution, this bill does not allow MDE to help the community with that concern. If it's an existing source of air pollution, the air pollution permit is exempt from this bill. The bill does cover a small subset of air pollution permits for the construction of new or expanding facilities. However, there is also a major omission here. The bill will not cover these types of permits for some of the largest air pollution sources. If a facility generates energy, its air pollution permit to construct is almost always issued by the Maryland Public Service Commission instead of the Maryland Department of the Environment. This bill does not cover these PSC issued permits and therefore will almost certainly exclude air pollution permits to build some of the largest polluters that can exist, power plants and energy generating incinerators. Just to summarize, this bill does not cover any air pollution permit renewals, which means that it does not cover air pollution from existing facilities. For new or expanding facilities, it does cover a small subset of air permits, but this does not include power plants, energy generating incinerators, and other facilities that produce energy because these permits are issued by the Public Service Commission. That concludes my testimony and thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Kelly? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing this time on Senate Bill 96. We're going to next move to Senate Bill 969. Senator Elfreth, you've designated 9 witnesses to be part of your sponsor panel. I know Secretary McElwain is one of them. I assume you would want her. As far as filling up the table, do you I mean, I've got the names here. You can tell me who you'd like in the first panel, and then we'll take a second panel responsible panelist. But I would suggest Secretary McElwain because she probably think needs to.
Yeah. I believe Secretary Addix, Deputy Secretary Gashorn.
Okay.
I believe
Okay.
Senator Hester and Dr. Woodruff.
Okay. Well, let's fill up the table, and then whoever we don't get to, we'll take on the next panel.
Okay.
But Senator Hester, are you going to go up and sit next to Senator Elfreth on this one?
Team effort.
Okay, team effort. Okay, Senator Elfreth, you're going to lead off on 969, and then we'll go through the panel and
Perfect.
take it from there. And then again, we'll do another panel with some of your other sponsored panelists.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Omar. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I normally don't bring you PowerPoints, but this is a very visual bill, and I wanted to make sure that we expressed it in a couple different ways to you. Senator Sarah Elfreth here to proudly present Senate Bill 969, the whole Watershed Act. Folks might know that Senator Gazzoni and I serve on the Chesapeake Bay Commission, which is a tri-state group of legislators from Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia, designated by the EPA in the Bay Agreement to be the legislative voice on the Bay program and Bay agreement. And so we take deep dives into Bay issues quarterly at meetings across the watershed. About a year and a half ago, we were fortunate enough to receive a briefing from another part of the EPA, which is the Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee. That was about 80 different academics who study and live and breathe Bay restoration, spent a number of years coming together, looking at everything we've done well in the Bay program over the last 42 years and things that we have not done so well over the last 42 years. That report is called the Caesar report. I'm going to run through brief highlights of that today because it is probably one of the best reports I've read in my 5 years in the Senate because it focuses on policy solutions, and the policy solutions of that report are what you're going to see in the whole Watershed Act. So, Mr. Chair, that is my setup with that very beautiful picture. We have a lot to be proud of with Bay restoration and the work we've done, and particularly this committee. A lot of reasons to feel optimistic. We have a smaller than ever dead zone from last year. Oyster populations are rebounding. We're protecting lands at a fast pace. Underwater grasses are coming back. 10 really great reasons the Chesapeake Bay program highlighted on their Instagram just a few weeks ago of things that we should be proud of with Bay restoration. Here's a few more. Thinking through innovative programs to help farmers, being more ambitious with tree planting. A lot of these policy initiatives that this committee has championed over the years. Lots of reasons to be optimistic, but there's also some opportunities that we have not done so well. So again, this Caesar report, comprehensive ecosystem evaluation of system response report, came out last year. Again, we had a highlight of it in 2022. So Senator Gazzoni and I have been kind of chewing on this for the last year, but it came out and expressed what I think we all anecdotally have felt, that despite all of our best efforts and a tremendous amount of investment and community support, we are just treading water when it comes to Bay restoration, pun intended. But there are a couple of reasons for it. Number one, our population has increased significantly since we started this work by 45%. Development has increased. The animals within the watershed have also increased. And so we're just not seeing the same water quality benefits in terms of nitrogen, phosphorus, and sediment, the NPS you see on that last arrow. We have not seen those water quality improvements that we had anticipated despite our best efforts in 42 years of work. And so the Caesar report digs into why we have not achieved it. So they've dug through a whole lot of recommendations. I've tried to pick a couple just to share with you today. In terms of achieving pollutant load reductions for the Bay, they found that agricultural and urban non-point sources are not generating sufficient reductions. Again, what we've known anecdotally. And they looked at opportunities, and these are the policy suggestions for us to consider today, reforms and new programs that have potential to improve non-point source program effectiveness. In terms of achieving our Bay water quality goals, they found that the Bay water quality is improving, but the magnitude of the change is unlikely to achieve all of our goals that we set for ourselves. So the opportunity here is we should focus on potential impact on the living resources of the Bay. They would like us to think and consider what they refer to as a nutrient mass balance, that our soils and waters are just kind of soaking up all of those nutrients. And so we are not, again, seeing the reduction overall that we had thought we had. They also would like us to think about improving targeting of conservation investments, new incentive programs to better incentivize different behaviors, think about attention and tools on local waters, and I'll talk about that in just a second. And then they encourage us to think about policy innovation and allowing ourselves the permission to fail, but to try something new. Clearly, what we've been doing for 40 years has worked because despite the pressures, we are holding the line, but we need to think differently about our approach from here on out. One of the really positive recommendations is we have been using the deep channel of the Bay as the kind of measuring stick of our progress. And that's one measuring stick, but they question whether we should rethink how we measure progress back to the shallow water. And why I love this idea is because for a long time, we have started talking about total maximum daily load, or TMDL. That's our phosphorus, nitrogen, and sediment. It's very separated from people's everyday lives. We cannot see phosphorus, we cannot see nitrogen, and we can see sediment occasionally. And I get calls from my constituents after any rainstorm, and we see the kind of coffee-colored mess that is in our waterways. But the impacts on the deep channel are really difficult to measure. as opposed to people's daily interaction with the shallow waters. And perhaps we should rethink our approach from a people perspective, back to the shallow water, back to the living resources that really make people fall in love with the Chesapeake Bay. I'm talking about blue crabs and oysters, kayaking and public water access, all those points of intervention that we can interact with. Let's focus back on the health of those spaces, and the deep channel will follow. It also asked us to start considering targeting, what I like to call prioritizing of resources. Being on the Budget and Taxation Committee, I wish we had all the resources to invest in every part of the state, but as resources are limited, we should really perhaps rethink this and start to target the waterways that require the most help. And so the good news is 42 years into this work, the science is vastly superior to what it was decades ago, and we can micro target the hottest waterways in terms of pollution and focus our energy on turning those around. And so they asked us to think about prioritizing. So this is just a little conjecture, but when I think about, I don't know. When I think about, that's not a touch screen. When I think about the Caesar report, again, with my hat as an appropriator, I think about a couple of lessons. Okay, thank you, Senator. One is we have overly focused on this TMDL, and sometimes at the expense of the living resources I just discussed. I kind of equate this to us thinking about No Child Left Behind, and math and reading are really, really important. But we focus so much on math and reading, we forgot that music and art and physical education and history are also really important. We focus so much on phosphorus, nitrogen, and sediment, we forgot that habitat restoration and wetlands and carbon sequestration and climate resilience are also really important components of the projects we are investing taxpayer money in. So let's get back to the beginning of the movement, back to a swimmable and fishable Chesapeake Bay for all of those reasons, and we can better connect people to the work that we are engaging in. Another problem, again, is our blanket approach to interventions, and the increased pressures of climate change and population growth have led to limited success that, again, we've all anecdotally known. When we've seen constantly year after year, a C report, a D report, self-reported from the Bay program of our progress, we know something is wrong. So let's change it up. Let's target our limited resources where they will have the greatest results on water quality, living resources, and to the public. And then another just personal challenge I've always had, especially in the budget subcommittee, I have the privilege of chairing that has all the environmental departments. When folks say we've always done it this way or we've never done it that way, we've been at this work for 42 years and we're seeing, limited results. I think it's time for us to change up our course a little bit here. Innovation can be good. Maryland can lead the way. And ironically, I know this is going to sound a little weird, we can learn a lot from Pennsylvania. I know it doesn't always feel that way, but they're doing some really cool stuff. Really cool stuff in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
I'm a native Pennsylvania.
Just above us, where the Susquehanna flows through, there are some really cool innovative projects where a group called the Lancaster Clean Water Partnership is pooling together property owners, small farmers. Instead of doing one project at a time, they're actually getting a critical mass of property owners around a stream that is on the verge of health, but needs a little more work. And actually focusing their energy on pooled permitting, pooled resources, and rapidly delisting streams in Lancaster County, which is having a great benefit downstream. And we can learn a lot from their approach to innovation and thinking bigger and broader than one project at a time. I hope I didn't throw you off with that Pennsylvania reference, but we learned a lot. I promise it's a really cool road trip. We should go up there after Society Day to look at all the things they are doing. The result of all this is the whole Watershed Act. So it's based on the Caesar report I just mentioned, and we're lucky enough to have one of the authors of that report, Dr. Woodruff, who's also my constituent here with us today, who will dig into the science. It's going to use that report to incentivize what is possible with a bigger, more holistic restoration, and by establishing new funding streams and approval pathways for innovative local watershed projects that include and mandate those environmental, what we call co-benefits, all of the extras that we talked about beyond sediment, phosphorus, and nitrogen. So habitat restoration, tree planting, all those co-benefits. We're going to mandate those co-benefits to ensure longer-term positive impact on water quality, habitat restoration, and again, back on the focus of living resources. So we've spent a lot of time this interim, Mr. Chair, and I think you can see by the fact we have 2 secretaries and a deputy secretary. Secretary Kurtz wishes he could be here, but first, another situation, to show you that we've pulled all of the departments together and spent the last probably 8 months working on this bill. The key elements of which are focusing $20 million of existing state funding a year towards 5 whole watershed projects for 5 years. Focus on watersheds that present opportunities for the most significant impact on a relatively expedited timeline with coordination between state, local, and private partners. We're mandating that coordination. The projects selected represent different geographic and land use types and will prioritize environmental justice communities. The requirement of multiple co-benefits to support the health of the whole watershed and community. The state management team I'm going to talk about in a minute that consists of the folks at this table and local experts and more will select the projects, monitor this and support the progress and expedite the permitting process. And new certification for developers and contractors who engage in this restoration work. Really, again, as an appropriator, it hurts my soul when I see tens of millions of dollars of state funding going towards projects and contractors who don't have licensing by the state to do this work. So that's a guardrail that this bill includes to ensure that we uphold standards and ensure quality. So basically, we are going bigger by utilizing 8-digit watersheds, and I'll show you that in a second. We're being smarter by targeting the watersheds that need the most attention. We're being bolder by requiring those multiple co-benefits in order to ensure more holistic projects. And we're moving faster simply by ensuring that the folks who make these decisions, DNR, Department of Natural Resources, Department of Environment, Department of Agriculture, other state, local, and federal partners work together to responsibly streamline permitting and implementation. Again, responsibly streamline by simply being in the same room together multiple times a year to work through funding opportunities and challenges, permitting opportunities and challenges, instead of a linear permitting process that has slowed down many projects in the past. So when I say we're going bigger, using 8-digit watersheds, and these are the 8-digit watersheds in the state. Folks might recognize a few of their own. The Anacostia is a really great example of that. The Severn River just outside of our door is a great example of that. So we're going bigger with these projects, which means instead of the small one-off, what we call random acts of restoration, a stream restoration project here, a best management practice on a farm over here. Instead of these one-offs, we're going to take an entire watershed and think about what are the 20 or 30 component projects that we need to turn this watershed around quickly. And we're going to use this 8-digit watershed model. Thinking smarter, again, this is the science I referred to. There's a lot of ways that we can measure opportunity. This is just one using the most effective basins data. This measures phosphorus, nitrogen, and sediment. So we can actually, this is a watershed, actually right here, you can see Annapolis in the right-hand corner. Red is obviously not great, we can do better. Orange is an opportunity for us to think we need to push the needle. Yellow is okay, and green is doing pretty well. We don't necessarily need to focus our attention or state resources on the green areas as opposed to the red areas. So we can actually, instead of a blanket approach to these projects, we can target where the watersheds need our support the most. We're going to think smarter by investing in diverse communities. We're going to make sure that the 5 projects this bill calls for are not spelled out in the bill. We're going to leave that to the experts, to the state management team, but we're going to ensure diversity of land use and communities, ensure that 1 is in an urban community, 1 is in a suburban community, 2 are on agricultural communities, 1 project along a state border. We thought it'd be pretty cool to partner with our neighbors to see if we can't move the needle together. And 2 of the projects have to be within overburdened communities. So some of these will be together, the same project, but we want to make sure we are really touching all corners of the state. And Senator Washington, you might recognize this picture. This is the Middle Branch right in Baltimore City, which we had dreamt up this bill before I was familiar with that project. But if folks are familiar with the Middle Branch project, it is exactly what we are looking for. A larger project with dozens of component pieces that is thinking holistically about restoration instead of these one-off little projects at a time. So while we are not naming the Middle Branch in this bill, it is a perfect candidate for this type of work, as is the Anacostia, as is the Severn River. We are being bolder, again, by requiring from the very get-go and really making it kind of a competition to see who can come up with the most creative projects here. In addition to reducing tree loss, we're going to require that projects include at least 5 of the following: creation of restoration of wild habitat, including riparian buffers and wetland restoration, I was here just a few weeks ago talking about the rapid loss of wetlands we're going to experience, and we need to be more aggressive and on the offensive. So thinking through that. We want to make sure we're restoring aquatic resources. Those could be our favorite freshwater mussels, thinking about fish passages, thinking about oyster reefs, but really rebuilding restoration of those resources. Thinking about carbon sequestration. How are we also meeting our climate goals through this work? Thinking about climate change mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. Those wetlands serve multiple benefits, right? They serve for habitat restoration. They also serve as a natural filter for water quality, and they serve when we have major storms and rising seas. They also serve to help keep our communities safe from those seas. We're going to bake in local employment opportunities, improve and protect public health, and then ensure that we have recreational opportunities and public access to waterways and natural habitats throughout this all, because we cannot build the prettiest waterfront parks or ensure that we are improving water quality without also baking in from the beginning opportunities for the public to interact with the thing that we are restoring. So that's a big piece of the bill. Here's how we're going to do it visually. The state management team is going to be led by DNR. It will include DNR and Department of Environment, Department of Agriculture, or Chief Resilience Officer in coordination with the Army Corps and EPA, because we have a lot of federal folks here. They're going to have two whole watershed staff that Budget and Taxation is working on putting in the budget. And they're going to work with these pilot deployment teams. So there's going to be 5 of these projects, as I mentioned. Each 5 is going to be a team of nonprofit organizations, local governments, property owners, and the private investors or private companies to do this work. The bill requires local government buy-in, which is really important. And I can talk all day about the fact that a certain municipality I represent doesn't necessarily believe in this approach. That's up to them. I'm not sure they would meet the criteria to get to be one of these 5 pilot projects, because it's so important that local permitting authorities are bought into this and help actually expedite the timeline. They cannot be responsible for slowing this down. I have never in my 5 years in the Senate had a department that was so jazzed about a bill that they were committed to implementing on day one. And I want to thank Department of Natural Resources. They are ready to hit play on July 1st and get the ball rolling so fast that by this time next year, if you all pass this bill, we will have the 5 pilot projects named by this time next year, and we can start the work. We're going to pool those funding resources, again, existing resources between the Bay Trust Fund, Bay Restoration Fund, Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Foundation. All of these, they would only fund the pieces of the project that they currently could fund. So we're not going to ask, for instance, MALF to fund a project in an urban environment. That's not what MALF is for, but it would be eligible to help fund the projects in an agricultural project. So just pooling those state resources, instead of a project having to apply for 20 different pots of money with 20 different timelines and applications and all those things, we're going to make it as easy as humanly possible for these projects to get the funding. And again, streamline just by natural, organic folks being in the same room together, streamline that permitting process. So again, just a highlight of the bill and what it does. I do want to mention, Mr. Chair, of course, we have some consensus amendments that we will be presenting to this committee that we worked very hard with the stakeholders at this table with local governments on to bring you a bill that I think will work for every single community. You'll also hear today from a couple of witnesses expressing concern about stream restoration projects across the state. And while stream restoration is a component of this bill is much bigger than any single stream restoration project. We intentionally did that. But I want to take a moment and thank Senator Hester. I think we've been on the phone once a week, if not more, since Christmas, working through an amendment that she will talk briefly about that ensures that not just these 5 projects have the guardrails necessary, but every permitted project through Department of Environment, and thank you to MDE for being a great partner in this, will have the necessary guardrails to protect against unnecessary tree loss, to make sure we have those, again, the licensing for the contractors, to make sure we have integrity in the work moving forward so there's no bad actors. The guardrails for every project with the amendment Senator Hester is presenting will be baked into this bill. So it's bigger than just the 5 pilot projects the bill calls out. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I know that was a lengthy introduction on a long day.
It was very comprehensive.
Okay. I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, before we go to the panel, Vice Chair Kagan had one question for you, and then we're going to go to the other witnesses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Senator Elfith, just definitional so before your witnesses speak, just so I feel like all of us can make sure we are on the same page. What is an 8-digit watershed? Can you just define what that is in plain English? And then I have a second quick question, which is your chart talking about local governments. Would that apply equally to counties and municipalities? So if you can just do both of those super fast.
Easy question. Yes, we would require a buy-in from, if it covers, for instance, an 8-digit watershed is the Severn River. I can answer both of these together, which would encompass both Anne Arundel County and the city of Annapolis, because it touches that. If they were to apply and be successful, both local governments would have to have the buy-in to say, we appreciate the approach. We're going to work with our state partners to responsibly expedite the permitting and take advantage of the funding, but also put our own money into it. The state funding is only going to be 50% of any of these given projects. We require local and federal buy-in as well to make sure that we are maximizing taxpayer dollars. So an 8-digit watershed is a Severn, it's an Anacostia, it's a larger, how to define it, and I would have to ask Department of Natural Resources how to define it. It's a in law. It is in law. It is in law. Can you define it, Dave, quickly?
Or you can define it in your testimony.
yeah,
I just don't know the phrase.
Right. Why don't we do this? I think let's get the panel.
Absolutely.
And Sarah Washington, if you could hold off, let's get the panel testimony in here. And normally, Madam Secretary, I would take you next, but since we have one of our own, she gets the nod in this committee, and we're going to go with Senator Hester, and then we'll go to you, Secretary McElwain, and we'll get everybody in. Senator Hester.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to start by thanking the bill's sponsor for this bill. Like, I fundamentally think that this is a smarter, bolder, more balanced, more effective way to deal with these things. And she's really worked really hard on it. At the same time that this bill was unfolding, we've seen, some concern over these stream restoration projects. You've seen them in the Baltimore Sun. I had, a group in Dunlogan in my community in Ellicott City that was very upset about potential tree loss. I also had the opportunity to go with several delegates to an area in Catonsville where there was really misinformation from either the contractor or the developer of the project that said, some trees may come down, and the entire stream behind their homes was clear cut. And it was clear cut to the point where they used to look out on trees. Now they look over across a muddy channel. On the other side of that muddy channel, there's the back of a supermarket, and there really wasn't adequate public engagement. And so where I came at this bill is we need these bigger projects. We also need a few of these guardrails to make sure there aren't bad actors, because I've got a lot of, there's a lot of good companies doing a lot of good work that are saving the Bay, but we can't let their reputation and the lives of these poor communities be impacted by bad projects. And so, I would say it was September or so, we started having these conversations about what the guardrails would look like, and pulled together both the industry and the Department of the Environment and the Maryland Association of Counties. And really found out that there is actually this checklist that MDE has when they issue a permit that requires a number of things. But from what I could tell, that there wasn't, every single project wasn't having adequate scrutiny. In fact, some of the smaller projects, that's where I think some of the problems were. And so what we've done in this amendment, which I think will hopefully alleviate a lot of the unfavorable testimony, because the amendment's a
Don't
big
worry,
deal.
you're not on the clock.
Thank you. The amendment basically codifies this checklist. So this is existing practice and what the good actors are already doing. And we've got a few tweaks to the amendment, and then we'll send it to the committee. But basically, it codifies best practice around public notice and engagement. It requires posted and mailed notice prior to initiation, and it requires one community engagement at 30 to 60% of project design. Then it moves on to look at the other components of this checklist, which include presenting a forest stand delineation, whether the developer considered these co-benefits during the design process, such as the things the senator mentioned around climate change mitigation, adaptation, wildlife, resilience, whether the developer incorporated best management practices, and whether the developer included that public notice that I talked about at the first. So I think it's a really good compromise between the environmental community, the developers, the Maryland Association of Counties, and I feel like it's a really good step towards raising our game on all of these projects. At the same time, we make the investment for the bigger, bolder action that the senator described. And so with that, I would request a favorable report with the amendment that's coming.
Okay, we're going to go to Secretary McElwain, then Secretary Addicks, and then we'll pick up the other two with Secretary McElwain.
Thank you.
And our cabinet secretary is similarly not on the clock. We're good.
I appreciate that. I would have had a much longer testimony and support. Just kidding. So good to see you all again. Just a couple minutes ago, for the record, I'm Serena McElwain, Secretary, Maryland's Department of the Environment. I'm here this time and testifying in support of Senate Bill 969 with amendments. The bill has a great name. I'll start with that. The whole Watershed Act, because it shows how important it is to attack pollution of our waterways from every angle. We talk about the Chesapeake Bay a lot, how we can protect it and how we can restore it, but there are many ways to address the problem, including upgrading our wastewater treatment plants and strictly just really enforcing our operating permits for industry. But our governor, Governor Moore, he's directed us to take a more holistic approach. And that's exactly what this bill does. Stream restoration is one of those tools for restoring our wastewater waterways and rebuilding ecosystems. These days, streams, they often fast track the movement of pollution into the bay. From city streets to our backyards, how we use the land influences the quality and quantity of water reaching our streams. Today, runoff is loaded with chemicals flushed from our roads and yards, which erode stream channels. Centuries of human activities have just really taken their toll on our streams. A changing climate is making these problems even worse. And that is why we need to continue and improve upon this practice of stream restoration. So I support this bill, and I appreciate that the sponsors have considered the amendments that my agency suggested. So I am asking from MDE's perspective and as secretary for a favorable with amendments report for Senate Bill 969. Thank you.
Okay, Secretary Addicks.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. For the record, Kevin Addicks, Secretary of the Maryland Department of Agriculture, here to simply express support favorable with amendments for this legislation. What you are about to see is incredible collaboration among the administration and partners and farmers. And we're going to take a crack at trying something different. We learned from the Caesar report that what we've been doing has been, I think we've heard, has been working fine, and what the sponsor said, but it's not going to get us the last mile. We need to try new things. We need to be innovative. This is an approach that has the size, scale, and with this bill, the aptitude to actually get us to where we need to be. So with that, I would urge support favorable with amendments and appreciate the ability to speak today.
Okay, and again, if you're not a cabinet secretary or a member of this committee, you're on the 2-minute clock. So we're going to, whoever wants to go first.
I'll go. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee, my name is Dave Gosshorn, Deputy Secretary at DNR, and I'm here today in strong support of Senate Bill 969, the whole Watershed Act. The significant progress that we have made in bay restoration over the past 40 plus years is due in large part to the fact that we have constantly adapted our approaches to bay restoration as guided by the best science available. This past May, we received the most extensive scientific assessment to date in the Caesar report, which recommends that we focus our efforts on more comprehensive, non-point source restoration projects that realize benefits in addition to improving oxygen levels in the deepest part of the bay. That is exactly what the whole Watershed Act does. It creates the infrastructure and authorities to bring Maryland's bay restoration efforts together in a more holistic manner, breaking down the silos of funder, regulator, implementer, and landowner across multiple agencies and multiple funding sources. And it does so in a way that allows us to bring our existing resources to bear in a manner designed to realize not only the traditional nutrient and sediment reductions, but also realizes added benefits such as habitat creation, climate resiliency, recreation and tourism, engaging typically disengaged communities, and others in manners that better connect all Marylanders to the benefits of a restored Chesapeake and coastal bays. That is what CESAR calls for, and that is what the whole Watershed Act does. In conclusion, it is a testament that Maryland has always been viewed as a leader in the Bay restoration effort. And it's a testament that here we are today, and in particular, thanks to the efforts of Senators Elfreth and Gazzoni and their Chesapeake Bay Commission colleagues in the House, that today, less than 1 year after this report was issued, we are before the General Assembly with a bill that implements that. So with that, I urge you your favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Go on. You're up. You've got 2 minutes.
My name is Dr. Denise Wardrop, Executive Secretary of the Chesapeake Bay Program Science and Technical Advisory Committee, or STAC, and an exhausted co-editor of that exhaustive report known as CESAR. The CESAR report was produced by STAC, and why does that matter? Since its creation in December 1984, STAC ensures that the restoration efforts are based in sound science and points out those inconvenient truths that may impede our efforts. STAC reports annually to the Executive Council as an independent body. Its 38 members are composed of governor and mayoral appointees from 6 states in the District of Columbia, representatives of major federal agencies, and at-large members bringing a wide range of disciplinary expertise from academia, private industry, and NGOs. The CESAR report is a consensus product of 4 years of work by this group with 60 contributors with multiple rounds of review, including ones by federal agencies such as NOAA and USGS. Imagine the 59 scientists standing behind me. I think that's better than bookcases. CESAR evaluates the returns of our past investments in water quality and identifies at least 3 opportunities to improve the effectiveness of our investments. 1, to shift the targeted returns of water quality investments from molecules of nitrogen, phosphorus, and dissolved oxygen to returns that stakeholders care about, the health and abundance of living resources. 2, to focus on those areas that potentially provide the greatest living resources return, such as shallow waters, that are relatively critical for most species and where the stakeholders live. And 3, sharpening the scope of efforts so that return on investment can be seen and monitored, not randomly over 64,000 square miles. We are grateful to Senators Elfreth and Gazzoni for providing the leadership necessary to ensure that our restoration efforts are always based on the best science, and we urge favorable report of Senate Bill 969.
Okay, thank you to the entire panel. Open for questions. Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First question, Chair, that we're on the committee together dealing with Project Open Space and Ag Land. So I have first a mouth question, then a BRF question. So with mouth, funding comes from the state transfer tax and the Ag Land transfer tax to purchase these easements to preserve ag land.
Right.
So this is one of the areas listed. So my concern is wouldn't that take money away from purchasing easements? And if it does, what in your mind would that funding be used for that's different than purchasing those easements?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. And we do have a clarifying amendment brought to us from Department of Agriculture to make sure, and I think I'm going to get ahead of your BRF question as well, that only the component projects of one of the agricultural pilot project, in this case for MALF, would be used for land preservation if it is a part of that larger project. So for instance, name a watershed in your district, Senator.
Well, I had the Susquehanna River.
Okay, well, that's a good one. Okay, maybe we should target it. So
Deer Creek.
It's Deer Creek. Okay, so take you have a bunch of farmers along Deer Creek. They work with a nonprofit in your community, your local government in your community. I'm assuming Harford County.
And there's also a Deer Creek watershed.
Deer Creek water, great. So they would all work together. They would pitch their idea to the state management team with the 20 or 30 component pieces of the project, right? Some of those component pieces might be land preservation. And in that case, MALF would be appropriate in that circumstance, but only, we're not opening up MALF for new funding priorities. It's just saying when appropriate, MALF could be used for that project.
So it would still be for. to
Yes, yeah.
Purchase. Okay.
No mission creep with the
Okay,
the
I just
funding
worry.
streams.
Okay, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Without extra funding coming in, I don't want to see less ground getting preserved. So,
Completely agree.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Bay Restoration Fund, for upgrading wastewater treatment plants, septic system upgrades, and then a big one in my area, cover crop programs.
Yep.
Same thing. That's
same
very,
thing.
very effective thing, the cover crop program. I wouldn't want to see funding taken from that and given to something else when that works.
Totally
It's been
agree.
very successful. So there won't be any less amount available in a cover crop program for our farmers.
No, it's just again targeting it. So another clarifying amendment is both for mouth and for BRF, again, just to make sure it's only going to be used when appropriate and when it meets the current law. So there could be a small wastewater treatment plant that needs an upgrade as part of the whole watershed plan in your district. That would be eligible for BRF, or tree plantings under the Tree Solutions Now program that this committee put together. Only when appropriate would that money be available for the project. The beauty of this bill is, instead of your nonprofit group in your district applying for 20 different local, state, federal, private grants to fund these projects, the state management team of the folks at this table will every year get together and say, these are the component projects of each of the 5. They would be eligible for this piece of mouth, this piece of BRF, and let's put it together and streamline the funding process. And that will also lead to faster projects.
Okay, look forward to checking out the amendments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Senator Carosa, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you may know, I represent Maryland's coast, and that includes Maryland's coastal bays and watersheds, and they include Newport, Assawoman, Chincoteague, Isle of Wight, and Sinnapuxent. They also have, over the years, consistently put out a report card where we are steadily improving. We also are in the position of, with the Maryland coastal bays, of sometimes feeling as if we're the stepchild in the shadow of the Chesapeake Bay. So I'd like to know how the Maryland coastal bays were consulted on this, because I would certainly appreciate, I guess, more feedback than what I'm picking up right now. And I want to ensure that whatever's going on with this bill is not going to negatively impact the funding and the work that the Maryland coastal bays has been doing.
Thank you for your question, Senator. And that your note was actually caught, I think, by Department of Natural Resources about 2 months ago when we first got the bill back from drafting, that we needed to make sure that coastal bays would also be eligible to apply to be one of the 5 pilot projects. So that is going to be represented in the amendments that you'll see.
But I would have appreciated if they would have been consulted in the process. It sounds like there was a lot of collaboration between different departments and agencies and other organizations. And, I was looking for the testimony from Maryland coastal bays, and they weren't consulted. I'd ask for some follow-up with them.
I wish I could make more hours of the day, but I will absolutely do that for you.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Washington.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I appreciate this bill and the theory behind it. The Herring Run. So I represent Baltimore County and Baltimore City. So it's a place where it comes in. And the Herring Run, that's actually where the Herring Run daylights is in Towson. Okay. And so how does that, is it, I'm trying to see if that's one of the 8-digit ones, because it looks like it's at the center of where all of the 6-digit, the gunpowder, the Patapsco, they all sort of come in, but the tributaries here obviously all runs down to Patapsco, to Back River, and then to, so just wondering where that fits.
Yeah, I don't have the map in front of me, but I suspect Herring Run would be smaller than an 8-digit. It's included in an 8-digit. So that would by no means be excluded. If there were a proposal that came in focused on Herring Run, and not out anywhere else in that 8-digit watershed, it would still qualify. It would not be excluded because it's smaller than an 8-digit.
So just so that I understand, so Herring Run is a part of
one of the 8 digits. I don't know the name of it, but it's one of the 8 digits.
Okay.
It's certainly included. And that reminds me, I forgot, I never answered Senator Kagan's question. I don't know the technical definition of what, we can get that to you, but it was defined, I think, about 25 years ago. It has not changed, and it's that map that you saw. And when we issue the RFP, it will be clear. So one person's 8 digit isn't somebody else's 8 digit. That everybody's clear what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm looking at the website with that, on the Department of Environment's map of Maryland's 8-digit watersheds, but I don't see the names of the watersheds on the map. There's a map of, there's the 6-digit. When I click on it, it gives the 6-digit name, but it doesn't give the 8-digit name unless it's Lower Gunpowder Falls. Is that so? But that's where that is. So is that the 8-digit? Is the lower, like the Loch Raven Reservoir, the Gunpowder Falls? Because it's a great tool. So I think that's where the 8 ones are.
We've had a lot of fun with maps on this bill. And I want to thank the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. They kind of put up a mock map for us when we were still thinking about the component pieces of the bill. And we don't have a final mapping tool for you, but it will be a huge part of this, because public interaction and people getting excited about, not just how cool they can make a project, how comprehensive and creative they can make a project, but we envision this to be very much from the ground up, community up project, because that's the only way it's going to work. We had a lot of debate internally about 6, 8, 10-digit. We kind of landed on the 8-digit. I'm not sure there's a right or wrong.
That's right. It's a great tool. I'm just saying, this tool right here, if anybody wants to see what the 8-digit watershed, I backed it up, sorry. But what I would like is for you to look at the Herring Run, because it is at the intersection of 1, 2, 3, 4 8-digit watersheds all come together and daylight in Towson at the headwaters of the Herring Run. So please look at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We got Vice Chair Kagan has an observation about maps.
Thank you. Thank you for making the effort to try to explain this. Again, we're supposed to be pretty smart about this stuff, but I don't think that's the average person. I'd like to think that we in this room are the above average people. But Senator Elfreth, if you're talking about bottom up and we want to engage communities, engage our neighborhoods, engage people of color, engage people who aren't as educated as we may be on this stuff or generally. So thanks to our legal counsel here, I was sent to this page with, as Senator Washington said, with a lovely map and all that. I just revealed that I have 400 tabs open. But even the definition of this is incomprehensible, and I've read it 3 times. So may I suggest Secretary McElwain, Secretary Addix, Secretary Kurtz, who's not in the room, if the Moore Miller administration or Senators Elfreth and Hester can figure out how to make environmental activism and environmental tools plain English. It's not just the TMDL, which nobody knows what it is, and the RFPs and all of that. It's just, even when it is spelled out, the total maximum daily load, even that isn't plain English to the average person. So I implore you, when you're working on this, if you want to engage people, it is not just acronyms. And I beat acronyms to death in this committee, and they know that. But even the acronyms don't work. And if 8-digit watersheds, if that's about GIS, Geographic Information System, and it helps us pinpoint, then let's talk about watershed location. If it's about depth or salinity or cleanliness, let's say that, because 8-digit watersheds ain't it. It's not a zip code. It's not it just doesn't make sense.
One other thing? There's actually a 12-digit map as well. That's actually a little more granular. So I don't want to get focused too much on 8 digit.
But the PowerPoint talked about 8 digits.
And there's a different federal definition. I don't want to complicate different federal definition. So you said we're trying. That's what we're trying to get to the heart of with this bill too. Is how do we demystify this work and democratize this work? And so if the committee, feels strongly, and I hope you do, about this bill, when it passes, as I mentioned, there's a reason you have, 2 cabinet secretaries and a deputy secretary here. They want to implement on day one. And a huge part of that is going to be the public facing demystification and democratizing of this work.
Without using the words demystification and democratizing, simplifying, inclusion, just really, let's
Okay,
work on
I
that.
think,
Thank you,
I
Mr.
think
Chair.
panel gets the point here. So let's, okay, let's move on. We do have another panel of, again, designated sponsor panelists. If I could bring up some new names here. Liam O'Meara. Is Liam here? We've got Marissa Oshevsky. Is Marissa here? There she is. Mark Conway. And fill up this table. Scott Lowe. Scott Lowe here. Jesse Billiff. Harry Huntley. Okay, we got more than 6. We're gonna have to, Councilmember Conway's here, yeah. Okay, okay, we got 6 witnesses, 6 seats. Everybody signed up favorable. Councilman, why don't you start, and then we'll go down, we'll start with you, and then we'll, why don't you get that mic? We'll just go down the table, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm here today in my capacity, not as councilman, but as Executive Vice President of the Chesapeake Conservancy. And I'm here to voice our strong support for SB 0969, the whole Watershed Act, because we know that it will work. We've been doing this work already in Pennsylvania, and the senator spoke at length about some of the progress that we've had there, and I'm going to tell you about it today. So starting in 2019, we worked with local, state, and federal government partners, conservation districts, nonprofits, and universities to figure out what we can do to make the most of the limited resources that we had in Pennsylvania. And of course, we had a strong focus on the EPA mandate around the impaired waters list and the water quality report. This strategy we're talking about today doubles down on that effort while achieving some of the nutrient reductions that we want to see across the Bay. The Chesapeake Conservancy leveraged its high resolution data to focus on the headwaters where we could have over 2 to 5 years, the greatest impact on farmland and otherwise to have a measurable difference show by 2030. And those priorities and strategies were unique to each watershed and each stream. It was driven by local values and local capacity. And so, the planning process was very straightforward. We came up with an intuitive outreach strategy and very soon thereafter pulled together a plan and a budget to implement the most cost-effective BMPs to address the impairment for those streams. And we put together a queue of projects that we wanted to see happen within the region and applied to NRCS RCPP. I'm not going to describe it. Long story short, we got a lot of money to execute those projects from the federal government, $17 million across central Pennsylvania and Lancaster to work specifically on stream delisting. And so we use in-stream monitoring in Pennsylvania, just like we do here in Maryland, to focus on simple, straightforward goals. And pretty much it was either the stream was impaired or it wasn't. And that was dependent on insect communities. Long story short, we had a significant progress. We saw 4 streams that are now ready to be delisted. I'll make one final point. I think we have some reservations that we want to be thoughtful about or recommend the committee be thoughtful about with regard to amendments. Just we want this to be a rapid stream delisting approach. And so as we think about ways to make the bill better, we want to make sure that we still try to keep as best as possible that rapid approach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Since we've already a lot of testimony, I mean, to the extent you can give us some new information about your thoughts on the bill, that'd be super helpful. Sir, why don't we, again, you're next, tell us your name and then 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. My name is Jesse Iliff. I'm Executive Director of the Severn River Association, and much of what was in my written testimony has already been covered by other witnesses. So the one thing that I would like to add that I think is new is, as an implementer of the sorts of restoration projects we're talking about here, I can attest firsthand to some of the bottlenecks and difficulties that arise between cobbling together disparate funding sources to work within a specific watershed. And there are many different programs that focus on many different elements of watershed restoration. And the coordination and cohesive nature of the system put forward in this bill, I think, will go a long way to saving everybody a lot of time and money as we pursue the goals that we all share of a restored Chesapeake Bay. So for that reason, the Severn River Association is strongly in favor of Senate Bill 969.
Okay, thank you. Let's go down the table.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me to testify today on behalf of the Environmental Policy Innovation Center. My name is Harry Huntley, and I am, as of this morning, the agricultural lead there. We support the whole Watershed Act as written. In your packet, you'll see a sign-on letter of many other environmental restoration organizations who echo the comments that I'm about to make here. And I want to especially thank the bill's sponsor, Senator Elfreth, for establishing the work group, which we actively participated in. Our mission at EPIC is all about speed. It's to dramatically increase the pace of environmental progress, and we believe that the bill as written will do that. I could say a bunch that others have about the benefits, but I think fundamentally the word here is rapid. And for that reason, we would oppose this bill if it's amended to include unscientific and unnecessary burdens on restoring streams. Some of the amendments that have been discussed, and I haven't seen the most recent version of Senator Hester's amendment, but some of the versions would create just really onerous requirements that will drive up costs and slow down restoration. We've seen over 900 stream restoration projects across the state, and folks really only have a problem with a relatively few number. So why will we make the other 890 or more slower? Our best science shows that this is a massively effective solution for restoring the bay, creating outdoor recreational opportunities, and increasing wildlife habitat. We believe strongly in the principle that legislators should be making it easier and faster to improve the environment, not harder and slower. I think we heard this repeatedly from Senator Elfreth, and I hope that the bill stays true to its core around rapid. To reiterate, the whole Watershed Act as written will increase the speed and scale of watershed restoration. We encourage you to support the bill as written and to reject anti-stream amendments that would make progress slower and more expensive.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next. Oh, yeah, I want to break one of our two mics up there. That was a problem. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan. My name is Scott Lowe. I am an environmental scientist who is the environmental director for a local engineering company. I'm also part of the Chesapeake Watershed Restoration Professionals Group, which Liam will talk about. I'm in support of the bill as written. We all know, and Senator Elfreth stated, there's been like 40 years of Chesapeake Bay program in existence. Stormwater management is only about 45 years old. Stream restoration as a practice is only about 30 years old. And we're dealing with landscapes that have been altered for hundreds of years. Streams are not in the same place they were before we came. The wetlands have filled, the floodplains have filled. We added development on top of those. So not only are we dealing with keeping up with current development, we're trying to arrest long histories of pollution. So we're battling not only the water quality, but time. And the perception that things that we're looking at now are natural resources. A lot of those have been significantly manipulated. So we have to keep that in mind as well, trying to provide the best benefit while recognizing the history of these watersheds. The bill also includes a provision for a dashboard that allows the public to see and track projects in real time. This is critical for transparency for the public. I think supersedes some of the other comments that have been added, where people can see in real time where projects are. It also includes the licensing for contractors. Marine contractors are already licensed, engineers and landscape architects are licensed. It only makes sense to include stream restoration practitioners. Anyone who's working in a regulated waterway should be educated and aware of the responsibility of their actions in those waterways. So we're in support of the bill as it's written. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Liam O'Meara. I am an ecological restoration contractor of over 15 years and here in support of this bill as president of the Chesapeake Watershed Restoration Professionals. We are a coalition of the primary businesses that implement these practices across the state. Together, we comprise thousands of Marylanders who go to work every day to make investments on the ground and in the waters of the state to bring environmental improvement and economic benefit to our community. And as such, we strongly support this bill. We know, not everybody knows this, but Maryland's ecological restoration community is a world leader in terms of the scope and quality of the work that we do in this state. And we believe that this bill's comprehensive approach and holistic approach is the next step in making our work even better and more effective across this watershed. We believe the bill is essential for its speed, scale, and the innovation that it brings to restoration programming. And additionally, we believe that whoever has the privilege of doing this work and doing stream restoration in places as sensitive as our streams should be qualified to do so. So even though we're essentially saying, hey, come regulate us as contractors, that might be a little bit unusual. We do think that holding standards high for the folks that do this work is very important because these watersheds and the environment and the investments that we make as a state are also very important. And we think that providing an accountability structure for this work is essential. We know there are amendments that may be proposed to change the way stream restoration is permitted or handled in the state at this moment. We would urge caution in implementing any amendment or bringing any amendment forward that would slow down this process. We know that the fundamental goal of this bill is speed, and that we wouldn't want to see that goal held back at all. Thank you for your time. We strongly support passing this bill.
Okay, we'll end up with Ms. Oshevsky, who actually was part of the sponsor panel, but we're mixing things up to move things along. But with that, you've got the 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Feldman and members of the committee. I am here as Marissa Olszewski. I am the Environmental Policy Manager for Maryland League of Conservation Voters. You have my written testimony, and I will just say, me too. This bill is a priority of the Maryland League of Conservation Voters, as it is a voted on priority of over 40 groups that amount to the environmental community. We see this as a really important step in our bay restoration efforts, and we urge favorable support.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to tell the stream restoration industry that I am shocked by what you just said. We have worked together for the past 2 months to codify existing practice. We have been in multiple calls and multiple meetings where you said, we are doing this, this is best practice, this is in the MDE checklist. We then worked with MDE to codify the checklist and meet best practices that you all said you were already doing. You have admitted to me that there are some instances where 5% of the projects don't work. And I don't know what my question is quite yet, but I am just shocked. You would come here and say that there are no guardrails required and that speed is the answer. Isn't that so?
With respect, Senator Hester, I don't think we're saying that there should be 0 guardrails. I agree that we participated in a process and a conversation over the course of many months and coming up with what we thought were reasonable solutions. I don't think that we're against amendments at all. It's just that
talking out of 2. You just said the bill as introduced. We have worked at length to draft a 8 or 9 page amendment, which everybody is on board on, but the 3 of you.
With respect, I haven't seen anything as of last week. So I understand there's some confusion about what the amendment is on our part. I have to, with respect, I don't know what the exact amendment. I've seen different versions.
We will share the amendment again.
And
I would like to encourage a collaborative approach if you want this bill to pass. That's all.
Okay.
Okay. Any additional questions for this panel? Okay, thank you. We're going to go some other bit, went a little out of order here, so we picked some of the sponsor panel stuff. We're going to go to Allison Colden, who actually was another member of that second sponsor panel. So my apologies, Allison and Senator Elfeld, for not including you a little earlier in the prior panel. And then Now I'm going to reel off some other favorables, and some FWAs. Isaac Hemetz, I don't know if I called him previously. I'm not sure if he's here. We've got Marion Eady. We've got Hans Schmidt. Okay, let's just keep going. Dominic Butchko from Mako. Is Mr. Butchko here? Matt Stegman from Chesapeake Bay Foundation and Rachel Jones from, okay, we're good. And then Rachel Jones was from Ag, where we had Kevin Addicks earlier, so I don't know if she needs to come back up unless she wants to. Okay, that's the extent of the favorables and FWAs. We're going to start with you, Ms. Colden, since you were part of the sponsor panel. So you get to lead off. We'll take the other witnesses. And then we have one virtual witness, then we have some unfavorables. So, okay, why don't you lead off?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Dr. Allison Colden, Maryland Executive Director with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, here in enthusiastic support of Senate Bill 969. Our previous panelists have done a tremendous job explaining the approach of this bill and the importance of this bill and how it is responsive to the latest science coming out of the Chesapeake Bay program. So I just want to take a moment of personal privilege, if I can borrow a legislative term, and say, as a fisheries scientist by training, I'm really excited about the focus on living resources and the bringing people back to the table for restoration. And those are two critical things that this bill would do. By fostering community engagement and involvement, particularly in communities that have suffered from injustices and been excluded from the benefits of watershed restoration. It includes some significant and structured public input from the very beginning with the selection of the watersheds through every piece of implementation and design. And then by focusing on best management practices that provide multiple co-benefits, we can maximize every single state dollar. And we're not just talking about bay restoration goals. These are also the types of best management practices that can help us reach our climate goals and other objectives that the state has for public access, for engaging communities. So this is really an approach that can help us reach multiple goals that the state has and move that forward. So with that, I'd just like to say that we're incredibly grateful to the bill sponsors for bringing this and for moving us through into the next phase of bay restoration to 2025 and beyond. And we urge your favorable report.
Okay. Tom.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. I'm going to keep this very brief. You saw our written remarks. I want to thank the bill sponsors and Senator Hester for working with local governments on a set of amendments. I think we're pretty close, and I'm looking forward to those finally dropping. So we urge a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Okay. Go on.
Me?
Yes, you.
Oh, hello. My name is Marion Eady. I'm testifying for Friends of the Earth in strong support of the amendments by Senator Harris and also Delegate Terrassa to this bill. I think these guardrails are essential. I think without them, the happy talk about habitat improvements is way overblown. Most stream restorations, as they are done now, inevitably destroy riparian ecosystems. Thousands of streams must be taken out to make room for heavy machinery used to dig up and reshape stream beds and banks, killing native vegetation and microorganisms in the soil. The stream is left to bake in the sun without the shade needed for aquatic life. What rushes in to fill the void are invasive species which do not support native insects, birds, and animals. The food chain collapses. Native populations are crashing because of habitat loss, driven in part by stream restorations. Impaired streams, what bill does not spell out what should be an important criterion, restore the most impaired streams first. They have less nature left to lose and are often in heavily paved watersheds where alternative upland controls are more difficult to do. You can't fix all these problems by creating a licensing board or urging contractors to do the impossible and recreate an ecosystem from scratch. The best way to protect a stream is to invest in upland stormwater controls to stop fire hosing it so it doesn't need to be restored. But this bill doubles down on stream restoration as the one and only cure and does nothing for prevention. It creates a huge revenue stream which is devoted just to this. There is no money for upland controls or green infrastructure, despite the fact that according to MDE's own 2022 assurance plan, there are many such controls which are more effective than stream restorations. which must often be done repeatedly when we fail to address the root of the problem when too much land is paved. Is that it for me?
That's it for you. And you did sign a favorable amendment. You sounded a bit like opposed to the bill, so you might want to.
I know this bill is going to pass, but I just want to reassert, I entered as approval with these amendments.
Okay.
With these excellent amendments by Senator Harris and Teresa. I think that bill would be so much better.
Just to
Thank you.
clarify, those are members of the House of Delegates. You're probably thinking, you're
No,
probably
I'm
thinking
talking
of the
about
Hester Elford.
Hester. I'm talking
Yes,
about Hester.
yes.
I apologize.
Okay, well, it's all
Instead,
good.
Harris has-
We understood what you meant. No problem. Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, you're going to be the cleanup on this panel, and then we have one virtual witness, then we're going to go one panel unfavorables. Go on.
Sounds great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Education, Energy, and the Environment Committee. For the record, my name is Isaac Hamitz, and I am representing the Maryland, DC chapter of the Nature Conservancy, where I lead coastal and climate adaptation programs that touch down in the state's western, eastern, and Atlantic shores. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of Senate Bill 969. In name and in law, the whole Watershed Act provides Maryland with a meaningful, systems-based response to the urgent and interconnected issues of restoration and climate adaptation. As such, the Nature Conservancy supports the whole Watershed Act, including funding for projects that produce multiple benefits for people and nature, with an emphasis on environmental justice communities. TNC would also like to express its explicit support for Senate Bill 969 proposed authorization of beneficial use of dredge material as an eligible expense of the Waterways Improvement Fund. This change is a concrete example of the whole watershed approach applied to an existing state program. Whereas the Waterways Improvement Fund previously only authorized dredging as an eligible expense, it will now also include the restorative practice of beneficial use dredge material, bringing natural resource impacts and restoration into systems level alignment. Within this context, the beneficial use of dredge material practices and regional sediment management strategies complement the whole Watershed Act and offer Maryland opportunities to align restoration and climate adaptation with maritime commerce and recreational boating. We applaud the authors and bill sponsors of Senate Bill 969 for their foresight and inclusive vision of whole watersheds and their commitment to Maryland, its people, and the environment. For these reasons, we request a favorable report for Senate Bill 969. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the panel. Any questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, we do have one virtual witness. We're going to bring into the queue Allegra Cangelosi, and we're going to see if we can find her. And
I'm here. I'm not sure how to start my video. There. Okay.
Okay, we
go.
found you. So you've got, again,
Okay.
2 minutes and you're signed up favorable with amendments. So 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Allegra Cangelosi, a Maryland resident of 35 years and an environmental professional focused on the Great Lakes, now retired. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on SB 969, which creates a stream restoration licensing board and authorizes pilot studies. My position is favorable, but only with amendment. My concern is the bill continues enabling dramatic tear it up and rebuild it approaches to routine stream work in Maryland. This, even though ample science shows this approach profoundly degrades stream ecosystems and is not even effective at controlling stormwater over time. Recent science confirms the effectiveness of non-destructive BMPs, also sanctioned by the Maryland Accounting Guidance. But this bill misses the opportunity as written to accelerate their use. Yes, it acknowledges virtues of BMPs with its pilot studies, but let's not wait 5 to 10 years for those to play out before better incorporating them into Maryland's routine stream work. Much authoritative research confirming the superiority and effectiveness of BMPs already hails from our mid-Atlantic region. And at the rate contractors are initiating stream restoration projects in Maryland, which this bill allows them to actively solicit from neighborhoods, I am not sure we will have any natural streams left to protect by the time these studies play out. We can avoid this. Please amend this bill to require or decisively incentivize BMP use for routine Maryland stream work. Please increase contractor accountability to the MDE and MDE accountability to the public. I include more specific recommendations in my written testimony and a list of scientific sources, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the virtual witness? Seeing none, thank you. We're going to go to one panel of unfavorables, 3 witnesses, Lynn Parsons, Kenneth Bauer, Roger Davis. And then we do have one virtual witness unfavorable we'll get to after the 3 in-person witnesses. And whoever wants to lead off, get the mic and you each have 2 minutes.
Why don't you go first?
Hello, my name is Roger Davis. I live in Ellicott City. I'm against Senate Bill 969. I recently won a fight to stop a stream restoration that would have cost $1.8 million and would have resulted in the removal of hundreds of trees. I have a website, saveplumtreebranch.org, which has lots of information detailing the problems with stream restorations, but I've not updated it since we convinced Howard County to stop the project. My website has pictures of many failed restorations just within several miles of my house. I fight stream restorations, so I hang out with a lot of Democrats, but I'm here today to encourage the Republican members. As much as I despise Donald Trump, this type of issue is exactly what rightly motivates Trump's supporters. The Chesapeake Bay program was initiated by Maryland to get federal money to help clean up the bay. Unfortunately, a former Forestry Service guy named Dave Rosgen, who has been successful in promoting stream restorations to federal agencies who love spending money. He found he could make much more money teaching government employees, and the Chesapeake Bay program adopted his methods. The Chesapeake Bay program pays engineers lots of money to develop models which they use to develop numbers for the TMDLs for the localities. Engineering models give the appearance of science, but they are not. Even the Inspector General of the EPA criticized the Chesapeake Bay program for claiming improvement to the bay based in their models, not on scientific evidence. During the Hogan administration, the Maryland Association of Counties convinced the MDE to grant even more credit for stream restorations. So now nobody wants to do anything but stream restorations. There's no science supporting stream restorations. Henry Petrosky, a famous engineer from Duke, said, "Science is about knowing, engineering is about doing." Margaret Palmer at the University of Maryland did a meta study of 640 stream restorations, which found that they do not work. If you look up Margaret Palmer on Google citation, you will see, is that my time?
It's the 2 minutes. Okay, that's how everybody had the same 2 minutes. So, sir, you're up next.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Kenneth Bauer with the Coalition to Stop Stream Destruction. We request an unfavorable report on this bill. The message from the other side is simply, trust us, stream restorations are good, so bestow upon us the honor of being licensed. This bill changes nothing about stream restorations other than expediting them. The inconvenient truth is that stream restorations do not work. But rather than just say, trust us, here are conclusions from the scientific articles referenced in our written testimony. An analysis of 644 projects by Palmer from University of Maryland says stream restorations are being done, quote, despite growing scientific evidence that such approaches do not enhance ecological recovery, and the data suggests they are often ineffective in stabilizing streams, unquote. Hildebrand, University of Maryland, his analysis of 40 projects concluded, quote, there simply were few ecological differences between restored and unrestored sites. In fact, the unrestored sections were often ecologically better than the restored sections, unquote. An analysis of 30 projects by Carr said, quote, our analysis of the differences between ecological conditions of restored sites and unrestored sites showed that the restored sites consistently scored lower. An analysis of 11 streams in Anne Arundel County by Sutherland showed that the biology did not improve. They found, quote, overall vertebrate uplift appears to be constrained by continuing poor water quality, unquote. The reason we haven't heard any scientific support for stream restorations from the other side is because it doesn't exist. We should not license stream restoration companies when observations and the science show that their practices are failing to prevent stream erosion, failing to improve water quality, and failing to improve the environment. And they fail to address the root cause of stream degradation, which is lack of upland stormwater control. We should follow science, not the money. The science says that stream restorations simply do not work. For these reasons, we request an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the two panelists? Unfavorable? Thank you, sir, both of you. We're going to go to one. Virtual witness also signed up unfavorable, Sharon Boyce. Ms. Boyce, you've got 2 minutes, and again, you're signed up unfavorable.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sharon Boyce. Thank you for this opportunity. Maryland's forested stream ecosystems are complex, finite, and invaluable resources. Many cool waters are the headwaters for our drinking water, but deforestation, paving, development, polluted stormwater runoff, and climate change have really taken a toll. Yet in most cases, they still survive, flourish, and support life. Our fragile stream ecosystems are irreplaceable, but they are threatened habitats and beginning to quickly vanish with our permission and blessing when we permit heavily engineered stream restorations. Baseline testing would have shown the stream in my neighborhood was an aquarium, healthy enough to sustain life. Our stream post-project remains biologically impaired to this day. If a stream supports life, don't we have an ethical and moral duty to protect it at this time? Stream restoration is not protection. I appreciate this bill recognizes that changes need to occur, but we need improvements right now. I suggest the following amendments at a minimum. Replace the licensing board with the scientific advisory board. Prohibit project solicitation by contractors. Require baseline testing and bank pins to measure erosion rates and before and after impact studies to rate project performance and success before credits are awarded. Require expanded transparency and community engagement. Maryland has permitted over 700 projects in good faith, but they're all experiments. This pilot project should be to evaluate their outcomes before we accelerate the approval process for any more. Our streams have been through enough. Before you consider a favorable report, I am asking this committee to please come on a stream walk with me this weekend to see a typical project at year 4. See what your voters are left with and why I have made these suggestions before you vote in favor of this bill. Please come and see what we're left with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our virtual witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 969. We're going to go to Senator Hershey, who I see walked into the room. Our minority leader is Senator Hershey. You've designated, we got 6 witnesses on your quote sponsor panel. So if you are willing to, we got 6 seats there. If you're willing to go to the fancy new podium we have here and present from there, I could fill up the table with your 6.
You're so much better.
Yeah, so let's see. We've got Peter Kitzmiller. Mr. Kitzmiller, come on up. Daniel Fitzgerald, Sam Weaver.
We're all outside, I think. Still.
Well, yeah, if you could.
Did you skip Kramer's?
We're going to take you first. And while we're at it, Thurman Donaway, Michael Johansson, and Jeffrey Pahenka. Those are the 6 witnesses the senator has designated.
As soon as I'm done.
And Senator, whoever else you want to bring up is fine.
Yeah, what? No. No, we have you. It's all right.
Okay, we've got
We got one more seat. Mike, you want to come over, or Peter?
Can you read the names one more time?
okay, Mike Johansson's back there in reserve, so
Yes, sir.
we'll bring you up if you want to testify. Okay, Senator Hershey, we're going to let you lead off with Senate Bill 1063, and you take the time you need to present the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, for the record, Senator Steve Hershey to present Senate Bill 1063, which is an attempt to better align the timing of the California EV mandate with the needs and interests of Maryland residents and businesses. Further, this bill eliminates financial penalties on auto manufacturers so that they are not incentivized to disrupt Maryland's auto sales economy. It is important to note, when Maryland first adopted the California car program in 2007, the General Assembly, after much debate and following the failure of the legislation in previous years, passed the law authorizing the state of Maryland to follow the California vehicle emission standards for new vehicles. The General Assembly had the opportunity to fully consider the benefits and the impacts of the California rules. The 2007 action differs from today, as the new California Advanced Clean Cars 2 standards were adopted by the Maryland Department of
last year by regulation, not by legislation. The new ACC2 standard is a mandate that each manufacturer must ship to Maryland dealers a certain percentage of vehicles meeting the EV clean emission rules. For example, in model year 2027, that ship-in requirement is 43%, and it rises each year thereafter until it reaches 100%. SB 1063 is the General Assembly's first opportunity to consider legislation on the new ACC2 requirements, and I believe the importance of the issue involved in this new standard deserve our thoughtful consideration as it did in 2007. Here are the concerns that have been brought to my attention. Maryland is bordered by states that have chosen not to participate in the ACC2, so car buyers will have a short drive, less than 1 hour, to get to out-of-state dealers who will have significant supply of internal combustion engine cars or ICE cars. Pennsylvania is not considering joining ACC2. Virginia and Delaware have not fully adopted, and it looks like they won't, although what the opposition might tell you. This means that even after model year 2027, the EV goal is implemented, Marylanders are free to buy ICE cars from outside states and title them here. In order to meet the 43% ship-in mandate, manufacturers may use credits to help meet the goal, but credits will not cover even half the 43% goal, plus those credits and flexibilities end after model year 2030. Another way the manufacturers may meet the goal is to deliver fewer cars to Maryland dealers. For example, if a typical dealer gets 1,000 new units per year, the manufacturer at the 2027 goal of 43% must have 430 EVs ready to ship to that Maryland dealer. If the manufacturer's production of EVs is not sufficient, the manufacturer can reduce the total supply of new units going to that Maryland dealer. So for example, if a dealer were to get 1,000 cars annually at 43% requirement, there would be 430 EVs that were sent and 570 non-EVs. If the manufacturers only have 200 EVs and must meet this 43% requirement, they will send in 465 non-EVs instead of 570. So that would be a total of 665 vehicles rather than 1,000 vehicles sent to that dealership. So you can imagine a Maryland dealer with 100 or more employees receiving not 1,000 new cars a year, but only 665 because the manufacturer is not producing enough EVs nationally to meet the demands of the mandate. With the possibility of fewer cars to sell and Maryland buyers freely able to buy ICE cars from surrounding states, the potential impacts to Maryland dealers, Maryland employees, and tax revenues is staggering. Other concerns we have as the mandate to purchase electric vehicles are that consumer demand for EVs is slowing. And there's a great article in the Wall Street Journal just a month ago titled "The 6 Months That Short-Circuited the Electric Vehicle Revelation." And it talks about the F-150 Lightning, which many saw President Biden was at that facility about a year ago, and driving that off before it came across the production line. Since then, Ford has cut manufacturing by half of the F-150 Lightning and shifted its workers to other facilities that manufacture gas-powered SUVs and pickups. The article goes on to say that quite simply, the consumer demand from EVs is no longer there. So Maryland has been working on EV charging infrastructure for quite some time, but we all realize much more needs to be done, and it will cost hundreds of millions of dollars to eventually reduce range anxiety. MDE published a report in December recommending that a program to incentivize EV purchases, and that projected cost of the program, $300 million a year. So what can we do? We have received some advice from the Attorney General's office that delaying Maryland's participation in the ACC2 would require the state to drop out of the California program and return instead to the federal emission program. Well, quite simply, I'm not sure that this General Assembly is willing to do that. So our other option is to send a clear message to the manufacturers that we want them to continue to produce clean vehicles, including EVs and plug-in hybrid EVs, but that we will not penalize them for failing to meet the ratio established by the state of California. The AG has advised that we have the power to enact a new law related to the enforcement of the ACC program. So this bill is about supporting Maryland businesses and related jobs. The only opposition is from the extreme environmental community that is rarely concerned with Maryland's economy. So, Mr. Chairman, I encourage the committee to work with the manufacturers, the dealers, the Department of Environment, and the advocates, other advocates, to reach the right balance. And for these reasons, I request the committee give Senate Bill 1063 a favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hershey. Why don't you have a designated
Yeah.
lead? Okay. Why don't you tell us who you are? Each of you will be on the 2-minute clock. Okay, so why don't you start with your name?
Okay. My name is Sandy Fitzgerald Angelo, and I'm the dealer operator of 13 automobile franchises in Salisbury. I appreciate the time today to be able to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1063. We all share the common goal of reducing CO2 emissions and fostering a cleaner environment. However, the transition to electric vehicles in Maryland at the current mandated rate presents significant challenges for the businesses and citizens of our state and requires careful consideration. I have invested millions of dollars in chargers, special tools, training, and inventory to support the sales of electric vehicles, and we've done our part to advance this green initiative. I kind of missed a part here where I want to say we employ over 600 people with a payroll over $54 million, supporting many families on the Eastern Shore. Last year, we sold over 10,000 vehicles, generating over $18 million in sales tax for the state of Maryland. Out of that, we only sold 43 battery electric vehicles. That's less than 1% of our sales. So unfortunately, we can't force people to buy what they don't want to, and there are many reasons why they aren't buying them: price, size, practicality, charging, range anxiety, insurance costs, cost of ownership, dangerous voltage, fire hazards, etc., which you will hear about today. As it stands, the law states that the manufacturers, as Senator Hershey said, must allocate 43% by model year 27, which is year 26 for us. If they're he was talking about the manufacturer can't produce them, but if we can't sell them, we would also have to turn away those vehicles. So if we're getting 143 of them have to be electric, we can only sell 7. We've got to reject those 36. In turn, to be at that 43%, we would only get 16 gas vehicles instead of 100. This would cause us to lay off 2/3 of our employees. I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to go next?
I'm Sam Weaver. I'm Vice President and Partner at Chevy Chase Automotive in downtown Bethesda. And we have been providing transportation solutions for our clients for over 85 years now. And we are very excited about being in the epicenter of the EV market. Our single point dealership is well underway at creating electric infrastructure, which at this point exceeds more than $500,000 in expense. And we have another $150,000 in additional expense for safety infrastructure and special tools. I think that alone tells you that we are committed to the EV business. I am of the opinion, and I think many would agree, EVs are coming at a revolutionary pace. But the charging infrastructure is coming at an evolutionary pace. And it's this infrastructure concern that will hamper the widespread adoption of these incredible vehicles. Our manufacturer partner has indicated they will comply with the 43% delivery mandate, but it is unlikely that my manufacturer, along with many others, will have the manufacturing or battery capacity to ship these vehicles, EVs, to Maryland. The only option the manufacturer has is to ship less vehicles to meet the delivery mandate. And I get shipped 1,000 vehicles. So Senator Hershey's example is my example. EVs are here to stay, and that's great news. And we should do everything we can to put more EVs on the road as quickly as we can. This infrastructure issue puts this at risk, though. On behalf of myself, my family, my 130 employees, and the 325 family members that depend on my employees' livelihood, we thank you for allowing me to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1063.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to go next? Sir, LCR. Touch it. Here, here's,
All right.
stop, yeah.
I'm Jeff Ohanka. I have ownership in 12 dealerships from the state of Maryland. I was the 2023 chairman of the National Automobile Dealers Association, representing 16,000 new car dealers. Nationally, dealers are gearing up for an electric vehicle future, investing $10 billion in training, equipment, charging infrastructure, and inventory. I personally own 2 EVs and drove one here today. I'm here to support Senate Bill 1063. Maryland is on track to require 42% of new vehicle sales be electric by the fall of 26, with an annual 8% annual increase thereafter. Last year, only about 3% of OEM new vehicle sales were EVs. That's a long way from 42%. Consumer demand is tepid, and dealers have over 100-day supply of unsold EVs. Currently, 12 auto manufacturers do not yet offer an electric vehicle for sale. Consumer demand is limited by affordability concerns. According to S&P International, payments can be 40% higher for an EV than for a similar gas vehicle from the same brand. Consumer demand is limited by charging concerns. Many will never have the convenience of home charging. They live in an apartment or rent. The majority of EV owners will have to use public fast chargers that are more expensive, inconvenient, and sometimes even broken. So what will happen when Maryland's EV sales mandates are not met? For OEM manufacturers, they'll simply have to stop selling gasoline cars, and there won't be enough credits to avoid that. For consumers, if they don't like new car offerings, they have 3 choices: keep their old car, buy a used car, or go another state to purchase a new car and bring it back to Maryland. These 3 choices do not help the environment or the Maryland economy. They will simply export our jobs to other states. The best choice for Maryland is to support one national standard. Let the federal government decide what is best, and not California with its unique environmental issues. Support SB 1063. It's good for consumers, the environment, and the Maryland economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Who wants to go next?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Peter Kitzmiller. I'm the president of the Maryland Automobile Dealers Association. We represent 300 franchise new car and truck dealers and our 20,000 employees here today in support of Senate Bill 1063. I just want to make a couple of points. Number one, this idea of the manufacturers having to limit inventory they send to Maryland dealers is not theoretical. It's going to be part of the compliance going forward. The manufacturers have been very clear that they are going to comply with the 43% mandate starting in model year 2027, which is the fall of 2026, 30 months away. They are going to comply. And part of that compliance, you're going to hear later about credits and regulatory flexibility. Part of that compliance will be limiting the number of vehicles they send to my dealers. That's just going to happen. It's not theoretical. We already have one manufacturer currently since July that limits the type of vehicles Maryland dealers can stock in inventory based on whether it's a plug-in hybrid or not. So this is not theoretical. And I've heard, from some of the opponents that, we're overreacting. We're not overreacting. I've been president of the Maryland Auto Dealers for 26 years. I can tell you this issue is the one that keeps me up at night because we cannot afford to have 20, 30% less inventory going forward. And in closing, what does that mean? Well, if I get less inventory as a Toyota dealer, the way customers work now since COVID, they're going to go online and they're going to see the guy in Baltimore has 2 Tacoma pickups and the dealer up in York, Pennsylvania has 102. They're going to go up and buy what they want to get, the color, the equipment, et cetera, up in York. They're going to bring it back and they're going to title the vehicle. So what have we accomplished? We drove a sale out of state and we haven't put one single additional EV on the road. And with that, we'd ask for a favorable report.
Okay, who wants to go next? Who did I miss? Sir, on the end.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the committee for allowing me to testify in favor of SB 1063. My name is Dan Fitzgerald, and I'm the general manager of a Volkswagen dealership in Salisbury, Maryland. We were the first Volkswagen dealership to become electrified, meaning ready to prepare to sell the EV vehicle back in 2020. We spent over $1 million getting ready for the electrification. We spent ample time sending our techs to training, which are going to meet one in a little while, and our salespeople learning how to sell the product. In early 2021, VW launched its first electrical vehicle, the ID.4. I was all in on the ID.4. I volunteered to host the training for the entire Volkswagen network. They came out and recorded me to show all the dealers how to launch the ID.4. In 2021, we sold 13 ID.4s our first year, 0.026% of our sales. We followed up 2021 and 2022 with 14 ID.4s, which represented 0.32% of our sales. In 2023, we sold 7 ID.4s, a slight decrease, which represented 0.016% of our sales. And for the first months of 2024, we have yet to register a sale on an ID.4. We certainly hoped for a bigger return on investment than 34 ID sales, but also understood it was going to take some time. Of the 34 ID.4s we've sold, 10 have traded the vehicle at Volkswagen or other dealerships for ICE vehicles. Upon discussion with these customers, they revealed the primary pain point for purchasing an EV on the Eastern Shore is the lack of charging stations. Most stated that even with extensive charging plans, things happened, and they found themselves running out of power and without charging range to get where they needed to go. The following chart, hopefully I blew it up big enough for you guys, shows all of the available fast charging stations on the Eastern Shore to include Maryland, Delaware, and Virginia. Imagine that you lived in Denton or Federalsburg or in Princess Anne or in Snow Hill, and you're running low on juice on the way home. How much do you feel? Right now, we can't handle 1% sales, much less 43. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johansson, when are you gonna?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Johansson on behalf of the Washington Area New Auto Dealers Association. So what we're asking you isn't any different than what the State Mass Transit Administration has asked. In 2020, the predecessor committee here passed legislation that said all mass transit buses shall be zero emission buses beginning in FY 2023, 100%, big standard. In the BRFA this year, they submitted legislation to modify that requirement down to 25% and said further, if we can't meet 25% going forward, we'll buy clean diesel buses and that'll be acceptable as a replacement to the zero emission bus. So you have a state agency that has funding, and obviously it's always a challenge, but they noted they would save $20 million a year by reducing the standard. And their comment was, well, they aren't commercially available. There's not enough manufacturers of them and they're hard to get. So we're really just saying the same thing. We're talking about reducing the standard. You'll hear from the Department of Environment, and we've had many meetings with them in the governor's office, that they're going to be very flexible in enforcement. But the manufacturers need to know what the ground rules are ahead of time. They can't miss the first year and try and make it up in the second or third year because it keeps going up. So we're just looking for some help, some clarity for the manufacturers so that we don't find ourselves in the situation you've heard about where you get half the vehicles. If you get half the number of new vehicles, if you get 1,000 a year and you only get 500 new vehicles, most transactions involve a trade-in. So now that car dealer is not getting a few hundred trade-ins that they actually get first crack out of and make sure that they can make the best deal on. So it is a cycle that would really be damaging. We just ask you for your help. Thank you.
Okay, questions for this panel? We'll start with Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Hershey, thank you for the legislation, and to the whole panel, thank you. And Ms. Angelo, my question is to you. As a business leader, you talked about the number of employees, 600 plus. You also talked about the investments you've made with these new requirements. And I appreciated that you invited the Eastern Shore delegation to come out and actually to educate us on your investments. But what really caught my attention, and I was hoping you would share it with the full committee, is when we went in and you showed us the new, I guess, requirements and standards for working on vehicles. And as I still remember the yellow kind of, I mean, it looked like crime tape, but you know, that the way you had to partition everything off, and then also the safety suits. And so I wanted just to better understand that, and the investment, and also the safety of your employees.
Okay, so we have a technician with us and he has the suit. So if you wait for his testimony, you can have him show you that. But it can be very dangerous, but I'm not gonna take the time to repeat what he's gonna say.
But can you
thank
talk about your investment?
So it, like I said, it's a lot of money that we put into it. And like Dan said, we are still hopeful to get that return. We just need the time for the technology to catch up, and so that customers naturally want these vehicles. Really, right now, the technology isn't as good as it can be and will be.
So just to be clear, when we talk about investment, it's not just infrastructure, we're also talking safety.
Sure, absolutely. And yes, there's only 2 minutes, so I couldn't say a whole lot, but the chargers themselves are astronomical to put a level 3 charger in. And the safety equipment, the gear is, I think it's $1,250 a technician just for the suit and the gloves. And they have to be replaced every 2 years. So multiply that times the technicians. Also the equipment that you saw, the lifts to get the battery out of the vehicle, the tables that they sit on. You also have, when you have a technician working on the vehicle, he has to have the bays beside him empty. All this is taking away from the business that could be happening, that we're repairing other customers' cars. So I think there's 4 bays that get tied up during the fixing. I won't say replacing, because at Volkswagen, it's actually replacing the cells. But these batteries weigh 1,000 pounds. There's 500 pounds of raw materials in them. There's 500 pounds of plastic and steel. And sometimes I don't think people realize how big that is. It's as long as this table, and it goes under the whole underneath of the car. So.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to Senator Brooks and then Senator Augustine. Next, Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Jeffrey Pohanka? Yes. You said there's a possibility that Marylanders will go out of state, purchase a vehicle and bring it back in here. Now, is there a likelihood that Maryland would charge like an excise tax or book value or something like that on a car coming in from a different state? Not at all?
No, I think they're free to buy a car wherever they want, bring it back, you pay tax where you title it. So they're gonna, let's just say remember, this is 42% in year one, then it's 50% and 58%. It's 8% increase every year to 0 gasoline cars by 2035. That's the California rule that we're following. So that will essentially ban the sale of gasoline cars. Manufacturers are not able to gear up production fast enough. Secondly, there's not enough consumer demand. Now, look, electric car sales weren't 3%. They were 7% last year in the United States, retail sales. Tesla was it's done fairly well, 60% of the 7%. So OEMs are only about 3% of their sales are electric, and we have over 100-day supply of cars. That's very telling. And the demand is certainly higher in some areas. Look, it'd be higher in Washington, D.C. than the Eastern Shore of Maryland, based on, lots of factors. But a consumer is free to go wherever they want to buy a car and bring it back. And they're very smart. They'll do that. Now, the manufacturer, what I fear is manufacturers will not have enough, they will not have enough electric cars. Absolutely will not. So they'll just have to stop because the fine's $21,000 per car. There will not be enough credits. They'll have to stop selling gasoline cars in the state of Maryland. Consumer, if they want a car, again, they can keep their old car, fix it, buy a used car, or leave the state, and they will leave the state. Bring it back, which just exports our jobs somewhere else. You get your revenue, state gets their revenue, dealer loses our jobs. We have to trim our staff and maybe put dealership out of business because our business probably will reduce by 50%.
All right, thanks, Chair.
Okay, we're gonna go to Senator Augustine.
Thank you, Chair Feldman. I just want to welcome Mr. Pohanka to the committee. I mean, we're really grateful for all the support that you provide to the people of Prince George's County, and your just tremendous talent that you and your family have given to all of us, and your expertise in this area. I mean, you are a leader in this space in the country. And so I just want to say thank you for being here and for the things that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
I had one question, Mr. Kitzmiller. The bill we had the other day, the bill that on the EV charging and all that. I recall you made the point about you know, the folks who have the EVs now are what you characterize as the early adopters.
Yep.
And that now, could you just sort of maybe, that stuck with me at that time, just
So
if you could just maybe expand a little bit about
absolutely.
that.
I mean, I think, you know, if you look at EV sales from 4 or 5 years ago, we've gone up dramatically every year. And I keep hearing from the Department of Environment how, you know, we've doubled sales every year, but we have now reached the point where people who want to be early adopters, certainly Montgomery County is a market that does that, Howard County, those people have all bought EVs now. They bought a Tesla early on, or now they've transitioned to some of the other manufacturers. And what we have left now going forward to get us from, you know, the 7% or whatever number you want to use to 43 is we have to sell these cars on their merits now. These aren't going to be early adopters. People are going to buy these cars because an EV works better for them than an internal combustion engine car. And that's very, very challenging. Again, as I mentioned yesterday, these cars, I bought an EV 3 months ago. I'm a car person. I love cars. And I kind of took one for the team because the car's fabulous. It really is. It accelerates. It's amazing. It's smooth, has more room. The problem is the charging is not amazing. It is problematical at best. And again, as was mentioned earlier in this panel, that's it when we're at, let's just round it off at 10%. And so again, we're going forward, we're going to sell these cars like we sell every car on the merits of the vehicle. And the charging, I think, without question, because you can, you know, people talk about range anxiety. Range anxiety is part and parcel of, hey, how am I going to charge my vehicle? If you can't charge at home, you're not going to buy one. 50% of our customer base is in multifamily housing. And so that's a problem. And then the last point I'd make about charging is I was in the office on Sunday getting ready for this, and California, March 1st, installed their 10,000th DC fast charger in California. Maryland, we have 300 and they have 10,000. And so, you know, the bottom line is we're being expected to meet these sales goal that California has set out for themselves, but we're doing it with both hands tied behind our back at this point with regards to the infrastructure.
Okay, additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, we did have 2 additional witnesses signed up. And I don't know if they need to now because Jason Manuel, Devin Smith, are they here?
Yep.
Okay. And again, you guys don't, okay, who's the third? And y'all don't have to necessarily, what's that? Okay, why don't you 3 guys come up, but you don't have to repeat, you know, the same thing that we already heard it. Just if you could add something new to the discussion, that would be great. Okay, so sir, since you sat down right next to a mic first, you're going to lead off. Each of you have 2 minutes. And again, if you could just add something new that we haven't already heard, that would be helpful. Rob, tell us your name and then you can proceed.
Thank you, committee members, for allowing me to testify on the Senate Bill 1063. I'm Thurman Donaway, the Vice President of Operations for a Floyd Toyota store in Salisbury, Maryland. We sell over 3,500 new and used vehicles every year, with less than 1% being electrical vehicles. It is hard enough being in a big, to find a charger in a big city, but almost impossible in a rural area like the Eastern Shore. The majority of our customers can't afford EV. The average cost of an EV compared to an ICE vehicle, to an ICE counterpart, is 40% higher. The difference in depreciation between the identical 2 vehicles is staggering. According to Manheim Auto Auctions and Transactions, the ICE vehicle depreciates an average of 10 to 15% from the day it is titled. The BEV equal depreciates an average of 35 to 40%. Customers have serious charging anxiety. They don't have to worry about running out of power. It is like having a cell phone, a plug. You cannot just quickly find an outlet. A lot of customers do not have access to chargers. The average cost to install a charger is $2,000. Many live in apartment buildings where they cannot install. On many occasions, I've sold an EV and had to reverse the deal or trade the customer in because it did not fit their lifestyle. We currently have 5 vehicles traded in our inventory that we cannot resell. No one wants them. The list of inconveniences grow with each sale. One customer sat in a freezing grocery store parking lot crying for 45 minutes and called me while their vehicle charged because when they had the heat on, it could not make the trip. On the other hand, hybrids is a better solution, the Clean Cars Act. They're less expensive, run on gas and battery, and gas when needed. You can build 90 with the same raw material that you need for one BEV. You cannot legislate demand. People will just go out of state and buy their cars. Please report favorably for this bill and our company and our employees and our customers' sake. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, tell us who you are. You got two minutes.
Good afternoon, committee members. Thank you for allowing me to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1063. My name is Devin Smith, and I'm an EV sales specialist with Ford. It's my job to educate our customers on the benefits of EVs and how to operate them. I think it's important to share with you all the pros and cons of today's BEVs. With Ford, we have the F-150 Lightning pickup and the Mustang Mach-E crossover. The Lightning is an impressive truck. It's incredible. It delivers plenty of towing power and provides a driving experience like nothing else. The problem is today's batteries are massive, dangerous, require long charge times. Although people love the truck, they don't trust its technology. With its own list of impressive features, the Mach-E doesn't disappoint either. However, the battery, charge times, and potential fire hazards leave the people feeling the same as they do about the Lightning. Currently, there are 3 levels of charging. Level 1, vehicle plugs directly into a 120-volt outlet at your home. At 3 miles per charge hour, it would take roughly 104 hours to charge your vehicle to 100%. Level 2, it requires a 240-volt outlet, which will need to be installed by a certified electrician costing up to $2,000. At 22 miles per charge hour, or 22 miles per hour charge hour, it would take approximately 10 hours to charge your vehicle 100%. And then, of course, you have your DC fast charging. It would take approximately 45 minutes to charge your vehicle from 15 to 80%. Fast chargers will only charge the battery to 80% in order to prevent battery damage. Frequent DC fast charging will also cause significant damage to the battery over time. More than 20% of EV drivers have experienced charge failures or equipment malfunctions. Based on the government's estimates, 2.8 million public chargers will be needed by 2032, but only 170,000 exist today. That's only 6% of what is needed. That means 800 new chargers would have to be built over a single day or every single day for the next 9 years. In 2021, the government put $7.5 billion up for charging stations, yet only 3 have been built through this program. These batteries weigh up to 1,800 pounds and have up to 650 volts of electricity. The vehicles weigh 2,500 pounds or more on average and are very damaging to our roads and hard to work on. As I said, these vehicles are impressive. However, the technology is just not there yet. Thank you for your time, and I hope you report favorably on this bill.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, you're gonna play clean up on this. Get the mic right there. You go.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to testify today in favor of Senate Bill 1063. My name is Jason Manuel. I'm a master certified technician with Volkswagen of America. The workshop procedures and equipment necessities required for high voltage battery repair has a huge impact on workshop safety, productivity, and cost. To perform an EV battery repair in our facility, a minimum requirement of 2 manufacturer certified technicians is needed per job, as well as 2 work bays and at least 1 lift that is suitable for supporting an electric vehicle. The workshop also has to be very well ventilated and temperature controlled for battery storage and technician body temp when working in an EV suit. In the best case scenario, the vehicle will operate normally to be pulled into the workshop. But in a lot of cases, if the high voltage battery system is inoperable, the vehicle will have to be pushed in. This would not be a problem, but the resistance in the electric drive motors will only allow the vehicle to be pushed at a maximum speed of 1 mile per hour. This would be the same case for customers stuck on the side of the road or even first responders. Once the vehicle is safely supported, the battery case, roughly 1,500 pounds, can then be prepared to be dropped on a special support table. From this point moving forward, 2 specifically qualified technicians are needed to continue until the completion. The vehicle must remain on the lift while performing the repairs because the battery case itself is designed to act as the main structural support for the vehicle chassis. So the vehicle cannot be lowered on its own weight. It has to stay on the lift. The technicians now move the battery case into another work bay, downing 2 working bays, and rope off the entire area needed so that only certified techs can enter. The techs are needed to be in the EV suits at all time that I did bring today if anyone has any questions. The techs then remove 88 fasteners holding the top case cover on by hand. You cannot use electric or air tools, only hand tools that are well insulated. Once the cover is removed, the techs are exposed to roughly 400-volt battery system. The peak output is estimated at 300 amps, which quick research shows that 0.4 of an amp is enough to impact the performance of the heart.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for this panel? Senator Carozza.
Briefly, one quick question for Mr. Manuel and one quick question for Mr. Donaway. Mr. Donaway, you spoke about the hybrids and you mentioned this number 90. If you could clarify that, and Mr. Manuel, well, let me get that answer now.
Yes, so the hybrids and the plugins, the raw material to make one battery, you can make 90 of the plug-in vehicles, which still run on a battery and have the capability of running on gas also as a backup.
So 90 hybrid batteries to
one BEV, one full electric vehicle. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Manuel, when you were talking about all the safety procedures that you're going through in your team, I mean, are you getting questions from your coworkers about the safety? I mean, we're talking suits, we're talking distance, we're talking weight, what's the feedback from the employees?
Absolutely. Typically, they are, I would use the word intimidated. They know not to come in that zone. Manufacturers are different for repairs, but in ours, we have, like you had mentioned, the caution tape, essentially. The area is roped off. We have to put signs on every corner of it for liability and for safety, of course. They ask questions. A lot of times we've had observations. Our general manager has watched a few. We've had representatives from Volkswagen of America come for the first 2 or 3 and had to spectate and kind of inspect our areas to make sure that there's no confusion on who's allowed in, what can and can't be done, and so on and so forth.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
No other questions. Thank you for your testimony. We have 2 more witnesses that are informational, Josh Fisher and Bill Kress, if you want to come up. And if you all, as you know, you can go in either order. You have up to 2 minutes.
Go ahead, Josh.
You may begin your testimony.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Josh Fisher. I'm with the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. The Alliance is a trade association representing the auto manufacturers who produce the most vehicles sold in the U.S. each year. I want to take the opportunity today to provide the auto industry's perspective on the feasibility of ACC2 in Maryland and to highlight some of the supportive policies that are desperately needed to help consumers and businesses navigate what will be a very different and challenging new vehicle market in Maryland. Now, Maryland will need to determine the feasibility of meeting the EV sales requirements and whether it can afford to make the necessary investments to help spur the EV market. Let me be clear, automakers do not dispute the feasibility of EVs as a technology. Over 111 models of electric vehicles are available in the marketplace right now at just about every price point and segment. The question here, however, concerns whether it is feasible to require EV sales in the new vehicle fleet in the proportions and in the time frame required under ACC2 in Maryland. The ability of the industry to meet these rapidly increasing sales requirements depends on individual states and local jurisdictions adopting supportive policies that will enable their residents to be able to purchase and fuel an EV. These are largely beyond the control of automakers, yet they are prerequisites to the industry being able to achieve the sales volumes required under ACC2. As part of your assessment on whether the EV sales requirements are feasible, we suggest your assessment include consideration of the following questions. Can Maryland afford to commit the required amount of money to its consumer EV purchase incentive and its EV charging incentive? Can Maryland enact policies like Chair Feldman's Senate Bill 695, which would provide residents of multi-unit dwellings with home charging? Is Maryland doing enough to educate consumers about EVs and to encourage increases in market uptake? There are more issues to consider, which you can find in our written testimony, but if the answer to these questions is no, then the feasibility of the EV sales requirements under ACC2 in Maryland do need to be seriously questioned. We are committed to working with the state to adopt these supportive policies, but from our perspective, each year that passes without a major commitment makes it more challenging. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Mr. Kress, up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Bill Kress here today on behalf of the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. I want to kind of turn the discussion to how Maryland got here. In 2007, we adopted the California emission standards. There are 12 members of the California Air Resource Board that sets policy for California. We follow that. California has put in over $10 billion for infrastructure and for incentives. Maryland's probably in the neighborhood of less than 100 million in total, including federal money. If we were going to do it in the same way that California has done it per capita basis, you would be looking at $1.5 billion in investment from the state. California's at 25%, Maryland's at 11%. And so to bridge that gap, it's going to require a lot of resources by the state. I think the concern you should have is we have a rollout that does not work. And then Marylanders get turned off by electric vehicles. And it's, an utter disaster. We have 30 months before those vehicles are rolled out in Maryland. You're going to hear a lot more from us, I'm sure, next year on this issue. We're going to be working with the administration, but there needs to be a more coordinated effort to get this done in the proper way. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Kress, Senator Carrizo, brief question.
Comment about, we're following the California standard, which is driven by 12 board members that are non-elected. Is that correct?
That's correct. We follow the regulations that are put out by the California Air Resource Board.
And it's been driven by those 12 members.
Yeah, they're essentially the regulatory body for California.
Thank you.
I see no other. Oh, it's Senator Lewis Young.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I understand that there are at least 10 technologies that are driving the shift to electric vehicles, and public infrastructure, charging infrastructure is only one of them. Are any of these technologies ready and sufficient? What's the timeline? Why, on the one hand, are we seeing that there's this shift because of emerging technologies, but yet we're hearing that we're not ready to go given the demand or the goals?
Answer that.
Well, when we look at the market in Maryland, where we're at right now, and we can turn to California because it is a California regulation, essentially for the California market that other states have adopted. And so California adopted it for their reasons and have adopted policies and put the money forward, which is primarily in infrastructure. They just a few weeks ago announced another $1.7 billion for more infrastructure spending. 27% of all public charging in the United States is in California. The rest is spread out around the rest of the country. Really the challenge is the vehicles are more expensive. There's a lack of charging options, and consumers just simply are not going to purchase a vehicle that doesn't fit their lifestyles and they can't fuel. And so that is the real challenge. We talk about credits and all this other stuff, but we got to talk about the consumer and what's best for them and what do they need and what are they purchasing. EV sales do continue to go up. They have slowed down. They're not growing at the rate anywhere near to meet a 43% standard in about 2.5 years. And so, we talk about technology. Yeah, technology will improve over time, but right now consumers are telling us why they're not purchasing EVs. Higher upfront costs, lack of charging. You wouldn't buy a gas powered car if there are no gas stations around. Same thing with electric vehicles. People who don't have access to home charging simply you can't charge your vehicle. You're not going to purchase it. So I think I hope that answers your question, but I don't know what other technologies are you talking about. I don't know what else you were referring to with the 10 other technologies.
Okay. Composite materials, advanced driver assistance systems, vehicle to grid, public charging infrastructure, digital infotainment systems, power electronics, battery management systems, electric motor, solid state batteries, regenerative braking. Yeah, I think that's 10.
Okay, then I don't think I understand your question, because some of those are related to electric vehicles. Some of those are just vehicle technologies in general. So
Well, my question was, I understand there's emerging technologies that are driving the desire to purchase electronic vehicles. So what you're saying is that consumers are moving away from it because of limitations in technology. But I just cited an article that says, no, the emerging technologies are driving consumers towards it. So maybe there's a disconnect in information.
no, I don't think if I somehow indicated that consumers are being driven away, that was not intentional. Like I said, EV sales are still going up. The question is, for purposes of this bill and discussions in Maryland, are they going up fast enough where manufacturers will be able to meet these requirements? And if not, subject to $25,000 per vehicle fines. ADAS, advanced driver assist systems, those are just, those are vehicle technologies, not simply just for electric vehicles. So I don't, there are, Mr. Kitzmiller from the Automobile Dealers Association likes to make the point that we've hit a lot of the early adopters, people who buy vehicles because of the new technology. That's certainly a factor in all this, but consumers again are telling us why they are not purchasing electric vehicles in the numbers that are required. And it's not because of driver assist systems, things like that. It's because they don't have access to charging and they can't afford the vehicles.
Just one more follow-up. This reminds me of virtually any other new technology, whether it be TVs or watches that track your heartbeat or whatever, in that your first wave are the people that want the new technology. And then there are waves after that. I'm sure there are many people that would like to buy an EV, but they're not affordable yet, but they're not in category 1. And the prices will come down like any other emerging technology. So it seems like we're at the awkward spot right now of the next phase is about to happen, but maybe there's a patience factor.
Well, unfortunately, the Clean Cars regulation doesn't allow for patience. It's a very rigid and strict timeline over the next, to 2035. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You made that
Sorry.
point. Okay, no, thank you. I see no other questions for these information only witnesses. Colleagues, there are a bunch of unfavorable pieces of written testimony that are in here. I see Mr. Stegman, but it seems that no one submitted to testify orally. And so that means this concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 1063. Thank you all for your testimony. We're going now to Senator Kramer, who wants to talk about roosters. He wants to crow about roosters on his birthday, Senator Kramer.
Speaking of EV owners, Senator Kramer. Okay, Senator Kramer, we've got your two panelists, Jennifer Bevan Dangle. We've got Patty Crankshaw Quimby, and then we do have one virtual. Well, actually, we've got two virtual witnesses are also part of your panel, but let's take our two in person, and then actually there's 3 virtual witnesses. That's the extent of the testimony. So why don't you lead off, take the 2 in person, then we'll go to the virtuals, okay?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee. And it was a pleasure sitting through the entirety of that last bill hearing. But we will now shift from electric vehicles to roosters. And colleagues, cockfighting. We do have laws on the books that prohibit cockfighting. And there are some stringent penalties when that happens. The problem is that it can be very difficult at times to prove that an excessive number of roosters on a property are there either for purposes of cockfighting or for sale, which happens to be extremely lucrative the sale of fighting roosters for cockfighting. Cockfighting is an ugly blood sport. It is cruel, exceedingly cruel to the animals. Their existence is misery, as they are kept in very difficult conditions, often to ensure that they become mean and agitated. They are kept tied up prior to fights. They're kept in secured dark enclosures, so when it's fight time, they come out pissed off. And they will frequently have a metal spike attached to their feet that are used exclusively for the purpose of mutilating the other rooster that they are fighting with. Typically speaking, the fights are to the death of the bird, and those that survive frequently are in such bad shape that if they can't continue to fight, they're just tossed into a trash can. And the industry is also very much associated with other criminal activity. And the bill before you seeks to address some of those problems. One of the other issues is that the way roosters kept for cockfighting and bred for cockfighting are kept, they are a threat of avian flu and other diseases because wild birds fly in and out and are exposed to these unvaccinated roosters that are carrying diseases. And the bill before you seeks to address to some degree the problem by minimizing the number of roosters that might be on a property, and that it would limit it to 5 roosters per acre on a property or 25 roosters in total. There are multiple exceptions listed in the bill, which is why I believe, and I could be mistaken, that there is no opposition, Mr. Chair. You may be privy to some, but I don't believe there is. The bill's prohibition to these limitations does not apply to commercial poultry producers, public schools, non-public schools, a government-operated animal shelter, an animal welfare organization, or a member of a 4-H or Future Farmers of America program. Beyond those listed, it's very unlikely that anyone would need to have this large a quantity of roosters on a property beyond the fact that they are being bred and or used for cockfighting. There is an amendment to the bill to clarify that we are not asking our friends at the Department of Agriculture, and there's the secretary, who I'm turning around to give a look at, that requires them to do anything beyond what they do right now. And in fact, the bill provides that the department can work with local county health inspectors, as well as local law enforcement to address violations. There is nothing in the bill that asks, requires, or seeks that the department go out looking for this. This would likely be very much complaint driven. And at that point, then yes, if there's an investigation and it determines that these roosters are in excessive quantities on a property, then there's an opportunity for injunction, which is the most important part of this bill, because going in and shutting down these cockfighting breeding facilities is going to be critically important. And again, it's a very lucrative business to those who participate in this very ugly blood sport. With that, Mr. Chair, that's all I got. Happy to let the panel, my extensive panel here, jump on in.
Okay, let's go to that extensive panel. Why don't you start? Tell us who you are, and each of you will have 2 minutes, and then we'll go to some of the virtual witnesses who signed up favorable as well. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Bevan Dangle. I'm the State Director for the Humane Society of the United States here in Maryland. I want to thank the Senator Kramer for introducing this bill and for his talking points. He stole a lot of my talking points, so I will be fairly brief. The important thing to take away here is that cockfighting is still occurring. You'll hear from some of our virtual witnesses about very present examples in this state. And as the senator said, when you can't prove that fighting is occurring because they're simply breeding and then selling them for fighting elsewhere, or because there just isn't that evidentiary need, burden that we need to hit to actually call in law enforcement and take action, there's really nothing that our local animal control officers can do at that point to shut down these facilities. And trust me, they are not wanted in your communities. They are not wanted by your neighbors, whether it's noise complaints, because the seizure that I was part of, 200 roosters, they're very loud, or because of that risk of avian flu, your neighbors who have chickens of their own or your poultry producers do not want these sort of vector hotspots. But there's very little right now that can be done if that burden of proof cannot be met to prove that fighting is occurring. So this is a really important tool just to add to our toolbox. And as the senator said, these are very high value birds. So by taking the birds away, you're knocking out their profit margin just like that. And so it's a very effective way to decrease the sort of appetite for this illegal activity in the state of Maryland. And I do want to stress, I have a backyard flock. When I bought my little chicks, I had to fill out the paperwork on file somewhere. If there was an avian flu outbreak, MDA theoretically would let me know and tell me to lock up my birds and keep them safe and monitor them. Or worst case, if there's a bad enough outbreak, potentially euthanize. But these are illegally kept birds. So there's no record of where they are, how many there are, and if there is any type of disease outbreak, there's no way to find them. So we urge a favorable report with the amendment that deals with the fiscal note.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Feldman, committee, and thank you, Senator Kramer, for again supporting the animals of Maryland. My name is Patty Crankshaw Quimby. I'm the Executive Director for Talbot Humane and Chief Animal Control Officer for Talbot County. Today, I'm here in my capacity of Professional Animal Workers of Maryland President. We are the state association comprised of animal shelters and animal control units here in Maryland. We stand unanimously in favor of this bill. I provided you written testimony, so I'm not going to reiterate that. I just want to emphasize that, yes, it's illegal here in Maryland to cockfight. Unfortunately, it's still happening. We are still experiencing complaints about nuisance birds, 80 plus roosters in a residential area. You're going to hear from colleagues virtually who I'm going to let them talk about the cases and things that they've seen. But, removing over 100 roosters who have been fought in horrible conditions, living in absolutely filth, not being registered with our Department of Ag. It just needs to be taken care of. And we do not have the tools right now to stop it where it starts. So this bill will help our officers in the community protect not only these birds from being abused and horribly treated, but perhaps the animals that our neighborhood flocks and our poultry industry. We've seen avian flu on both sides of the bay this year, last year. So let's use this as a tool in our toolbox to protect the animals of our state. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Senator Kramer or the two witnesses? Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the bill and the discussion. So I saw it looks like the penalty would be $1,000. So my question is, if someone's busted for having one of these illegal rings now, what is the penalty, or what would happen if someone's busted for having one of these rings now?
Right now, it's criminal felony charges. But that's only we've got 2 officers who will speak to that. That's only though if you can prove fighting occurred. So the problem is with these breeders who aren't fighting on scene, there isn't anything that you can sort of get them with under the criminal code. Correct.
So what's that, like $10,000 and some prison time, or?
Yeah.
Senator, if I may just jump in the fiscal note, back on page 5, all the information about aggravated cruelty animals, cockfights is listed in there. It tells you exactly what the fines can be and the potential imprisonment.
I can speak to that. It's 3 years in prison, 3 years incarcerated, and not exceeding $5,000 in fines per incident found guilty.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions here? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the virtual, as I mentioned earlier. Why don't we start with Gail Hansen? Ms. Hansen, I see you there. You're on the 2-minute clock, and you're signed up straight favorable.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, almost evening, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Gail Hansen. I'm speaking on behalf of the Humane Society Veterinary Medical Association, a national organization of 9,000 veterinary professionals. And on behalf of our members, we strongly support SB 1055. As was mentioned, these operations are detrimental to animal welfare and pose a risk to the Maryland poultry industry. Cockfighters who breed roosters for fighting can maintain hundreds of birds outside with no vaccinations, regulatory oversight, or protection from wild birds, creating a significant risk of disease. And recently, as you've heard, avian influenza has caused bird flu outbreaks in 49 states, including Maryland, and where it has affected nearly 2 million commercial backyard birds in Maryland. Gamefowl may also be a health risk to people because they are associated with infections including Salmonella, Campylobacter, and E. coli. These infections are common in chickens, rarely cause disease in birds, but they can make people very sick. Finally, there's no reason to believe there'd be unintended consequences, as has already been mentioned. And the legislation does not apply to game birds used for hunting, such as pheasants and quail. That's different from game fowl, which are the birds used for cockfighting. There's no purpose in possessing a significant number of roosters other than for cockfighting. The sale of game fowl, both domestically and internationally, for hundreds or even thousands of dollars, as we mentioned, is often the most profitable aspect of the illegal cockfighting industry. So we encourage you to get Maryland out of the cockfighting business by voting in favor of HB 1055. Thank you.
Thank you. The other, we've got actually 2 virtual witnesses. Shalmar Oliver, we're going to go to you next. Shalimar Oliver, and then so you unmute yourself, and we've got 2 minutes. And why don't you? Still muted. There you go. Okay, 2 minutes.
All right, thank you and good afternoon. My name is Shalimar Oliver, and I am the Animal Crimes Manager for the Humane Society of the United States. In my current role, I work on animal fighting investigations across the country, but also here in the state of Maryland. This includes, with the work that we do, we assist various law enforcement agencies and other officials with these cockfighting investigations that often involve these large numbers of roosters that are maintained on a property that ultimately they themselves are involved in these cruel blood sports, as has been mentioned previously. I'm in support of this bill because it would allow other levels of enforcement to potentially combat these crimes in an easier way by addressing the root of the cause sooner, or when there is other evidence that might be lacking to assist their investigation. As mentioned, these cockfighting operations are complex investigations that often require multidisciplinary approaches and utilize local, state, and federal resources. And this includes potentially extreme financial burdens, particularly on these local agencies that have to be involved and assist in order to safely and appropriately execute their case and these seizures of these animals. Evidentiary requirements can be challenging for authorities, and these operations, other than being torturous and barbaric ventures, can also pose, as mentioned, great health risks to both humans and animals. Recently, we had that about a week or two ago confirmed case in Charles County with the H5N1 avian flu. These ventures and crimes do not discriminate. Anyone can be involved. It is a race-neutral crime. It is actively occurring in this state, as you will hear from Harford County, who's present to speak today, and we assisted with the seizure of over 200 roosters off their property. Calvert County, who recently had their suspect charged with 10 felony counts of cockfighting, as well as I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the third virtual witness, and then we can take questions of any of the three. We've got Kevin Kajigas from the Harford County Sheriff's Office Animal Control Unit. Sir, you've got 2 minutes, and you signed up again favorable, straight favorable.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Cajigas. I'm the Animal Control Manager for Harford County Sheriff's Office. Today, I'm here speaking in favor to this bill due to my own experience with cockfighting in my county. Back in May 2021, my office received a call regarding a noise complaint for some chickens in a backyard. And when we actually went to that location, to our surprise, there was 209 fowl in that backyard. And you heard me right, 209. And out of those 209, 135 of them were roosters. According to the property owner, he was renting that portion of the property to a gentleman from Baltimore County, and the gentleman from Baltimore County will come every day to feed them and care for them. While conducting our investigation, we found out that most of those roosters that were actually in single cages actually were dubbed. I don't know if you ever heard that term before, but dubbing means that you cut the wattles and the comb, and that's a very common practice in cockfighting. Also, while walking the property under the tree line, we actually found a ring, and it had like a little pedestal for a phone where he was actually taking videos of these fights taking place on this property and posting them in social media. After months of multiple investigations with multiple agencies, from Vice to we have SWAT teams, we had the Humane Society of the United States, due to the amount of animals that were down that property, we end up shutting down the operation and getting the suspect arrested. And it's my understanding, again, he got 6 years for this crime, and I think he's one of the longest sentences we ever got for a case like this in the state. So obviously we need laws in place for this because it's still pretty active here in our country, in our state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for any of the three virtual witnesses? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 1055. And the next move to Senator Carrozza, would you be willing to step up on 808? Senator Reedy is not here yet, and we can maybe get your bill heard in the interim. Okay, so we're going to go to Senate Bill 808. I do see Andrew Castley. I saw him in the back. So we're going to bring Andrew Castley up. Stephanie Lansing are the two sponsor panelists. And then we do have two virtual unfavorables, and that's the extent of the testimony. So we will start with you, Senator Carrozza, and then we'll turn to the two witnesses and on Senate Bill 808.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, Senator Mary Beth Carrozza, representing Maryland's coast. That's Worcester, Wycomico, and Somerset counties. And I want to thank the chair and Vice Chair Kagan, my fellow members of this very distinguished Senate Education, Energy, and Environment Committee for allowing me to present Senate Bill 808 as amended. And it's anaerobic digestion technology, coordination, and guidance. And I'm asking for your support. And I also wanted to thank two of my committee colleagues, Senators Hester and Gallion, for co-sponsoring this legislation. SB 808 would require the Maryland Department of Agriculture, in coordination with the Maryland Energy Administration, the Department of the Environment, and the Department of Commerce, to establish guidance for farmers regarding the development and implementation of anaerobic digestion technology. This guidance would include information on obtaining required permits and electric interconnection, available tax incentives and energy rebates, and relevant regulations for waste systems, especially those that incorporate animal waste. The bill also directs the Maryland Department of Agriculture to coordinate with these same Maryland state agencies, along with the University of Maryland College of Agricultural and Natural Resources and the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, as amended, farmers, electric companies, and industry to ensure anaerobic digestion technology projects are not unduly delayed. This legislation would improve the current process at the local level by putting all the information in one place, which would clarify which permits are needed and would reduce current delays. As many of you know from visiting Kilby Farms in Cecil County this past fall, anaerobic digestion is a process through which bacteria breaks down organic matter, such as animal manure, wastewater biosolids, and food waste. This process creates a product known as biogas, and when purified, biogas is a renewable energy that can be used to provide heat, generate electricity, and fuel our vehicles, and create other energy products. Anaerobic digestion is hugely beneficial to our farmers in ways that more traditional waste management systems simply do not offer. For example, anaerobic digesters can destroy more than 90% of disease-carrying bacteria, helps keep the soil healthy, and protects local water resources by reducing nutrient runoff. It also allows farmers to be more energy dependent. Many farms must engage in diverse revenue streams to remain afloat, and anaerobic digestion is a potential revenue stream for farmers that could also contribute to reaching the state's renewable energy goals. As an example, Millennium Farms, which is a 50-acre farm in Pocomoke, which I represent, has an anaerobic digester facility that's been in operation since 2017. You heard a little bit about it yesterday. This facility converts 1,200 tons of poultry litter from the farm in a nutrient-rich soil conditioner sold under the brand name Element Soil. Based on the success of this facility, the operating company is currently working on building a second larger anaerobic digestion facility in Somerset County, which I also represent, and intends to work on various agricultural-related projects in cooperation with the University of Maryland Eastern Shore in Somerset County. The digestate produced by anaerobic digestion currently is classified as an approved soil conditioner under the Maryland Commercial Fertilizer Law. Last year, you might recall, I sponsored legislation that would have created a work group to consider incentives for use of this organic soil produced by the anaerobic digestive process. At the same time, the state of Virginia was conducting a similar work group called the Waste Diversion and Recycling Task Force, which released its findings in November of 2022. And this has been helpful to our efforts here in Maryland in developing this legislation. The University of Maryland also released the Maryland Animal Waste Technology Assessment and Strategy Planning Final Report in September of 23. And that's provided us extensive information regarding anaerobic digestion technology specific to Maryland. So this legislation is based on the findings and recommendations of both the task force and the final report, which is why I'm not introducing work group legislation. I'm actually introducing this bill. The task force recommended that there should be regulations that define siting, design, construction, and operational requirements for anaerobic digesters. The final report recommended to create consistency and efficiency in the process of permitting energy rebates and tax credits and creating a regional approach to funding waste technologies that include out-of-state impacts. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, anaerobic digesters on livestock farms generate enough energy to supply 53,000 homes in 2013 alone. That was over 10 years ago. This is an untapped renewable energy source in Maryland, and establishing guidance now for farmers regarding the development and implementation of anaerobic digestion technology would support the current and future needs of this important industry. I also wanted to share with my colleagues that I saw some of the opposition testimony that seemed more focused on the bill that was introduced last year. And obviously a lot of work has been done between then and now. So I'm respectfully urging the committee for a swift and favorable report of Senate Bill 808 and would appreciate if I could have my witnesses present before we take questions. Thank you.
Okay, you want to go to former Delegate Castley, or you want to, okay?
Professor.
Okay, we'll go to you, Professor, and then we'll go back to former Delegate Castley, okay?
Thank
Tell
you.
us who you are.
All right. So again, I'm Stephanie Lansing, professor at the University of Maryland in the College of Agricultural and Natural Resources. And I'm testifying on behalf of the college in their support of this bill and the importance that permitting assistance is really needed in this space. As she mentioned, I was the primary investigator for the Animal Waste Technology Assessment Report. And part of the issues with having more digesters in the state is the confusion in permitting. If it's electricity, who are you working with? You MDA, MDE, is it nutrient management planning, and getting all of those things in one place is really important. You'll actually hear from me later about the DAFT bill, so you'll see me again. But one of the things that we really need is more digesters to eliminate that odor from the DAFT. But it's really difficult for farmers to navigate this space. So all of you were at the Kilby Farm or most of you in October. And one of the things that we heard from him is he wasn't paid for over 3 years of putting renewable electricity, powering 190 homes with renewable electricity for 3 years until we had help of this committee and other people. All of a sudden he got paid. So every farmer shouldn't have to do that process. We need a process.
We'll take total credit for that.
Yes.
It was all that visit. I'm sorry.
Yes, you
I didn't mean to
should.
interrupt. But
No. And so we shouldn't have to have this committee step in on every single system for a farmer to get paid. And we really do need this permit assistance so that we can have the ability to, whether it's food waste, whether it's manure, whether it's DAF, to actually have digesters and for them to understand. For greenhouse gas reductions, who do I go to for that? For electricity, who do I go to? For permitting on stormwater, who do I go to? If I'm nutrient management plan, who do I go to? Having all of that in one document would really help farmers understand the process and enable them to start the journey in building these systems. Thank you.
thank you. Any questions for our I'm sorry, Mr. Castley. Yeah, I
It's okay,
apologize.
Chairman
Yeah,
Fallman.
yeah.
Thank you for allowing me to come. Chairman Fallman, Vice Chair Kagan, esteemed committee members, but blue-eyed. For the record, my name's Andrew Castley, testifying on behalf of Bioenergy Devco right on State Circle. Thank you all for taking the rural farm tour. Members of the Environment and Transportation Committee took a tour of our organics recycling facility in Jessup, which is an urban model that only processes food waste. Our facility in Jessup processes about 130 tons of organic waste annually, diverting it from the waste stream. We pride ourselves in our ability to operate in densely populated urban settings that often represent underserved communities who bear the brunt of adverse environmental and social consequences of our current industrial waste process. As Senator Carosa mentioned, the rationale for this bill stems from the findings of 2 major studies investigating the benefits of AD in addressing issues associated with the existing waste industry. My company is currently working in partnership on a research project by providing liquid digestate from our digester to inoculate some lab-scale bioreactors at the lab in Johns Hopkins University. The project is titled Upcycling Waste to Medium Chain Carbolic Acids by Integrating Fermentation and Electrodialysis. Please don't ask me how the heck that works. My point is just this. Science has proven again and again the benefits of this technology in addressing many of the issues that we face today. AD has meaningful benefits across the board from start to finish, from diverting waste from the landfills and incinerators, offsetting the use of fossil fuels, and reducing the use of raw land application for DAF waste in agriculture. One of the most effective ways in getting innovative new technologies and sustainable industries off the ground is through public investment and in reducing unintended hurdles to development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Senator Gallion.
Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank the bill sponsor for work on this and also Senator Hester, but also, a few years ago, Dr. Lansing and I believe Delegate Cassidy at the time, we started, working on some of this in Cecil years ago. So when we had the tour there at Kilby's, Dr. Lansing, your presentation was first class and would really answer a lot of questions and it really helped myself and I think our committee members. But I need to ask a question here. So how do you think this could work with one issue, food waste in school cafeterias and such? How can we incorporate that into this? How would this bill work with that?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question, because again, when you're talking about permitting of these facilities, so how does that go into, let's say, your nutrient management plan? Who do you work with to do that? How do you collect it from the school? Are there permits that's associated with that collection? Is, how is the transport being done? Is there a permit associated with that hauling, right? So the idea is that will help answer the questions for a farmer who wants to collect waste from a school cafeteria and actually put it back into their digester, create electricity from it, and then put it on a field as a fertilizer, which is exactly the type of biocircular economy that we want to have more of here in the state of Maryland. And part of it is starting that process is difficult. So if you can lay that all out in a permitting guidance, then it'll be very clear to the farmer what steps he needs to take if he's doing food waste or doing DAF or doing manure. How does that change the permits that you get and the process that you have to follow?
Senator, in relation to your question, collecting from the schools, last year, this body's infinite wisdom, you passed legislation to require all new schools built will have the infrastructure necessary for separating and collecting organic waste, food waste, so that it can be separated for valuable reuse. So we're building the framework, if you will, to allow for the infrastructure. And what this bill just does is pull all of the missing pieces together so it's in one-stop shop for anybody who's interested in developing the technology.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions for this panel or Senator Carrozza? Okay, thank you. We're going to go to, we have two virtual witnesses signed up unfavorable. Maureen, are they in the queue? Okay, let's find those two witnesses unfavorable and then we'll pull them up. Then we'll get to Senator Reedy after these two witnesses. Okay. We have two virtual witnesses unfavorable. Maureen, are they in the queue? And then we'll pull them up. Then we'll get to Senator.
Yes, turn on.
Yeah, for both of you, if you have the live stream going on somewhere else, just mute it because we get it back. Anyway, Mr. Aguilar, you're first. Why don't you unmute yourself for this purpose, but then hopefully we won't get that. Okay. You got 2 minutes and you're unfavorable.
Thank you, Chairman Feldman. My name is Jorge Aguilar, and I'm here on behalf of Food and Water Watch and our over 40,000 members in Maryland to urge you to oppose Senate Bill 808 and the proliferation of poultry waste digesters. So for a number of years, some of Maryland's elected leaders have been really going on about this fallacy that digesters will magically take care of the phosphorus, nitrogen, and other problems from the excess poultry waste generated in Maryland and our region. That is what is ultimately polluting our waterways. So that belief is wrong, wrong, wrong. Digesters will not solve that problem. If anything, digesters will make those harmful nutrients even more water soluble and promote additional waste streams to come into our state. So SB 808 would help create a perverse incentive actually by rushing the approval of these digesters to handle more manure, more litter, more sludge that ultimately will end up in our waterways in Maryland and would set up these biogas digesters that would also lead to air pollution, air problems. So the proponents of digesters cite the benefits to small farms. That's why you keep hearing these pilot programs. They're very, very small farms, but it's clear that what the biogas industry wants is to grow it at scale. And they're only going to survive if digesters are done at this massive industrial scale that would mean the build out of more large natural gas infrastructure like pipelines to support these digesters. So I urge you to oppose the entrenchment of more natural gas and stand against bringing more harmful nutrients into our state by opposing SB 808. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our other witness virtual, and then we'll take questions for either one of you. Gabby Ross, I see you there. And you've got 2 minutes. There you go, 2 minutes. Okay, unfavorable.
Good evening, everybody. Chair Feldman and members of the committee, thanks for allowing us and our co-signees to submit testimony in opposition to SB 808 today. Concerned Citizens Against Industrial CAFOs, also known as CCIC, is a community-based organization located on the Lower Eastern Shore of Maryland, founded in 2015 to protect citizens against environmental injustices caused by factory farms and the industry. I know that Senator Carozza has already mentioned that we were talking about last year's bill, and I mean, this is pretty much the same thing, except there is specific language that specifically states to ensure anaerobic digestion technology projects are not unduly delayed. The reason why a lot of them have been delayed is because of permitting problems and funding given out to organizations and groups that were not actually telling the truth about what types of facilities that they wanted to be built here on the Eastern Shore. To date, we've already spent numerous amounts of dollars on significant investments on this topic, including financial feasibility studies, permitting guidance, and anaerobic digestion facilities that already exist. What we're concerned about now is that the Animal Waste Technology Fund is going to take away significant funding from small farmers to invest in these big industrial companies. And in the feasibility study, it was addressed that it is financially infeasible to have these digesters unless they receive millions of incentives and only produce at an industrial scale. Money should not be taken away from the small farmers and given to industrial-sized companies like Bioenergy DevCo, when they already receive millions in federal subsidies, such as from the USDA. The industrial anaerobic digesters are selling a false promise to the state. These digesters do nothing to combat the nutrient pollution problem. They do not get rid of the waste. They could just concentrate it. Digesters do not stop the nutrient pollution like phosphorus runoff. In fact, in our scientific research, they could make it worse. Digesters guarantee the continued production of waste. They must be fed continuously to operate for profit. And now what we're seeing is an industry seeking to profit more off its own waste and prop up the fossil fuel industry with the Delmar Pathways pipeline. So why do Maryland taxpayers have to front the bill? We're asking the committee today to oppose this heavily biased bill, which specifically excludes experts on public health, environmental justice, environmental scientists, and community stakeholders. And for these reasons, we strongly oppose SB 808 today. And we ask that the committee does not support this bill.
Okay, thank you. Senator Gallion.
Mr. Chair, question for either Mr. Aguilar or Ms. Ross. Yeah, by definition, animal agriculture is going to create waste. We all like to eat. So without removing animal agriculture, what would be your suggestion to deal with the waste if we're not going to use it for things like this, where you can actually harness it and use it for an energy source? How would you recommend removing that waste if not done through methods like this?
Well, I'll take the first shot at it. I mean, so you're talking about removing the waste, but so you would not be in favor of bringing in more waste out of state, which is what digesters would actually lead to. So we're on the same page, right? Like there is too much waste. You would agree that we should not be bringing more waste.
I'm not talking about out of state. I'm talking about
but that's what
Maryland farms. So I'll use Kilby as an example. They're not bringing stuff in from Pennsylvania that I know of. They might bring some stuff in from Rising Sun High School or something in the county. So my question is still for now, just focus on Maryland farms without bringing in the out of state. Maryland farms are going to produce, animal manure. What is your answer for dealing with that animal manure produced in the state of Maryland?
Well, I would say, yeah. Step one is let's take care of Maryland's own waste problems. And That's what I'm saying to you, right? Like you're very focused on one particular pilot program. And I'm saying to you, why would you bring in waste from Pennsylvania?
You're not answering my
Virginia
question.
back into the
Maryland farms. Let's just concentrate on Maryland farms. What
Jorge,
would you do? What would you do with the waste from Maryland farms?
Okay.
It's a simple
So-
question. What would you do with the waste from Maryland farms?
So I think there's a little bit of confusion between what anaerobic digestion technology there is. Of course, your on-farm composters that do wondrous things for that farmer, and I completely agree with you on that. I will say that with the Animal Waste Technology Fund, it does help farmers, dissipate their waste, reduces significantly for that farm. But now what we're seeing is that there is incentivization for an industrial sized digester, multiple, that are going to be taking waste streams from all different states. And that's why in my testimony, I specifically mentioned promoting smaller farm digesters versus this industrial sized scale that we're seeing now. Because in the bioenergy DevCo facility in Seaford that has been proposed, they are proposing taking waste from multiple states. So to answer your question, I think what we need to do is we need to scale back trying to incentivize an industrial, waste stream and industrial use and really give that money back to the farmers that need it. I have visited some of these ADs. I have seen some of these facilities, and what's happening is that, yes, this money that's being, from Maryland taxpayer dollars is contributing to a small farm and helping them with their specific waste problem.
Okay,
And that's where the money needs to
I
stay.
think Senator Gallion is getting the gist of your, do you have any follow-ups? Are we good?
Just one last
Sure,
follow-up
that's fine.
quickly. So you're fine with the amount of animal units in the state of Maryland staying the same or going up?
Oh, absolutely not. I think what we need to do is we need to find a better way of how we grow
That
our
answers my
food.
question. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for these two witnesses? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 808. We're gonna next go to Senator Reedy, who's been, oh, okay. We lost Senator Reedy because he had to go to JPR. We're gonna go to Senator Brooks. Let's see here. Okay, Senator Brooks, were you in a position to do at least one of your two bills? Do you know, which one would you prefer?
42 of my people are here.
Are your people here or not here?
Yeah, they're here. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Senator Brooks, we will, you got a lot of witnesses.
Got a lot of witnesses here. I better stand here.
Okay, okay, Senator Brooks, we're gonna go 642 and I'll call up panel, at least in-person panel. We've got Martha Ainsworth, Adam Lindquist, Christopher Williams.
You guys can come on, sit up here.
Why don't we just start with those folks?
Okay.
And then we've got several virtual witnesses that you've designated as well. so-
Christopher, Adams, Martha, Peter. Say- Legay? Walla. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah,
Yeah, let me go.
is she out there? Okay.
Okay, why don't you, when you're ready, Senator Brooks, why don't you explain what Senate Bill 642 is all about?
All right, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of my committee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify on behalf of SB 642. And that's Maryland Beverage Container Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Program. For the record, I'm Senator Ben Brooks, representing the 10th Legislative District in Baltimore County. The purpose of this bill is to create a beverage container deposit program in Maryland to reduce beverage container litter, improve environmental quality, and reduce costs for the local governments. Of the 5.2 billion beverage containers sold in Maryland each year, only 23% are recycled. The other 4 billion containers a year are left to waste in landfills, on roadsides, and in waterways, or even incinerated. Beverage container litters is pervasive. More than half of the trash captured in traps on the Anacostia River in beverage containers. The Environmental Protection Agency has declared Anacostia Watershed and Baltimore Harbor to be impaired with trash. Our state, with the largest estuary in the county, the Chesapeake Bay, also has 2 of the 3 water bodies in the county that are impaired by trash and regulated by the EPA under the Clean Water Act. Plastic litter floating down our waterways is contributing to a plastic pollution crisis. The debris breaks into smaller pieces that threatens both wildlife and human health. To reduce litter wastage and recover more of these containers for recycling, 10 other states have implemented successful beverage container deposit programs. These programs aim to change consumer behavior by adding a small refundable deposit to the price of beverage containers. The deposit is fully refunded when the containers are returned for recycling. 2 states, Michigan and Oregon, have even achieved recycling rates of 90% with a 10-cent deposit. Programs like this reduces littering and encourages recycling by providing consumers an incentive to return containers for a refund rather than discarding them. Now, how did the program work? SB 642 will add a 10 to 15 cents deposit on prices of beverages in glass, plastic, and metal beverages containers, depending on the size of the container. The deposit would be fully refunded when the empty containers are returned for recycling. The program would be designed to make the return of empty containers and availability of refund as convenient as possible to consumers and businesses. Customers who return bottles with retailers at dedicated redemption facilities or at retail place of businesses using reverse vending machines, a bag drop, or other redemption methods. Based on experience in other states, the most convenient locations to return for a refund is at a retailer that sells beverages in redemption beverage containers. This reduces the need for a separate trip to return items. Reverse vending machines accept individual containers one at a time, counting and verifying the containers were subject to deposit, crushing them in the back of the machine, and issuing a script to the customers for the amount of the refund owed, which can be cashed in at the retailer's checkout. They also help to prevent fraud. Bag drops. Take the redemption outside of the retailer establishment and are usually located in the parking lot. Customers create an account and may leave multiple unsorted containers of different types in the program drop-off bag, and their personal barcode affixed. The bags are collected by the system operator, counted, and sorted off-site, and the customer receives a refund deposit in their account. Restaurant, bars, hotels, and large venues where customers consume beverages on the premises would be able to obtain a refund when the empty containers are picked up by the stream operator. Both retail establishments on the premises, sellers of beverage containers, will receive a small handling fee per container for collection and preliminary sorting. The program would be operated by a nonprofit beverage container stewardship organization selected by the Maryland Department of Environment, representing all producers that sell or distribute beverages in the state. MDE would provide substantial oversight, approving stewardship plans and annual reports and setting the program convenience standards and handling fees for redemption points. An advisory council of stakeholders will be advised MDE on plan approval, implementation, and performance. The program will be self-financed from fees paid by producers, revenue from sales of raw material, unclaimed deposits, and penalties. The program pays for itself and is budget neutral as documented in the fiscal and policy note. A portion of the unclaimed deposit will fund a beverage container recycling refund grant program administered by the MDE to finance projects to develop reusable and refillable beverage container systems, public water fountains and refill stations, and projects to reduce beverage container litter. Here again, the program is entirely budget neutral. There will be no obligation for implementation to or enforcement by local government in this program. They will be eligible to set up their own redemption center and receive a handling fee for return containers if they choose to. Most would realize the cost savings from not having to finance the collection or processing of beverage containers, waste, or recycling, or the cost of financing litter cleanups. However, in the event that a local government can document a net loss, that's attributable to the deposit program, the initiative would provide compensation during the first 2 years of operation. Now, the program targets, the deposit would be enforced beginning on January 1 of 2027. Based on experience in other states, the program should reduce beverage container litter by at least 70 to 84%. Overall, this objective aims to achieve a 70% redemption and a 65% recycling rate for beverage containers by December 2028, and a 90% redemption and 85% recycling rate by December 2031. At least 10% of all beverage containers sold in Maryland will be refillable by December 2034. The program benefits. SB 642 will capture more than 3 billion additional beverage containers annually in Maryland, including 2 billion plastic bottles, thus reducing litter and plastic pollution while diverting those containers to recycling. There are many other benefits it would inspire. Quadruple recycling rate for beverage containers from about 23 to at least 90% of the beverage containers sold in the state. Increase the availability of high quality food grade material that can be used in manufacturing of new beverage containers and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by reducing the production of new cans and bottles from virgin material. The additional recycling from this program would eliminate 195,000 metric tons of CO2, the equivalent annually of removing 42,000 cars from the road. Provide cost savings for taxpayers and local government. Beverage producers would finance the cost of collection and processing of the 3/4 of the beverage containers currently being disposed of in the waste stream or littered. Create lots of new jobs in recycling services, redemption technologies, recycling generated by the deposit program. Creates 5 times as many jobs as landfilling or incineration of beverage containers. Serve as a launching pad for investment in reusable and refillable beverage containers, further promoting a circular economy and zero waste. Post no burden for taxpayers. The program here again is budget neutral. Conclusion, SB 642 will make producers responsible for reducing beverage container litter and diverting empty beverage containers for disposal, increasing the recovery for recycling. Additional legislation is needed to hold producers responsible for reducing packaging, redesigning hard to recycle packaging for recyclability, and reducing its toxicity. These 2 measures complement each other and both needs to be passed. We do not need to wait for completion of the recycling need assessment authorized as part of last year's extended producer responsibility for packaging bill to take this action. The recycling need assessments will evaluate policies affecting Maryland recycling. It will not assess programs to reduce litter. We will know that Maryland has a beverage, we all know, I should say, that Maryland has a beverage container and plastic pollution crisis, and the bottle bill as a proven and effective solution for reducing beverage container litter. 3 of 4 states with an EPR for packaging program already have independent bottle bills. Maryland should enact the best practices from other states in solving its beverage container, litter, and waste challenge. SB 642 has the potential to transform our state. Not only will it help reduce litter, but it will also improve environmental quality and reduce costs for local government. For these reasons, I request a favorable report on SB 642.
Okay, let's go to the panel. Who wants to start? Each of you has 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm testifying today on behalf of the thousands of members and supporters and volunteers of the Anacostia Watershed Society in Prince George's and Montgomery counties in Maryland. As the senator said, 5.2 billion single-use beverage containers are sold in Maryland every year.
Sir, could you tell us your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Christopher Williams. I'm with the Anacostia Watershed Society. 5.2 billion single-use beverage containers are sold in Maryland every year. That's an average of over 14 million plastic bottles, aluminum cans, and glass bottles purchased, used, and disposed every day. That's a lot of waste that has to go somewhere, but at least it's a relief that that stuff is recyclable. But unfortunately, that's not a relief, because despite curbside pickup, less than a quarter of all that trash is actually captured for recycling. The rest, 4 billion otherwise recyclable containers, never get into the recycling stream. For those keeping score, that's almost 2 bottles and cans per each of Maryland's 6.2 million residents per day, every day, going to rapidly filling, often leaking landfills, to incinerators to be burned into toxic air pollution, and into our neighborhood streets, parks, and rivers. This plastic pollution pollutes public spaces and fouls wildlife habitat, interfering with foraging, feeding, and other behaviors. As plastic trash decomposes, it breaks down into microplastics that persist in the environment for many years. Studies of the impacts of microplastics on fish and mussel species have found increased mortality due to damaged reproductive and damaged digestive systems. And there's increasingly frightening evidence that humans are ingesting more of this plastic every day, and the damaging health effects of that are only beginning to be understood. This is an environmental and impending public health crisis that needs to be forcefully addressed without delay. We have decades of data to demonstrate that these systems, like those advocated in SB 642, work to reduce pollution, and AWS strongly urges the committee to favorably report out this bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next up.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Walla Blagay, Council Member in Prince George's County for District 6. And the reason why I am here supporting this bill is in Prince George's County, we have a major litter problem. The trashiest streets that I've seen as I've driven through Prince George's County. And I would say this, I am biased. I think I have one of the most beautiful communities, some of the most beautiful communities in my district. And I don't want to put anybody on the committee out. I'm not going to put their address, but one of the most premier communities in my district is where Senator Watson lives, one of the most premier communities in my district. And on Monday, I got on a call with multiple of his neighbors who chewed me out about the litter on the streets in front of their beautiful community. When they showed me pictures, what did we see? Beverage containers. The reality is that there's no perfect solutions, but what I will say is that this is an incentive that could work. In Prince George's County, we have we're facing a budget shortfall, but the reality is that we are hemorrhaging money when it comes to waste. The landfill is full, recycling is not robust in Prince George's County, composting is not robust in Prince George's County. And what that leaves is what they said, only third of the beverages are being recycled, which we can see as I'm looking at the trash pickup and I'm seeing all types of beverages that should be recycled going to trash. So what we're seeing is that people are not recycling and we're seeing the litter on the streets. This is a way that we can make that change. We've spent so much money, thousands of dollars on promoting recycling, promoting composting, promoting just about everything, paying for enforcement, all of this money hemorrhaging, and I have the same problem. The fact that I'm talking to a council member that held this position 20 years ago, and he's telling me they have the same problem that they had before. So this is a solution that we're pushing. We did this with the Better Bag Bill. People had to pay for their bags. We're going to see less bags on the street, and with this, we'll see less beverage containers on our streets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Sir?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Senator Feldman, Senator Kagan. My name is Adam Lindquist, and I'm here to represent the Waterfront Partnership of Baltimore. We're a business improvement district down in the Baltimore Harbor. And we urge a favorable report on SB 642. The inner harbor of the Baltimore Harbor, it's an area that we clean, green, and build new parks for and new amenities. We also market the waterfront as a destination for locals and tourists. We also work to clean up the water because water full of trash is not good for business. I'm holding in my hands today a brand new Dr. Seuss book that came out today. It's called Green Machines and Other Amazing Eco Inventions. This book is being released all over the world, being purchased by libraries all over the country. And on the cover of this book is a Maryland invention, which some of you may know, called Mr. Trash Wheel. This is a project of the Waterfront Partnership of Baltimore. We installed it to pick up litter flowing down the Jones Falls into the Baltimore Harbor and gave it googly eyes and a personality to engage the public. Now, we're thrilled to see our project featured on the front cover of a Dr. Seuss book. But doesn't it also speak to the scale of the plastic pollution problem that this is what we're becoming known for? Having so much plastic in our waterways that we have to go to extreme lengths, extreme giant trash interceptor with googly eye lengths to collect this litter. And we've collected 1.8 million plastic bottles, but that's just 0.05% of the plastic bottles that end up as litter or trash annually in the state of Maryland. Capturing plastic bottles in our waterways is not a solution. It's a symptom of an urgent problem. And we need this bottle bill to create a real solution to reduce beverage container litter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members. I'm Martha Ainsworth, Chair of the Maryland Sierra Club Zero Waste Team, speaking in strong support of SB 642 on behalf of the chapter's 70,000 members and supporters. This is a priority bill for the Sierra Club. This bill would reduce beverage container litter and plastic pollution as much as 85%. It would more than triple Maryland's beverage container recycling rate to 90%, removing more than 3 billion containers per year from landfills, incinerators, and the environment. There's no other program that can achieve this impact because you cannot recycle what you cannot collect. When there's a deposit value attached to an empty beverage container, you get the container back. The soon-to-be-launched recycling needs assessment will not address beverage container litter or plastic pollution in our waterways. Expanding curbside recycling is not the answer. The littered containers from beverages are from beverages consumed away from home. That's why we need a deposit. It'll deter littering and make it profitable to pick up discarded beverage containers. The bottle bill would not fundamentally change our recycling system. Even the opponents admit that beverage containers are a small percentage of the waste stream. In all 10 bottle bill states, deposits and curbside coexist. Those states have much less beverage container litter and many more recovered containers. Bottle bills are complementary to other packaging laws. 3 of the 4 states with EPR for packaging laws already have bottle bills. And bottle bills are politically popular. 75% or more of the public in both bottle bill and non-bottle bill states support deposit programs. We've made important changes to the bill to address concerns by stakeholders. This was in the House last year. Now's the time to act. We know what needs to be done. It's a matter of political will. With your help, we can do this. Don't waste another 4 billion containers this year. We respectfully request a favorable report on the Maryland bottle bill. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take questions of this panel. We're going to start with Senator Augustine.
Thank you, Chair Feldman. Thank you, Senator Brooks, for bringing this bill. It's a great bill. I'm glad to be a co-sponsor of it. I noticed that MDE is not in the testimony. Did you reach out to them and have you been in touch with them on this bill? Maryland Department of the Environment?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just find it strange that they have not weighed in on it. So they just chose not to weigh in on it?
Go
To
ahead.
answer that
Yeah.
question, yeah. So we had multiple discussions with MDE, and last year on the House bill, they had it for info testimony, and so we've made modifications to the bill to take into account their considerations, which I think is possibly the reason why they haven't. A couple things we did. Instead of having multiple stewardship organizations, we have a single one, much easier to manage. We gave them an extra year to prepare. So instead of a year and a half, 2.5 years to get the thing up and running with the stewardship. And now they have to select a stewardship organization as well. And third, we made it totally budget neutral. They were concerned that their preparation costs be funded from the general fund might not be reimbursed because there's a special account for most of the money. And we made that retroactively reimbursed. So we addressed all of their concerns, and I'd say we've had at least 2 conversations with them for this session.
Thank you, Martha, and thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you.
I mean, normally, if you try to take their concerns into account, you want to get them from information, support. I think that's maybe more, I think where Senator Augustine was coming from. So you may want to now that the issue's been brought up in a public hearing, you may want to go back and find out exactly why they're not weighing in at this point, in a supportive role. Okay, any additional questions for this panel or for Senator Brooks? Okay, seeing none, we have several virtual witnesses favorable, then we've got some unfavorable. So let me pull up in the queue. Peter Blair. Okay, we're going to start with you, Daphne, Delphine, Dahan. Okay, well, let's put everybody in the queue. We're going to start with you. Peter Blair, you're up first, and you've got 2 minutes, and you're signed up straight favorable.
All right, good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Peter Blair. I'm an environmental attorney and the Policy and Advocacy Director for Just Zero, which is a national zero waste advocacy organization. The first bottle bill was established in 1970 in British Columbia, and since then over 50 additional jurisdictions have adopted programs. Right now, 290 million people live in communities with a bottle bill, and this number is expected to grow to 911 million by 2027 because we have new programs coming online. The reason these programs are so popular and prevalent is because they're incredibly effective at reducing litter, increasing recycling rates, creating jobs, and saving residents and governments money. I'm extremely excited about this bill, not just because it would make Maryland the 11th state in the US to have a bottle bill, but because the program it will create is one that is best in class. This bill will create a program that is a little bit different from the 10 bottle bills currently operating in the US, but that's a good thing. While those programs have been incredibly successful and consistently reduced litter and increased recycling rates, they're outdated. Most of them were passed in the 70s and 80s, and they have not been meaningfully updated. What this bill does is take what works in those states and modernizes it to create a program that is going to be the best in the nation, because it has things like clear and enforceable performance standards, in-statute fail-safes to fine-tune things if things are not working, as well as transparent and clear oversight requirements. Additionally, as you've already heard, the recycling needs assessment should not be used as an excuse to delay action on the bottle bill. The purpose of that needs assessment is to evaluate the state's solid waste and recycling systems. It has no bearing on the pressing and important problem of litter and plastic pollution that the state must address. Bottle bills reduce litter. They do this because they have that refundable deposit. It's incredibly important because beverage containers are consumed on the go outside of the home. That's why we're seeing beverage containers littered across the state and not peanut butter jars. So thank you for the opportunity to testify. I strongly urge you to support this bill.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Blair? Okay, seeing none. Maury, pull up somebody else. Okay, Scott, P5, yes, Scott, we see you and you've got 2 minutes and you're signed up favorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. I am Scott DeFife. I'm the president of the Glass Packaging Institute. We're the trade association of the companies that make glass containers in North America and also recycle the glass. We are very happy to be here testifying in front of you in support of this bill and to explain why we think that deposit return system works with the EPR that is going to be studied in the state and augments and expands upon the recycling and recovery that can happen for glass in Maryland. We have activity, even though we don't make containers in Maryland, there is glass recycling facilities in Maryland. One of our members opened up a new glass recycling facility in Baltimore to recycle Baltimore County's material. And the key to improving glass recycling, recovery, and the end markets is quality and contamination. While glass is infinitely recyclable and can get back into a bottle as many times as possible, it is really not. The single stream commingled curbside system is not great for glass, and the EPR system is largely going to be built upon that and studied around that. Deposit return on top of EPR is shown in multiple state studies on needs assessment, Colorado, Washington, and other states, to increase glass recycling and recovery rates above 50 and 60% to the 70, 80, and 90% sought for by the state. Our estimate is that adding the DRS system to Maryland can increase glass diversion from landfill by nearly 100,000 additional tons of glass in the state of Maryland every year. We support, and to the question about the EPR needs assessment, there is nothing specifically requiring the needs assessment to study DRS. That is why we think we need to continue to push for deposit return in Maryland.
Okay, any questions for Mr. DeFife? Okay, seeing none. Gloria, who's next in your queue? Okay, Delphine Dehan Kosher. Okay,
Yes.
there you are, and you've got 2 minutes again signed up favorable.
Thank you. So Delphine Dehan Coker, Vice President of Communications and Public Affairs for Constellium, an aluminum company based in Baltimore. I was born in France, as you may hear from my very slight accent, but I live in Baltimore County with my family. So we are a leader in the production of recycling of aluminum products, and we're here to express our strong support of the recycling reform program for the state of Maryland. So aluminum is very, very different from plastic because it's actually very valuable and it can be recycled over and over and over again without any loss of quality. So you give me a can, you recycle it, and with the right recycling program, in 60 days, it's back on the shelves as a can. That can happen with a deposit system. It does not happen as much today because the waste is contaminated. The recycling system right now is not optimal. And so this is why it is so important for us as a company, and for me personally as a citizen, to get such a program going. In our cans today, and we produce the equivalent of 20 billion cans a year, you have 70% of recycled content, and our objective is to go to 100% of recycled content. We need the cans to do that, and with a deposit such as the state of Maryland, we would buy the cans from the state, giving you a lot of additional revenue and giving us the recycling input we need to produce our can. So again, very much here to support the recycling program. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Okay, any questions for the virtual witness, Senator Augustine?
So this, it's really for the virtual witness, honestly. It's for the panel. They stayed up there even though they shouldn't have.
Okay, no, thank you.
Just a
yeah,
quick question.
yeah,
I was
absolutely.
just
That's
thinking
fair.
through, because I'm thinking about the opposition to this bill. And I'm thinking about it as it relates to how, because Martha's the one that's kind of got me thinking about this because she's worked so hard on the plastic bag bans across the state, including like with Councilmember Begay. Have you, I mean, I know that we feel like this has to be more of a complete system, I believe, but have you thought about the potential of doing these things on a more localized basis in different local jurisdictions?
You mean a deposit program?
Yes.
So the deposit program would require that all beverage producers who sell in Maryland participate and add a deposit to the beverage container price that would be refundable. And it would be very difficult for them to do that on a jurisdiction by jurisdiction basis within Maryland.
Yeah.
Is that what I
Well,
understand your question properly?
Well, no, what I'm contemplating is the fact that we now have a patchwork across our state as it pertains to single use bags. It's just all over the place, which is not consistent. It's all over the place. I would imagine it's quite challenging for businesses from one jurisdiction to the next, trying to figure out sort of like what's this, what's that, versus a unified system that maybe everybody could get behind and be able to understand.
On plastic bags, on plastic carryout
Well, that's
bags.
what we have right now. I mean, it's like,
But-
it's all this, but could
is
there
that-
potentially be a similar situation if you worked at it with regard to beverage containers? But if you're saying you don't think that you could be able to pursue that, then that's fine.
I'm not really sure I understand the question, but a deposit system would be a statewide system. It would be uniform across the whole state.
Well, all
would
I'm
not be-
suggesting is that it actually wouldn't have to be necessarily if you didn't pursue it that way. In the same way that we wanted to have a unified statewide plan for single-use plastics, including on the backside. But if it's not something that you think that you could pursue, that's fine.
I don't think we could pursue a deposit system. I think what you're saying is it's better to have uniformity across the state, and this is a state level program. I'm not aware of any places that less than a state level or provincial level in other countries that have this program.
Can I just respond? And I would say we would love to do it at the county level. I am committed to any way to get the litter off of the streets in my district and then throughout the county. But I would say this, one thing we've learned about the bag bill is like you put a bill through and it's like, but in Montgomery County, they don't do this. In Anne Arundel County, we don't do it. And that's what, and I do find that having something that is uniform is better for everybody because at least we can say, look, I would love to cheer that, spearhead this on a county level, but the reality is that especially if you've got companies like Target and any of those companies, bigger companies, all of the companies that have to be involved, they might say, well, we want more direction. We deal throughout the state and we want to deal with the state level. I think it's actually better to do the state. I think what we've learned with the bag bill, with single use, is that you get a lot of back and forth when someone says, I traveled. That's what we got to deal with in our office. A lot of people are pretty upset with me with the better bag bill, which I'm strongly behind. But the reality is that someone's going to say, well, I went to Anne Arundel County and they did this, and I went to Montgomery County and they did this. And we have to deal with that back and forth. And it just makes it easier for everyone if we do it across the state. And honestly, the whole state would benefit.
Okay, we've got a couple more questions. Well, I'll go in the order the lights went up. Senator Watson, then Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you. I think my question is for Ms. Ainsworth. So here's where I struggle with this bill, and this isn't anything new. It just seems like I'm hearing for years, I got 2 trash cans that were sent to me from the county, 1 recycle bin, 1 compost bin. Has all of these things been for naught? Are you telling me I've been wasting my time putting, making sure I separate my items, put them in the recycle bin so that they can come and get picked up every week? Why? I don't see the utility of having a resident who has been given this, who's been doing what they're supposed to do, now separate glass, plastic, and metal, drop that in the car, take it to where I go to shop, turn that in. It just seems overly burdensome when I think the real issue is just the lack of respect people have for where they live and wanting litter that we need to really get after. I haven't picked up a can to turn into recycle since I was trying to get money for the ice cream man. And, and I can't even get kids to come shovel my snow when it snows. I just find it hard to believe that folks are going to go and start picking up this stuff and hauling it down in. I think the times have changed. And so I'd like you to talk to me about, the utility of putting this, what I consider an additional burden on the residents. And let me just get it all out. It's my first question of the day.
It's a multi-pronged question.
There was discussion about this would be, no cost. It would take care of themselves. But Ms. Ainsworth took me to a visit down to Prince George's Recycling. And we know when we turn those recyclables in, the money we get back does not even cover the cost to operate that facility. That we know. And then there was a mention of a sorting fee. Does that come out the nickel that I'm supposed to get back?
That is correct.
And so I'm going to be paying, the residents are going to pay an extra nickel a bottle
Well,
that they're
10 cents
currently
to be exact.
that they're
Go ahead.
currently not paying. They gotta do what they have to do, get it down there. A portion of their refund is going to be kept because now we're putting this additional burden on the facilities who are going to operate this.
No, well, there'll be individuals like yourself who probably won't turn the recycling in. So
But it's
somebody else.
it's for a sorting fee, right?
Say again.
It's for, you said it was a sorting fee.
Well, yeah, that would be determined by MDE. But if the container is 24 ounces or less, the fee would be 10 cents. And if it's 25 or more, the fee would be 15 cents. Yeah, but there will be some folks who, like I say, who probably won't turn it in, you know, and that's where that those additional funds will come from.
And I'd like
Yeah.
Ms. Ainsworth to follow
Okay.
up, please.
Okay, so start out by talking about curbside. The problem we have right now is a plastic pollution crisis. And it's from those people who are throwing things out the window. It's not from people who necessarily are participating or drinking beverages at home. They're for people away from home. And the beauty of this bill is that it creates a financial incentive for people not to throw stuff out the window and for people who discover litter on the side of the road to pick it up and for the value of the deposit. And it's been working since Oregon was like the first state back in 1970 or 71 to pass this, precisely because reusable glass bottles were being discontinued by the major soda companies. And they were starting with the single stream not single one-way bottles, and they were being littered on the side of the road. And that's exactly why it started. And so we come full circle here. It's embarrassing to me that this place, that the Chesapeake Bay, the biggest estuary in the country, and we have two of the three water bodies in the country impaired for trash from the EPA. The third one's in Los Angeles, but one is Baltimore Harbor and one is the Anacostia River. And there was a slide deck that I believe is in the comments, right? Share a slide deck of pictures of the litter these folks have been picking up all over and over. It's not sustainable, and all of this plastic is going out now. So in all the states that have bottle bills, the 10 states, there's also curbside. It doesn't disappear. Is not eliminated. People continue using it, but you can get your deposit back by when you go back to shop, just like you could bring your reusable bag back when you shop and get your money back. So that's the way it works. And when I said self-financing, the program is financed by, first of all, producer fees. There's a registration fee. The producers of beverages sold in this state have to pay registration fee to MDE, and that covers all of MDE's oversight. There's also a payment to their stewardship organization, their kind of dues. There's unredeemed deposits. Some people will not try to claim their deposits. And there's the sale of the materials of like the aluminum and the glass and the plastic that's collected. So all of that goes together to finance the program. And that's what we meant by it's not coming out of your nickel or dime. I don't know if a handling fee is designed to help pay the retailers for whatever collection and storing costs they have and processing costs before it goes back to the stewardship organization.
Okay, you get one more because we got.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did want to just suggest, and I can't speak for every jurisdiction, but let me just tell you this. We're losing money in recycle. Like the county is actually sells the same bottles that we're talking about. They're involved with that. The problem is that we're just not, I can speak for Prince George's County. They're not recycling like that. That's the reality, is that you say we have the extra bin. The reality is that a lot of people are not recycling, which is why we see the litter on the street. What we've learned is DOE has spent, when we talked about budget last year, they're spending thousands of dollars on all of these ads to push people to recycle, to compost, to recycle, to compost. The reality is that we're spending the money and the results are not robust. So what we've learned with the Better Bag Bill, this is about changing people's habits. And what that did is like, we don't want the bag on the street. We actually want you to recycle. We want you to put it in. They don't do it. So now if they have to pay 10 cents, they'll say, okay, maybe I'll bring my reusable bag. The reality is that before that, they had reusable bags. People gave them out. People didn't use them or didn't even bring them to the store. Now I walk into the store, you walk into the store, all of us in Prince George's walk in the store, and you will find people showing up with reusable bags. It's a change of habit. And with this is an incentive. You pay that money, you want to get it back, then you're going to put the things in the bag and you're actually going to go somewhere and do it. What you won't do, what you haven't done is actually recycle them. And we're just not recycling the way we should. And if we were, the county would actually be getting more money, but we're not recycling.
Okay, can we just, we got one more question from Vice Chair Kagan, and then we're gonna have to move on. We've got other witnesses on this bill and a lot of other witnesses and a lot of other bills, so I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on Senator Augustine's line of questioning in terms of why don't we do this locally? I assume there's a startup cost to collecting and cleaning and trucking and all that. And so that would be a pretty heavy investment. And I don't know, Senator Brooks, which of your witnesses might have this expertise to answer this, but this isn't something that, you know, the city of Havre de Grace could do on its own or something and make work. The other problem that I could envision, unlike Martha, when we did the styrofoam ban, when you're banning something or levying, you know, a bag tax, as Montgomery County did, I think first. But this, the fear that I would have if Prince George's did it, oh, I'm going to collect up all my cans and I'm going to truck them over to Prince George's County and get the money back that the local stores would not have collected. And so the stores would be out that money. So I think it would be a little challenging, although it's a good idea and concept. I don't know whether it's feasible, but maybe if one person on this panel or virtually can educate us on that, anything that I've just said about some of the challenges of not starting locally.
It would be very difficult indeed. So one municipality actually asked me that question. Could we have a higher deposit than the neighboring areas? And I was like, well, then all the neighboring areas will come in and try to get their redemptions in your city. So no, I mean, we need to have it uniform across the state. And then everyone knows what to expect.
Okay, we've got one virtual witness still favorable, then we're gonna go to some unfavorable. So Ms. Collins, you've got 2 minutes and you're signed up favorable. And then we're going to move on to the other side. Okay, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Susan Collins. I'm the president of the Container Recycling Institute. I've been in this position for 15 years. The Container Recycling Institute has been studying this issue and educating the public on this issue for 33 years. And as you've heard, the inability to effectively recycle beverage containers in most states is increasingly contributing to our plastic pollution, marine debris, and climate crises. However, decades of data show that the deposit return systems are the single most effective way to increase container recycling rates, reduce associated litter and marine debris, lower energy use, avoid greenhouse gas emissions, decrease waste collection and landfilling costs, and provide more high-quality scrap that manufacturers need to make new products. In 2020, Keep America Beautiful conducted a national litter study and found that DRS states, that's deposit return states, had half as much beverage container litter as non-DRS states. A deposit return system in Maryland would also maximize the recycling of beverage containers to support economic growth and create new manufacturing jobs. Our research shows that there is no other way to achieve even half the results that deposit return systems achieve. These systems increase closed-loop recycling, reduce beverage container litter, create jobs, and save money for municipalities and taxpayers in a way that is head and shoulders above alternative programs. The adoption of beverage container DRS continues to grow at a skyrocketing pace worldwide. In just the last 7 years, new laws have been announced that will include nearly 500 million people in DRS systems. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Collins? Okay, seeing, thank you. Thank you to the panel. Thank you, Senator Brooks. We're going to now go to some unfavorables. We've got Bruce Bariano. First, we'll start with the in-person. Bruce Bariano and Pam Casemeyer are signed up unfavorable. And then we have one virtual unfavorable we'll pick up after that. So it's just Ms. Casemeyer, if you can come up.
Sir, is that someone's jacket?
Okay, whoever wants to lead off.
Okay.
Who wants to start?
Hi.
Okay, Ms. Casemeyer, why don't you start, and
Thank
then
you.
Mr. Bariano after that.
Happy to, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Pam Casemeyer here on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association. Mostly we are here to say there is a big difference between litter management, and which we definitely need to do, and the goals of this bill are not bad ones, but also how it impacts the overall recycling industry. And I think what we would say is, because of the EPR bill that we passed last year, and I know they said the needs assessment is sort of separate and distinct from potentially doing a bottle bill, but it really isn't, because at our current recycling facilities, our MRFs, if you take out tonnage, it changes the cost per tonnage for processing. So it changes all the cost issues, how those end products are marketed, and how those dollars flow changes. And while there may be 10 states with a bottle bill, the last one enacted was 20 some years ago. So it isn't to say, and the EPR needs assessment group could theoretically recommend a deposit bill, but what we've seen is it does sort of upend the markets within the current recycling framework. So while we do have some litter issues to deal with, hopefully we can figure out some ways to do that through our needs assessment and other recommendations that come out of that whole advisory committee. But at this point, we think it's a little premature and hasn't, it's a small percentage of the waste stream for a big goal of trying to figure out how to do it more effectively and more efficiently. And I know that the Maryland Recycling Network sent a letter of information. I don't have it. I'm not speaking for them, but I would recommend that you read that, because I think that recycling network has public sector, private sector recycling people, and the points they make in their letter of information will probably be relevant for your consideration of this legislation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bariano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chair. For the record, Bruce Bariano, here on behalf of the licensed beverage distributors of Maryland in opposition to this legislation. I would adopt what Pam Casemeyer has indicated and say there really is just not sufficient study and understanding of what recycling actually is going on in the state of Maryland. This bill would hamper profitable municipal and county recycling plans and systems, would impact revenues for many small businesses adversely in terms of distributors and retailers. And if you read the bill, it creates more bureaucracy. It creates a state agency to regulate and oversee and administer this. And eventually, in a couple of fiscal years, it would be a $5.5 million further expenditure by the state of Maryland. I live in a community in Anne Arundel County, and whether you believe me or not, I've been recycling since I've been a teenager. And I continue. Everyone in my community where I live now, when I've lived for the past 30 odd years, we separate our stuff out, and they come and they take it away, and it works. And if you take that out of the stream, you're going to affect the economics and the processing of that. I mean, if people are going to be terrible and disrespectful and piggish in their personal conduct, a deposit's not going to change that. And that's the terrible thing about human nature. I mean, people should not be doing that. I mean, I go around picking up things if I see stuff outside my office here on Duke of Gloucester Street or in my neighborhood, and I put it in the recycle and it's picked up. But this is a disruptive bill to the various counties and municipalities that have recycling systems now and not really understanding the adverse impact that there will be. I would urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Casemeyer, Mr. Mariano, Senator Augustine?
Chair, first of all, the characterization of bottle bills not working, the evidence just does not support that in the states that that have these bottle bills. It's been very effective and not disruptive in any real way. The state of Vermont is one of those states, and the state of Vermont only has 655,000 people. They are bordered by New Hampshire that does not have a bottle bill. The county where I'm from, we've got close to 1 million people in it. Would I mean, if we were to pursue something like this and something in Prince George's County, which again is about the size of it, would that be optimal, or would it make more sense to have a consistent set a bottle bill that works for the entire state? How do you all feel about that? Go ahead.
I don't know if I can speak to the county versus the state. I think that could be challenging. That was probably a better question for the jurisdictions surrounding Prince George's and how they would feel about that. But I think what we're trying to say, even if those deposit bills make sense, you're about to undergo, you set an entire advisory committee up to look at how best to do recycling needs assessment, which component pieces make sense, what's more effective, what's the best way to deal with different types of materials. And so we just don't see a reason that we have to jump into one particular option for one small set of the recycling waste stream, as we're about to look at how to effectively do it statewide for multiple materials.
I mean, Senator, I think the
I don't know if
advisory
that answers your
committee ought to
question,
finish
but-
their work, and respectfully, and I really do mean respectfully, if Prince George has the authority to right now, do what they want to do. I travel around Prince George very extensively. I don't share the views of the councilwoman. I think it's still gorgeous Prince George's. But the point is, the county can, they can proceed. They're not then, and I mean that. I do.
That makes sense. I just, obviously, I think that it would make more sense for us to have a consistent policy across the entire state versus the patchwork of policies which we have on some other things that I think would be better to be more consistent. So I thank you for your response.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Brooks.
Yeah, Mr. Ariano. So, do you think, well, we got a letter from CMI, that's a Can Manufacturers Institute, and they're the ones that make the cans that beverage cans, aluminum cans that we consume our beverages in. They're in 33 states, yeah. And they think that this is an awesome bill. They think it would help really contribute to reducing the carbon emission, because using recycle is so much better than using virgin aluminum. So they think it's great, and they got like 28,000 employees. Yeah. So your major concern is about the additional cost of the add-on to the recycling, or add-on to the cost of the beverage? Is that a concern for you? Or
Well, it is, but we're really talking about human behavior, and I'm not arguing with you. I mean, people have to learn to stop littering, and the containers you talk about. I mean, I put them in my bin all the time, and I'm, and I say if I see them out there, I put them in my car, take them home, and I do. But we got to work on human behavior, and I maybe I'm just too pessimistic, but I don't think the financial incentive is going to change that human behavior.
I think
without some
oftentimes
education.
Oftentimes we influence human behavior by incentivizing, and this would incentivize them to return that because there's a value to it now, those cans, And if you think about it, this is not the only thing that we charge a deposit on. Like if you go to an auto parts store and buy a part, there's what they call a core charge. And that charge is to do what? To incentivize you to bring that used part back so they can recycle or put whatever parts out of it.
I'm not aware of that, Senator. I mean, but I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just personally not aware of that. I haven't gone to an auto parts store in a long time.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. That's good. But your mechanics do. So, okay.
Okay. Are we good?
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. I'm good.
Okay. We have one additional virtual witness, unfavorable, Lou Santoni. Mr. Santoni, you're up. You've got 2 minutes and you're unfavorable. Okay. Yeah, we hear you. 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Senators, and a special hello to my Senator Ben Brooks. I'm Lou Santoni, the owner of Santoni's Marketplace and Catering, a specialty food market and catering company opening in 1986 in Glendon. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 642 because I believe that it is unfair and punitive to small businesses like mine. Even though we employ a staff of 180, our total store footprint is only 12,000 feet, a fraction of the size of a typical grocery store with a very, very small back room. Companies like ours do not have the space within the store to collect and store returns either physically or by using a reverse vending machine. We don't even have a space for reverse vending machine on our parking lot. Parking is such a problem in our small shopping center in Glendon Square that we pay a local fire department next door to allow our staff to park. Labor is another problem for us around this bill. For those who have the space for reverse vending machine option, your law requires that if the machine is full or broken down, then we must have a backup plan and still accept returnables. Can you imagine the labor that this will require and the space needed in the store to store bottles and cans and then have to sort through each one if that reverse vending machines broke down, each one to make sure that they're clean and that they are from the state. Our profit margins are very paper thin in our industry and are getting worse. This law does not deal with so many other recyclables that are already so efficiently being collected at curbside weekly, like milk gallon jugs, canned food containers, and medicine bottles and the like. I believe that this committee's focus should be on improving the current comprehensive recycling programs and not creating another large governmental program. In conclusion, my small business like mine and others don't have the space manpower to store, manage, and support this program. So I'm asking you to focus your efforts on strengthening the comprehensive recycling program that's already in place.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Santoni? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We do have
Thank you very much.
One witness signed up in person, informational only, Chaz Miller from the Maryland Recycling Network. Is Mr. Miller here? Okay, Mr. Miller, why don't you come up? And you're signed up for information purposes only.
Yes,
okay?
sir. I'm Chaz Miller. I chair the Maryland Recycling Network's Legislative Task Force. Our members are public sector recycling managers, private sector recyclers, and advocates. Our members manage local government recycling programs throughout Maryland. SB 222, a law which in its original Senate form we very proudly testified in favor of and worked on amendments to. The Packaging Extended Producer Responsibility Law passed last year requires MDE to conduct a needs assessment of Maryland's recycling and waste infrastructure. That study will provide a complete picture of what and how we recycle along with costs and revenues. Those results will tell us what problems we need to resolve so that we can create packaging recycling legislation that will meet Maryland's specific needs. MDE is concentrating on meeting the requirements of the EPR law. The RFP for the assessment has been released. The Advisory Council, which will make recommendations which easily could including a deposit law as part of an overall EPR program, has been appointed. We urge you to wait for the results of the needs assessment and any recommendations from the Advisory Council, and then move forward legislatively on how best to ensure all of our packages are recycled and recovered. And I thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Miller from the sponsor, Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Miller, what do you expect to learn from the recycling needs assessment that would affect the adoption of this program?
It's going to be a totally new way to manage recycling in Maryland, and it's a way to do it as comprehensively as possible so that frankly, all the cogs of the machine work efficiently and work well. And again, there's absolutely no reason not to establish a deposit law as part of an overall EPR law. And that's up to the Advisory Council and then the legislature. And I think you get a more efficiently running machine after you've had a chance to look at all the moving parts.
All right, thanks, Chair.
Okay, any additional questions for this final witness on this bill? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 642. We're going to next turn to Senator Reedy 1074, and the Vice Chair is going to handle this. And so Welcome, Senator
Senator
Reedy.
Reedy.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 1074. Colleagues, Senator Reedy's panelists are all favorable with amendments. So we're going to take them first, then we'll go to straight favorables, and then we'll go to if they're unfavorable. So on the favorable with amendment with the center will be Secretary Kevin Addix, Hans Schmidt, Matt Stegman, Rachel Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the favorable with amendments are all friendly. We've been working through this issue. My counterpart in the House of Delegates, Delegate Love, and I have been working on this with the departments, trying to tackle this issue. So I'll get right into it.
Perfect.
Madam Vice Chair and members of the Education, Energy, Environment Committee, Senator Justin Reedy, for the record here to present Senate Bill 1074, dealing with food processing, residuals, utilization, and establishment of permitting. Senate Bill 1074, as amended, is bipartisan legislation that would establish a regulatory program at MDE for the usage of industrial sludge. Now, I've identified this as a problem if I'm coming in for regulation. So my colleagues here on the committee know. Industrial sludge is a byproduct of industrial, agricultural, or manufacturing processes applied to agricultural land for disposal and fertilizer. Done properly, industrial sludge would be applied to land only in certain quantities and during certain times of the year, and be quickly incorporated into soil to prevent odors and nutrient runoff into nearby waterways. And storage would ideally be sited to not impact neighbors or leak into waterways. This issue, it's appropriate to use this as a fertilizer, in my view, and that's why this is coming in talking about how we permit it properly. It came to my attention when I had a number of constituents contact myself and our District 5 delegates back this last year, contacting our offices about the use of industrial sludge as fertilizer, and particularly the situation in my county where one farmer was spreading this fertilizer from early spring until late fall, continuously caking it on, making it impossible for folks to spend time outdoors during all these months due to flies, smells, etc. Now, most of the people that contacted me were in farming themselves. So I knew right away that this was not just somebody who had moved to Carroll County and was not familiar with the manure smell. And this is not like manure. It does not, when it's caked on the way it's been, it does not dissipate. The smell does not dissipate. So when we contacted the Maryland Department of Agriculture concerning this problem, we discovered that this was happening in some other places in the state. And again, there's an appropriate use for this DAF, and it was being used consistent with the farmer's nutrient management plan. But because this product has a very low nutrient level in application, it was consistent with the nutrient management plan that was currently instated to just cake it on. And there's some regulatory changes, I believe, that are coming to deal with some of that as well. But I don't want to get sidetracked. I'm just trying to give you a sense of the overall problem. So we quickly determined that there are a few bad actors that were abusing the fact that neighboring states have adopted regulations for industrial sludge, but Maryland has not done so. Again, it's not that it was being applied inconsistent with the nutrient management program, but how it was being brought, the way it was being stored, how it was being transported in from other states was because many other states around us, and indeed all over the country, have been putting in regulations, but we had not yet done so. So you're going to hear today from the departments, your Department of Agriculture and Department of Environment. You're going to hear from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation about the concerns not only for the unpleasantness of the quality of life of the people that live around a bad actor in this, but also the concern about our waterways in our Chesapeake Bay. So, and again, as amended, the Senate Bill 1074 will create a robust regulatory regime for DAF sludge that will ensure responsible farmers are able to use this material in a manner that minimizes community nuisance, increases compliance with existing nutrient management regulations, and give regulators the tools they need abusing this product. The bill establishes a permitting program for those who haul, store, and apply industrial sludge to land, which just puts us on par with our neighboring states and that administer similar programs. It closes a significant loophole. We have permitting for all these other forms of fertilizer and other forms of byproduct, but this was one that we did not. One additional amendment would change the effective date to July 1 instead of October 1st. So I would request a favorable report on Senate Bill 867. And as the panel goes, of course, we're happy to answer questions as folks have had an opportunity. We also have I have constituents of mine here, and there are other folks who are coming from other communities that have been affected by this in support of the bill. So thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And with that, I'll turn it over to our panel.
Thank you. Senator Reedy, before you go away, you said that everybody has supported the amendments. I'm reading the bill and I'm just curious, do we have copies of the amendments yet, or is that?
They have been submitted to the committee as far as I know. Yes.
Okay. All right. Eager to hear more then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're probably going to need to get the reprint done so you all
Sure.
can look at it. But it's been a collaborative process with the departments and with the advocates in the community.
That's great. Thank you very much. Secretary Addicks, I assume you'll be kicking us off. You don't need to ever touch the buttons.
I'm never touching the mic.
Okay. Oh.
I'm looking at the
Oh,
mic, but
okay.
I'm not touching the mic. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Kevin Addicks, Secretary of the Maryland Department of Agriculture. With the pleasure of being able to sit at the table with someone from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, right? Along with members of my team. We've come together because we realize that this is an issue. And as the senator and sponsor mentioned, if used appropriately, it is not an issue. But when used inappropriately, what we found is we do not have the regulatory authority that we need to make sure that in fact it is used appropriately. So that's what this does. It gives us another tool in our toolbox and allows for the industry to continue using this product in certain circumstances and ensuring that we're not bad neighbors. I mean, the whole part about being a farmer is to be a good neighbor. You're growing food for the community. And in this case, we have had someone coloring outside of the lines. And it's time that we work together, and we have worked together, not just with environmental minded groups, but also with our industry members to ensure that we have a path forward that works for everybody. So urge your support favorable with amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Delegate.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So the amended version of the bill. Oh, certainly. Rachel Jones, Director of Government Relations for MDA. The amended version of the bill, the administration worked together, both MDE and MDA. We realized that MDA is already regulating DAF material, and we wanted to be able to continue to do that, but just expand it. And so I want to go over for you some of the things that the bill is going to do, but obviously, MDA will be the permitting and regulatory authority. And so the bill is going to develop a permit process for land application of these food processing residuals. We did distinguish that, so there may even be a change in the name from industrial sludge to food processing residuals to more clearly define that this is DAF material. And Hans will get more technical and explain that. But it'll require each farm operation applying these FPRs or food processing residuals to apply for and obtain a permit from MDA. It authorizes MDA to limit the number of FPR land applications that a farm operation may make to a field per season. And that application is going to be defined as one trip across the field. As part of the permitting process, MDA will meet with the operator prior to any spreading, and the farm operation must establish a spreading calendar or a schedule with closely estimated spreading dates and quantities to limit the number of days that spreading will take place a year. MDA will also have right of entry during regular business hours to inspect a farm applying FPRs. And when FPR applications are occurring, MDA may enter the farm to investigate, document odor or runoff complaints as well. If spreading is not currently taking place, MDA will contact the operator prior to entering the property, as we do now when there are complaints that must be investigated. MDA will have the right to issue cease and desist orders if a farmer or applicator or hauler fail to comply with these FPR requirements. Storage structures on Maryland farms may not be used as interim storage for material to be transported to or otherwise disposed of in our state, in other states. It authorizes MDA to impose enforcement penalties of up to $5,000 per violation per day. And MDA will consult with MDE before issuing a permit. And we've also made it very clear that as far as the storage goes, MDA and this regulation would comport with local zoning. And we'd ask for a favorable report with that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Mr. Stegman? Sorry.
I'll go
no? You wanna
first.
go next?
Sorry.
Yeah, please.
For the record, I'm Hans Schmidt. I'm the Assistant Secretary for Office of Resource Conservation at MDA, and Secretary Addix and Rachel gave a pretty good synopsis. Basically, food processing residuals are an organic material that comes from the processing of either human or animal foods. And so these materials have to be, prior to being land applied, have to be tested, typically tests similar to what biosolids have to be tested for. Those test results need to be approved by the state chemist to make sure that these materials are safe for land application. So they have to be registered with the state chemist. And then through this legislation, there would be more transparency from start to finish when that material is moved from the processing plant to the farm. In the legislation, we would develop a transport registration program for the transporters who would be moving that material. And then once it's moved to the farm, then it can be stored or can be land applied according to a nutrient management plan. It gives the department some more authority when we have some issues, when the material is being land applied, making sure that what the operator has told us it's going to be applied, when it's going to be applied, how it's going to be applied. We have more transparency. We know when it's going to happen. Typically right now is we get phone calls and then we go out and react. This way we can be more proactive in that process. So for that, we ask for a favorable report.
Mr. Stegman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Appreciate your attention at a pretty late point in the day. We ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 1074 with the amendments offered by Senator Reedy. You're going to hear from some of the impacted communities and some of the other witnesses that come up. They're going to talk about what a nuisance and a public health concern it is to live near one of the bad actors using this material. CBF's interest obviously stems from it being a real serious water quality concern. And what you've seen is as neighboring states, particularly Virginia and Delaware, have tightened up their own regulations for the use and application of this material. And the demand for products from poultry rendering plants has increased. There's been a real increasing pressure to find locations to dispose of and store this DAF material. And what that's led to is some of the bad actors that you heard about, folks that are overapplying the material well in excess of nutrient management limits, letting it sit out on the land where it will run off into waterways. We're seeing larger and larger open air storage tanks in communities or existing infrastructure built for other materials being used to store DAF. So it is a real threat to our waterways, to the progress of our bay cleanup, and there is an urgency for this committee to act. In fact, last week on Friday, it was the first day that applications were allowed again. And we heard from some of the community members that we've been working with on this legislation that they had tanker trucks out bright and early bringing this material in. So really want to sincerely thank Senator Reedy, Secretary Addix and his team, the staff at MDA, and the folks from industry and agriculture that really have all rolled up their sleeves to work on this bill. It really, to say the amendments are extensive is, I think, underselling it a little bit. It really is an entirely new bill, and in a lot of places, it's much stronger than what the advocates were initially proposing. So it's a good bipartisan bill that addresses a serious and growing threat to water quality. So with that, we'd ask for a favorable report with those amendments.
Colleagues, we have a lot of witnesses here, and I know that these are our superstars on this first panel, but everyone's a superstar. So do you have a question that can really only be answered by these folks? Can we hold and take a few more witnesses? Senator Hester, what's your preference? Or do you have a question for Senator Reedy? Okay, go for it.
So none of us have the amendment. None of us have the amendment yet, so it's an entirely new bill. So my two questions are, will this permitting process be as stringent as the regular kind of municipal solid waste land application process in terms of, you understand my question?
I'm getting there. Yeah, I think so.
So I mean, before we spread the stuff from our municipal solid, waste treatment centers, on the farmers' fields, there's a certain amount that goes on. the amendment that you're proposing, is it at least as strong as that?
I feel it is, yes. There is the permit, the process of the permit is they would provide, we would provide or they would fill out an application. There'll be certain requirements within that application of, where this material is coming from, the registration to assure that the state chemist has approved it. There needs to be assurance that the landowner, where the material is being land applied, approves that they will allow this material to be land applied on their property. If the material is being stored, we want some sort of assurance from the county, or they have gotten some approval from the county that the storage is approved by according to county's planning and zoning. We think it's just as stringent as where biosolids are. So we have we feel comfortable with that.
Okay, if we could just, just because it's a completely new bill, if we could sit down just before the voting session with the amendment, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
If I could just interject, and I apologize that I just was told we had requested a rewrite, but I assume it's not in front of you yet. So it is coming. This is a result of us meeting all together for a while, working together with House sponsor as well. So definitely understand the question for sure. And to be clear, there's no regulation right now on the transport and storage really of this material. So but yes, we definitely want to be sure everybody has the rewrite. Understand you need to see that.
Witnesses, thank you so much for your leadership and your collaboration with Senator Reedy and all the other legislators. I'm going to call a bunch of names and let's see what we can do to plow through this as the hour is getting late for you and for us. Randy Cole, Evan Isaacson, Marty Doty, Jason Green, Al Martinez, Gail Clark. As the chairman often says, that's 6 names, 6 chairs here. Let's see if we've got 6 still with us. Not, we can fill another seat. I'm going to call one more name, Josh Hastings. If you're here, you can come on up. Why don't we start? Whoever wants to get started, you have up to 2 minutes. Okay. And try not to repeat testimony we've already heard if you can. We love Me Too's. So you may begin. Please make sure you say your name.
My name is Randy Cole, and I'm a resident of Mayberry of Westminster, Maryland. It's very hard and sad that I have only 2 minutes to explain how our 45 years of our life developing a 100% wooded lot into a beautiful homestead and how it's being destroyed in only 2 years. There's a total disregard of Maryland residents, their quality of life with the most putrid stench for days and days that lasts 8 to 9 months of the year. During these times, there are no more outdoor gatherings, barbecues, Mother's Days, Father's Days, or any holidays outdoors. Indoor is only a partial escape. There are no or not enough permit laws or rules in place, especially against the bad actors. We have seen the field saturated from brown to black with this sludge and not being turned under per the requirements. The bad actors do whatever they want and whenever they want with no consequence. We have seen as many as 48 tanker trucks in a 10-day period going to one open pit unloading sludge. The owner of the property made a mistake one day talking to me. He's seen as many as 20 tanker trucks in one day. That's roughly 275,000 to 350,000 gallons of this sludge that goes on 3/4 of the year. We, the residents of Maryland, elect our delegates to help the state of Maryland, but the issue seems to be turned a blind eye towards our residents at this time. During a nutrient management meeting, I asked if there was an additive that could be added to the sludge to help to control the stench. A negative group advocate chuckled and said that could cost as much as $1 million. How much of our home value will be diminishing if we can even think of selling our property during these stench months? If any elected senator or committee member in this session had to live with this horrible condition, I believe there would be a whole new aspect to this situation. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Cole, for sharing your story and your testimony. Appreciate it.
Good evening. I'm Jason Green, and I'm here because my community needs your help. I support farming and recognize the majority of farmers are good stewards of the land. And I'll concur with my neighbor here, Randy, of what he just testimonied for, so I won't repeat what he said. But we are here today because of the bad actors and some in the industry that are taking advantage of current loopholes in the law. Their total disregard of the communities around them and the negative impacts they've created. This legislation is about protecting our rights to public health, welfare, and the enjoyment of our properties. Please consider some amendments to restrict bad actors that have shown to consistently violate their nutrient management plans from acquiring a permit for 3 years. They've proven they can't be trusted and therefore should not initially be allowed into this new program. This provides the state time to ensure the permitting process is sound and that responsible farmers are not delayed. 2, restrict spreading to a 30-day window per parcel from the time of first application. This provides enough time to spread a single property and the community with a set time frame. Spreading on a single property isn't needed for 9 months of the year. With your leadership and passage of this legislation, we can ensure safe water and the health and welfare of our communities. My family and others are negatively impacted, and we deserve better. I look forward to a favorable report. Thank you.
The next witness, please.
Chair and members of the committee, my name is Al Martinez. My horse farm is located by the Piney Branch Stream across the street from Tuckahoe State Park. I have been directly affected by the dumping in that stream that occurred last August 2023. A DAF waste processing plant in this area will affect the ability of park visitors to enjoy the natural environment in the park, including trail walking, bicycling, boating, fishing, horseback riding, plant, tree, and bird tourism at the Arboretum. Extremely offensive odors and the risk of leaching of those byproducts being processed into the wetlands by the Piney Branch Stream that the Peaviner Road location is near to will very negatively impact visitation to the state park, campgrounds, and all the sporting activities that regularly occur in and around the park, such as jogging, bicycling, bicycle club tours, marathon runs, horseback riding trails, as well as horseback competitions and shows at the Equestrian Center, which is located right in the park. This area is not only an agricultural community, is very much a residential and nature-filled recreational area as well. It is a town filled with children, schools, local commerce, and community activities. As president of the Tuckahoe Equestrian Center, the local trail riding club, I represent 412 members who do not want to lose the fresh air and clean environment of this area. I am in favor of enacting these regulatory measures. Thank you.
Ma'am, go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Gail Clark-Brott, and I'm appearing also on the behalf of Tuckahoe Equestrian Center on the Eastern Shore, which also happens to be located not too far from another proposed DAF site. Let me start by saying everything has a beginning. Sometimes that beginning is positive and brilliant and becomes popular. So it grows into something that benefits the population or the environment. The DAF dump sites are a beginning of something that currently fouls the air, threatens the streams, rivers, and the land. It has begun quietly without much public notice or awareness. Why? I'm sure it's because the installers knew it would not be approved. Why? Because it threatens what Eastern Shore people love, their fresh air, fertile land, streams, and rivers. But there is another major threat that looms further down the road in time. Some of you may not be fully aware of the size of Maryland's equine population and how it benefits the state financially. Because of our open lands and the draw of horse owners to the state, there are many dozens of equine-related fields of work in Maryland that have provided a lifetime of living wages to thousands of individuals who then pay taxes on that income to the state. Flash forward from now and imagine the slow collapse within the state if it becomes acceptable for more of these DAF sites to be positioned in the exact locations that are the most attractive to farmers, tourists, and horse owners of all kinds. If that occurs, an exodus from the state of thousands who held equine-related jobs will reduce funds going into the state coffers, but not if we prevent a future tragedy now. The threat to our state is beginning. Let's get this bill passed. Senate Bill 1074. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Why don't you finish us up on this panel? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm here to support SB 1074. My name is Marty Doty and I live in Trapp, Maryland. I grew up in Queen Anne's County and have lived in Caroline and Talbot counties. I'm very familiar with farming and the odors that go along with living in a farming area. In December of 21, I wrote a complaint letter to our ag board. I wrote the complaint because I had great concern for my health and well-being. Starting in November of 21, there was a disgusting odor in our yard. We looked around the yard because the odor was so bad that we thought our septic had failed, as it smelled like human feces. It was not coming from our septic. Upon further investigation, we realized it was from a different type of fertilizer spread on the fields across the street. It was very strong, different, extremely offensive, and unbearable odor. It was so bad that we could not stand outside our home. One day when I got home from work, the odor was extremely strong in the yard and was also inside the house. I literally sat in my living room and cried because the odor was so bad in the house. For that week, we basically lived in the basement of our split-level home because the central heat is not in that area of the home. Therefore, the smell was not as bad there. It was a month before we could go out into the yard without smelling the odor. I was praying that the end of the odor had come. However, it was just that the wind was not blowing towards the house. The smell returned the following day. If the wind is blowing in the direction of Landing Neck Road, our daughter can smell it at her home 1.5 miles away. If it's blowing towards town, you can smell it at our office on Route 50. From December to February, I didn't smell the odor. It came back in February when it was a little warmer. Basically, the odor never went away. It just got dormant because of the cold temperatures. It smelled when it rained, and in the spring, gnats or sewer flies, as I call them, showed up. It smelled like the trapped fields were used as a sludge dumping ground or a sewage landfill. In all of our years of living in a rural farming community, this is an odor we had never experienced. We could not get away from the odor, and we are extremely concerned about any health risks that we are facing if these practices are allowed to continue in Talbot County and Trapp and Maryland.
Thank you so much, Ms. Doty. Thank you all for sharing your stories. Colleagues, are there questions for these witnesses? I see none. Thank you again for coming, for sharing your experiences and your thoughts on this bill. There's still a lot more witnesses, colleagues. I'm going to call again Evan Isaacson, Josh Hastings, Mark Cropper, Kathy Green, Holly Porter, Travis Breeding, Larry Porter. Let's see how close we are to filling up all the chairs. 3, 4, 5. Do we have one more? Let me read a couple more names. I said Travis Breeding, Larry Porter, Franklin Bartz. I saw Lindsay Thompson. Oh, we got 6 now. Okay. You only go in any order. Actually, ma'am, you were there first. Why don't you start off and we can go down the line. Make sure you say your name and you get up to 2 minutes.
Sure. Good evening. Thank you. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Holly Porter. I'm the Executive Director of the Delmarva Chicken Association. And we are here today in support of Senate Bill 1074, along with the amendments that, again, we understand you haven't seen yet. I want to start by saying that DAF and food processing residuals are not a water quality issue, but actually a byproduct of a water quality solution. And that is the fact that we have better wastewater management and point source solutions that all of our chicken community has embraced. It is a byproduct that has a nutrient value, so we can recycle the material and not send it to the landfill. And because of that, I'm very thankful to the sponsors and to MDA for working on a bill that will help make it easier for the department to go after the few bad actors who are hurting the image of the responsible farmers who have used DAF residuals as a cost-effective alternative to commercial fertilizer for years in the state of Maryland. The chicken companies and our allied businesses are working on issues around smell and around the storage of product. And as you heard earlier today, there's technology out there such as anaerobic digestion, as well as other technology that may help with this as well. I did say we are supportive of the registry and the permitting process with a couple caveats. We would like to have a more stringent definition of public health, safety, or welfare, as those seem to be widely interpreted. And we would also like to see a section stricken that talks about sending information out to the local county. It already has in the legislation that the body of the county is going to be notified when a permitting processing occurs that requires storage. So we feel that that's duplicative. With that, we'd like to again ask for a favorable report.
Porter, next witness, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, committee members, my name is Mark Cropper. I'm a partner with the law firm Ayers Jenkins Gordy and Almond out of Ocean City, Maryland, and I represent Denali Water Solutions LLC. I want to thank you for the opportunity to discuss this Senate Bill 1074 cross-filed with HB 991 and the amendments presented to the committee through negotiated efforts with the Maryland Department of Agriculture. I also want to thank the Delmarva Chicken Association, Holly Porter, and its leadership in being a voice for growers, integrators, processors, and recyclers like Denali. While Denali opposes the original version of SB 1074, it supports with amendments suggested by MDA and DCA and would like to offer its operational expertise in further clarifying definitions and the intent of this permitting bill. As such, Denali supports with amendments SB 1074 as reviewed to date. However, it anticipates additional amendments as bill language is perfected through committee deliberations. Denali believes that while regulatory agencies should possess the authority to enforce standards, checks and balances must be in place to prevent arbitrary decision-making. Additionally, language allowing the MDA to take actions based upon, I quote, any good cause determined solely in its discretion raises valid concerns regarding accountability and transparency. Denali respectfully requests the opportunity to coordinate with committee members and MDA staff to clarify questions related to the potential implementation of future permitting requirements. It suggests language revisions that provide greater clarity, specificity, and accountability with a clearly stated permitting structure and regulatory framework, and it looks forward to working with committee members, staff, MDA, DCA to achieve this goal. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Chair. My name is Travis Breeding, and I'm a Caroline County Commissioner. I'm actually the president of the Caroline County Commissioners. I'm joined here this evening by my two co-commissioners, Vice President Porter and Commissioner Bartz. So you have the complete Caroline County local government representation in front of you. That's a testament to how important this issue is for us. It is very important to us that we continue to have control over siting. We would like to have it expressly and unequivocally placed in the bill language so that there is no ambiguity. We are a small rural county with a very small budget. We pride ourselves on constituent responsiveness. Thus, the three of us are here. A lot of the people, that you heard from earlier, we had a public hearing where we had approximately 200 residents show up and testify, and most all of the testimony was the same as what you heard here earlier this evening. So, thus, we are all here advocating for as much local control as possible over the storage siting and storage regulations. We would like to have the ability actually to be more strict than the state. We can move faster. We meet year round. The people have our ear. If it is a nuisance, we would like to save the county legal fees by having unequivocal control over storage, siting, and whether it needs to be covered, all of those issues, if we feel that the state hasn't gone far enough. So I thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Breeding.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Larry Porter, Vice President, Caroline County Commissioners. I'm going to go off script here just a little bit. I just want to reiterate what President Breeding said. Local control over storage is paramount for us. We know our county. We know where these facilities can go. We have a moratorium that we have placed on this material that will be, that will run until November 1st, and that will give us time to do some text amendments to our zoning ordinance. I want to touch just briefly on testing. The people that showed up at our public hearing had some significant concerns about health issues resulting from this material. It would be helpful for us if we would be able to get results from the testing from the state chemist. I believe that the testing should be done at the plant level. It should also be done at the storage level, because I believe, and I'm not a chemist, I wish I was, but I wonder if there isn't some changes in the chemistry of this material after it's been stored for a period of time. So it would be wonderful if we could go to our constituents and say, look, we have these results. Not talking about nutrient management plans. We understand that those are confidential with the farmers. Talking about the test results of the material as it comes from the plant and after it's been stored. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'm guessing you are Commissioner Bartz.
Yes, that would be.
Okay.
Yes, that's me. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for the time to testify. I just want to touch a little bit on the permitting process that's introduced in this bill. Transportation and storage are the two keys that are missing currently, and that's what you're addressing. I want to say thank you on that. Currently, the permit process is important because the companies that are handling the product are targeting antiquated tanks and concrete storage slabs that were used in prior dairy operations, and we feel that's no longer viable. I want to reiterate about the siting should be totally under the county control to ensure public safety and health risks at a local level. I'd say 99% of farmers respect the Right to Farm Act, but there is that 1% that do not, and that's what falls under. That's what this bill will take care of. And I just want to say me too to Miss Rachel Jones's amendments that she stated prior to. That covers a lot of what we were discussing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Bartz. Thank you all for being with us. You get one more here.
Yep.
Welcome.
Thank you for your time. I'm Kathy Green, a Carroll County resident. 2 years ago, our lives turned upside down when our Mayberry community became a storage and dumping ground for DAF industrial waste. DAF is stored in an open pit year-round and dumped on the land from March through December. The smell is unbearable. Imagine a field of rotting flesh. It takes your breath away for weeks after each application. As a result, we can no longer go outside. The waste comes from a plant in Virginia, and if the farmer is paid $1,000 to $2,000 per truckload. Current regulations have not stopped our community from becoming a waste disposal site for big industry. Bad actors are not deterred by the small fines and can deny inspection by officials, so illegal operations continue with no consequence. I am concerned about our environment and health. DAF contains high levels of heavy metals, PFAS, and disease. The sludge used in our community has tainted wells in Antrim Township, Pennsylvania. DAF is industrial waste and should be treated as such. Virginia and Delaware have severely restricted storage and application, and Pennsylvania is considering the same. Without action, Maryland will grow as the region's storage and dumping ground, bringing DAF to a community near you. I ask for your support with amendments. Deny permits to those with a history of DAF noncompliance. On-site storage only during field application. And restricted application to a limited time once per year to allow us relief and enjoyment of our property. Please take action to help us limit the impact of DAF industrial waste on our quality of life, health, and environment. Thank you.
Thanks for being with us. Senator Washington, followed by Senator Hester.
Thank you. Again, thank you very much. I am so sorry that this is happening, and we will do something about it. You can be guaranteed. I wanted to ask about the siting. Do you think, I know you're asking for local control, but do you think the siting should also be a part of the permit? In other words, have that be a part of the whole, so that you know before?
We are just concerned that the state may get it wrong, may allow it in a spot that would adversely affect a neighbor. We do have siting control with our zoning ordinances right now, but this falls under Right to Farm. And we just want to make sure that it is expressly said in the legislation that the county has the ability to regulate where these structures are located. And also potentially even the type of structures used, whether they need to be covered or open topped.
Well, I guess when you nodded, I think you nodded, yes. So it could, certainly in this case, it could be as a part of the permit, I mean, you're working at where you know where these should be and where they shouldn't be potentially. And that in evaluating the permit, that be a part of,
We just
where
don't
it
want
is.
the state to preempt us in that department. No
Absolutely.
preemption. We want to avoid litigation. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
We just want to avoid any potential litigation. As I alluded to earlier, with small budget, don't want to spend a lot on attorneys. We would
Well-
rather spend it on parks, roads and,
Right.
schools.
Just one thing, if it were a state permit, then that's on us.
Right.
Okay.
But we're concerned is that the state may allow it somewhere that doesn't make sense in
Okay.
Caroline County.
I think folks hear what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
there's a way to help,
Mhm.
Boister through state law, your preferences for citing. That's
Thank-
what I would be open to
Thank you.
doing. Okay.
Just because counties are represented here, MACO, the Maryland Association of Counties, has submitted unfavorable testimony, but again, that was before the amendments. So at some point, you all may want to check back with them and share your views.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Senator Hester.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. And I am also sorry for what you've gone through. I mean, the context of what other states or our neighboring states are doing, I think is really important. And I guess I'm wondering, do you have research you could share with the committee that shows, like, are these other states banning it? Do they have testing on the level of PFAS that's in it? And like, what kind of fines or restrictions are they putting on it that's directing it to come into the state of Maryland?
You want to take, you want me to?
Yeah.
Different panel. maybe?
Well, we have done a lot of research. This issue arose in December. It was brought to our attention. We held public hearings. Our particular board has been very proactive and we have spent a lot of time. We have struggled to figure out what the material is. We obtained a ticket. They called it pond water. So they've named it as benign a substance as they can name it to try to cover up what it is. Now, I don't think it's actually DEF. The ticket that we obtained, we believe, was ammonia water that was too highly laden with ammonia to discharge through the MDE permit. So we need a chain of custody for the material. We need the loophole that others have alluded to filled. And I think that this bill starts to do that. We just want to make sure that we're not preempted. Yeah. Is our concern. Other states, as far as your question, Senator Hester, other states have permitting processes and I think they are similar to this process. I think MDA actually used Virginia's model. So very similar to what Virginia's doing.
If I may add to that, so again, Delaware and Virginia, their laws have been put in place for years. Not sure that we have the complete research on the why on that. Here in Maryland, this material again has been a registered soil amendment, so it is tested through the state chemist, has been a registered soil amendment for a number of years, has been used by farmers for a number of years as well too. So it's not exactly apples to apples and saying that, what we would do in MDA, or I'm sorry, in Maryland, or what is done in Delaware and Virginia should exactly be what's done in Maryland, only because we have, 60 to 70 farmers who would be impacted because again, they have been using this soil amendment for years in the state. So the permitting process is similar. I think again, it allows for that accountability. It allows for the state to know where the materials are and where they're being applied. And so again, we are supportive of that. But to compare, Maryland, Delaware, and Virginia, I think it's a little bit more challenging for that.
Okay, we have one more panel. I think if I can just run through these names one more time, I have called, thank you again, all of you, for the drive and for waiting. Evan Isaacson, this is last call. Evan Isaacson, Josh Hastings, a Wycomico County Council member. Lindsay Thompson, Alan Gerard, and Stephanie Lansing. You may begin your testimony as soon as you sit down, and you get up to 2 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Alan Gerard with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, here in support of Senate Bill 1074 with the sponsors' amendments. We talked with a lot of people about where they are on this issue. We heard farmers say, DAF is a cost-effective nutrient source, but please don't prohibit us from using it. But we also heard them say bad actors who use DAF give us a bad name. And we heard them say that permits are a reasonable solution we generally do not oppose. We heard the university say, nutrient management may be helping, but DAF that originates out of state is still being disposed on Maryland farms in large quantities. We heard them say as much as half the material land applied in Maryland comes from non-Maryland sources, likely because Virginia and Delaware require permits and Maryland does not. And we heard that handled well, DAF can still be used safely on farms. We heard agencies say, we think permits are needed. Permits should include effective controls and meaningful penalties. And we don't want to preempt local government siting authority over DAF storage. We heard counties say, the state should not preempt local government siting authority over DAF storage. Regulating DAF is the state's responsibility, not ours, and our constituents are very upset. And finally, we heard citizens say from Carroll, Caroline, Dorchester, Talbot, Wacomico, the impact to our communities is massive. Bad actors should be held accountable, and land application limits, enforcement, and legal remedies are critical. Now, in closing, from what we're hearing, the sponsor's bill and proposed amendments are responsive to where most people are on this issue. For these reasons, we urge your favorable report on Senate Bill 1074. Thank you.
Mr. Gerard, Ms. Thompson, do you want to go next, or do you want to? Okay.
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lindsay Thompson here today on behalf of Maryland Grain Producers Association, favorable with amendments on this legislation. I want to first start by saying we are in no way advocating for the bad actors. Our goal in this is to ensure that farmers who have made an investment in the storage and responsible application equipment and have been using this organic recycled nutrient source responsibly according to their nutrient management plan without bothering their neighbors can continue to do so. According to the Maryland Department of Agriculture, over 70 farmers reported, or nearly 70 farmers reported using DAF on their annual implementation report, where they have to disclose all of the nutrient sources that they use on their farms. MDA has gotten complaints about just a handful. With Maryland's winter nutrient application ban from December until March, storage is necessary to ensure that farmers can use this food processing residual when the soils are ready for them. These farmers live, many of them live on the farms and in the communities where this product is being used. They want to know what's in it, and they rely on the publicly available data from the state chemist office that is collected with analysis during the registration process. We support the Department of Agriculture's authority to take enforcement action against bad actors, and certainly do hope that this bill with amendments addresses that. The couple of additional amendments that we would also seek is a clarification on the definition of public health, safety, and welfare. We've been trying to find a definition for that somewhere else in the code to refer to. And the other one is referring to the existing nutrient management law as it relates to the rates for application. And with that, we would request your favorable with amendments report.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. And wrapping us up, Ms. Lansing?
Yes. So my name is Stephanie Lansing. I'm professor at the University of Maryland. I am here today on behalf of the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council, which is again 33 appointed members from across the state with expertise to work towards a more resilient food system. And really our goal here from the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council is the fact that we have this material that can be a soil amendment, but it is not, because there's concerns. You heard all of these concerns here. We need to make sure that there is a permitting system so that when there are bad actors and we have community concerns, that those can be addressed. So you heard a little bit about the reports from Maryland, from the University of Maryland. So again, we were the ones that I was the one who co-authored this report. And I will say one of the issues that we had in compiling, so we did all of the DAF by county in every state. We did manure resources, we did DAF, and there wasn't a lot of information about the DAF because a lot of it is originating from out of state. 72% of it in 2022 was from out of state. And so by having this permitting process, we'll now have that data about where our DAF is coming from, where it's being applied, how it's being done in a much more transparent manner. And I think that's why you see everybody up here supporting this, because this is something that we really need. What we found through our analysis is that DAF is increasingly being brought into the state, but it's also increasingly going up to Pennsylvania. And it's really following who has these permitting processes. So we don't. Delaware and Virginia does, Pennsylvania doesn't. So it's coming here and now it's moving there. And so we're really just putting a process to put us on par with best practices and ensuring that our farmers use best practices. We want them to compost, to digest, to have covered storage that doesn't stink. We want them to do the best practices. And in order to do that, we need to have this permitting process. Thank you.
Dr. Lansing?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for your testimony. Thank you all. Senator Washington has a question.
Thank you. I'm hoping you can clear something up. So, thank you. Currently, MDE regulates sludge. Correct.
For biosolids from wastewater treatment plants.
Okay. So that's what I want to understand. The difference. So currently farmers are using sludge. There's like 5,000 permits apparently that MDE has issued to allow for that. Okay, so that's not, so we're talking about something different, or is it, okay, so that's what I'd like to know.
Yeah.
Just briefly, what's the difference between the sludge that MDE is currently regulating and permitting, MDE, not A, and what you're talking
Right.
about?
So MDE regulates sludge that comes from human wastewater treatment plant, human feces, and there's extra regulations associated that we can't put that on certain crops. We have to put it in certain times of the years. Biosolids are regulated to a much higher extent because of the disease, because of the concerns that we have. DAF is a soil amendment. And so that is regulated through the MDA, through state soil chemists that has different, regulations associated with it. So DAF doesn't just come from poultry processing. DAF is any sort of food residuals. As we said, it's from food for people or food for animals, like dog food. Any of those processing can produce seafood, can produce this DAF. And so then it can be applied as a nutrient source because it doesn't have the human like virus pathogen concerns that would come from a wastewater treatment plant. So it's two different sources regulated differently.
Okay. All right.
Does that answer your question?
It answers my question, but we do have to follow up because according to MDE's fact sheet on sewage sludge, it also calls it biosolids. So it's still the biosolids because it's come from the body of a human versus food.
Right. So during the wastewater treatment process, you have solid separation, and those solids
I got it.
are called the biosolids. So they still came from that, and that's what's regulated by MDE. This is something that didn't come from human waste whatsoever, and that's regulated. Then it comes from food processing, which is regulated by MDA.
Now, do the solids that you're talking about also have water that come as well? So there's water so we're talking about the DAF. There's water off of it as well as the solids.
Yeah. So if you're at all of the waste kind of comes through. First, they get out the bones and they have a screener. And then it comes to what they call where the dissolved air flotation is. So this is water. This is 93% water usually. And so what it is they pump it with as much air as they can. And they add a flocculant to bring all the crap to the top. It's the fats, oils, grease, it's the nutrients, it's all the good stuff. And so as Holly Porter said earlier, it's all the nutrient rich stuff that's brought to the top. And that's basically taken off the top, and that's called DAF. That's dissolved
that
air
smells,
flotation.
and that's what smells.
And that's what smells. The water is actually mainly left behind, and that goes through kind of a wastewater treatment process on site, and is either, then that depends on if they have a permanent disposal, if it's evaporation ponds, what they have. So this is the stuff that comes off the top that has all the smells and all the nutrients associated with it, that's put on the fields.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Last question on this bill is Senator Hester's. No pressure.
I've got so many. Do you guys know where in Maryland this is that's coming from? Like, because we've got another bill that's dealing with PFAS with significant industrial users. And so we're trying to trace back the municipal solid waste back to the industry to figure out if the water treatment plants that have too much PFAS in them, so that we're having trouble drinking the water,
Right.
you know, is coming from that facility. So I was curious if you could tell us which facilities in Maryland are producing DAF.
It would, I don't have them by name, but it would be poultry, seafood, animal waste. It would be several facilities. Any facility in Maryland, there's not just one or two facilities, but it's any kind of animal plants processing plant that we have is going to produce this DAF. So we have more. So a lot of our chickens are grown in Maryland, but then we send them to the processing plants in Delaware and Virginia. And so that DAF's kind of coming back onto our fields, but it's any animal processing plant.
But I thought you mentioned that you had gone like county by county with this research. Could I get a copy of that?
Yeah.
And did you test for PFAS in any of it? Like, I mean, I know you're not doing the testing.
Yes.
Is there information on PFAS in any of the research that you've seen?
No, because I have not seen PFAS on that. I personally would be more concerned about PFAS from wastewater treatment plants than from, don't have a lot of plastic going on when we're chopping up chickens. And so I don't see a lot of PFAS concerns, and the persistent organics that you have, those are going to come through a wastewater treatment. PFAS is just persistent organics. It's these organic compounds that you can't break down. And those just keep cycling through our wastewater treatment plants. I don't see that being as much as an issue in a poultry processing plant or a seafood processing plant.
We have two more bills left. You guys, all of you, everybody who has testified on this bill has been compelling and thoughtful. I think we've all been educated about this issue really effectively. So Senator Reedy, if you're still in the room, I can't see if you're here, but thank you to everyone who's been here. That completes the hearing on Senate Bill 1074. We still have two bills left. Passing it back to the chair.
Okay, we're gonna try to knock out these final two bills, and we're gonna start with Senator Walt Stryker on Senate Bill 1028. And you've got some sponsor panelists designated: Lily Burkle, Samantha Sieber, Adrian Gardner, and Gideon Van Emden. I think those are four witnesses that you've designated on your panel. We do have a few additional witnesses beyond that. And then a couple of actually information purposes only witnesses. So that said, Senator Walt Stryker, Senate Bill 1028.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will move quick on this. When it comes to death care in Maryland, it is a highly regulated industry, and you basically have two choices. You have the choice of cremation. I know this committee has discussed that a little bit this session, or the choice of burial. The market is asking for additional choices. Our constituents are asking for additional choices. These may not be choices that you would use, or even people of your faith might use, but they are choices that people would like to have here in Maryland and that other states have legalized. And so the bill before you does just two simple things. It adds natural organic reduction, and it adds alkaline reduction, two environmentally friendly ways of death care. And that's all the bill does. This looks like, this is the bill. It looks really large, but it's actually not that much content change because the burial industry, the death industry is so well regulated. We had to essentially insert both of those options throughout the code, which exists in various parts of the code. And so that's why the bill feels like a lot, but really it's just adding those two options to the already existing regulatory structure. There are some amendments, Mr. Chair, forthcoming. They're simply clarifying amendments. With those amendments, it brings the Board of Morticians and Funeral Association on board. And with that, I'll turn it over to my panel here and ask for a favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Senator Waldstreicher. Do you have anybody in particular you want to designate first? Okay. Tell us who you are, and you're going to be on a 2-minute clock, okay?
Hi, good evening. I'm Lily Berkeley. I'm a funeral director in Maryland. And I've been serving families for about 10 years. I can tell you from the perspective of a funeral director that families want these options. Families in Maryland, they know about water cremation, which is what alkaline hydrolysis is. They know about natural organic reduction. And when they want them, they leave the state to get access to them. And there's just no good reason for them not to be able to take care of their family at home right here. Both of these methods are well-researched, decades of research behind them. There are dozens of states operating water cremation. We've got 7 states that have legalized natural organic reduction, and families here are excited about these options. When I first heard of it, I thought, are people going to want this? And it's all they can talk to me about. They want the option for greener death care, and they will leave the state to get it when they shouldn't have to. I was at the cemetery last week where I work. I was cleaning up from a funeral. Another funeral director came up to me and said, we had the saddest call last week. There was a family who called about the death of their 7-year-old, and they wanted nothing more than to use natural organic reduction. That was how they could make sense of his death for them. And so what did they do? They actually had to fly his small body across the country to Washington State to get access to it. They just should not have to do that. They really shouldn't. They should be able to take care of their, family here. I urge your favorable report on this bill, and I hope you'll give families these choices. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next witness.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members, I'm Guido van Emden. And I'd like to note that I'm here today not in any official capacity. I'm not here on behalf of the Maryland Board of Morticians and Funeral Directors, where I'm honored to serve as a member. I'm speaking only on my own behalf. And I'm speaking here in favor of the Green Death Care Options Act with a few amendments as supported by Senator Waldstreicher. Consumers today are looking for greener options and for cheaper options than the methods of disposition currently available, cremation and burial. Cremation uses fossil fuels and has a significant carbon footprint. Burial as practiced today in vaults and in caskets that contain non-natural materials is burdensome on the environment and burdensome on our consumers' wallets. So we see today the regular creation of more environmentally sound burial options, and also the options described in the bill before us. According to the National Funeral Directors Association, in 2023, 60% of respondents would be interested in exploring green funeral options. This statistic is trending up. That's up 4 percentage points between 21 and 2023. Currently, 7 other states have regulated natural organic reduction, and over 20, I think 26, have regulated alkaline hydrolysis. Additionally, bills like the one in front of you are under consideration in many other states. Members of the committee, I hope that you will allow Marylanders who wish to use these methods to opt for these greener options and to do so without having to send their money across state lines. Please give this bill a favorable report.
You're next.
Hi, my name is Samantha Sieber, and I am your alkaline hydrolysis expert. I'm an inventor of the technology. I'm an owner and founder of my family's company, and believe it or not, it's based in Indiana. It's not a California thing. I've helped over 30 states draft regulations to accommodate this option so that it can be available to families. And I've testified in over 40 House and Senate hearings. I'm not getting any better with each one. Typically, I try to talk about the consumer angle and how important this is for families, but I think Lily really covered that. I run a small business, and I'd like to give you a little insight into who the early adopters of this technology are. It's not the big crematories. It's not the large corporations. It's small privately owned businesses. Some found me because they were turned down for a crematory because they couldn't put it in their building because of air emissions. Many own beautiful funeral homes built in the 1800s in historic downtown areas next to residences. They can put alkaline hydrolysis equipment in because there are no emissions. There's no categorical pollutants. There's no emissions of CO2. It truly is a green technology. And NFDA's report, that's National Funeral Directors Association, 11% of funeral homes are looking to put in crematory equipment in the next 5 years. This can be emission-free equipment. Funeral homes are being consolidated by private equity and corporations, and small businesses are nimble. Right now, these corporations are in the other 26 states that have access to this. And your Maryland small funeral businesses need to have access to it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Jim, before you, is Sandy Huffer, is she, why don't you come up? You're the final, you signed up straight favorable and you're the only other in-person favorable. So let's get you in. Mr. Gardner, why don't you, you can proceed. 2 minutes. Favorable.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman and members of the committee. I'm pleased to be here. My name is Adrian Gardner. I am starting a small business called Green Legacy, and Ms. Berkeley is my business partner. I'm going to try to stay under the limit here because I'm sure the committee's familiar with the old adage that the committee is familiar with the adage that the only way to eat an elephant is one bite at a time. And we have a 10 megaton elephant in our state, and that's the issue with us achieving our climate goals. That's the pathways report and what we're deficient. And we know that we need new policies to reach those goals. And when you talk about cremation, I think one of the most important things is that the committee needs to realize that the status quo is not carbon neutral. In fact, the status quo means more carbon because more and more people are choosing cremation. 50,000 people in Maryland die each year. This year, more than 25,000 will choose cremation. All of that contributes to carbon, every single bit of it. And it's only going to grow by 2040. So that's an opportunity. And the real beauty is that this is market driven. As you've heard, you have testimony from consumers, you have testimony from providers. This is without spending a nickel of state resources in order to actually have a demonstrable influence on our carbon footprint. And so the question really does become, what is the policy reason to deprive our state of this option? So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we pick up Ms. Huffer? You've got 2 minutes and then we'll take questions from the
Great. Thank you very much. My name is Sandy Huffer. I live in Annapolis and I've been a resident of Maryland all my life. I urge this committee for a favorable report on the Maryland Green Death Care Option Act. I spend most of my leisure time in the outdoors. I relish that time and enjoy it. I live a life that values sustainability, and I wish to have a death care option at the end of my life that does not harm the environment. And this act does that. Water cremation and natural organic reduction should be options, as we've said here, that Marylanders should have the option to do. It's an option. It's not required, but if you want that, it should be available to you. For those people who have done a greener lifestyle before their death, and this is, due to the detrimental environmental impact of conventional funerals that are entirely avoidable with these better death care options. Individuals want this. The country, 60% of people are saying they want green options in death care, and Marylanders are the same. So I hope you will support this eco-friendly death care option. A friend of mine who just passed away recently in June, she did not have this option. And people should not have to go out of the state of Maryland in order to have this option. And plus, it's more cost effective. Largely, these death care options are cheaper and less costly to citizens. So I hope you'll do this. And it's also an important aspect, I think, this year, is this is a zero financial impact to the budget. It has no financial impact. So I hope you'll support this. Thank
Okay,
you.
we have a couple questions. We'll start with Senator Washington, Vice Chair Kagan, and then actually we got a Christmas tree light up here now. Okay, let's start with Senator Washington, the lead off.
Senator Wallstrecker, I should have had your panel testify on a bill that I have to regulate incinerators, precisely crematories, precisely because of the points you raised of the sort of MIC cremation build that's happening, the acquisition of your small local funeral homes, and that the equity partners that are coming, that actually is going to end up increasing the cost of cremations. So I really am happy to hear about this option, particularly when you're talking about urban areas, because I'm looking at like siting and, you know, having distances and things like that. So again, thank you, Senator, for this panel and for this opportunity to review this truly green option. Thank you.
Okay.
Isn't that so, I guess?
That was, yeah, that's in the category of comment. Okay, Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Sieber? Yes, okay. I went to your website, so I am fascinated and delighted by this. And I love if more people respect the planet in death, it bodes well for how they'll treat it while they're alive on your website. And one of your pages is broken, by the way. So,
excellent.
yes, you might want to check that out.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So I'm wondering whether you or Adrian or anyone on the panel can just give us a sense. Several of you have said less expensive and obviously the green impact and stuff. How long does it take? How much competition is out there? Are we opening the door to sort of one firm? Is this something, would you be opening up a Maryland outpost if this were to be enacted? Can you just give us an idea of the lay of the land? And that could be seen as a bad pun.
Well, Madam Vice Chair, let me take the first stab at it in terms of there was a lot there, but let's talk about the cost first. What we know from other states is that when you're talking about natural organic reduction, you're talking somewhere between the $5,000 and $7,000 range, which when you don't have to then necessarily buy a funeral plot or deal with any of the accoutrements that go along with that, no casket and those kinds of things. The point is that it's at a competitive price. And I think the same, and I'll let Ms. Sieberts talk to water cremation a little bit more, but you will find that many operators actually offer both. And when people are given an option of choosing a water cremation option or a traditional cremation option, the selection rate for water is sometimes in the neighborhood of 80% because for a number of different reasons. But that's kind of an important point. On the question of what the competition would look like, I would turn you to the fiscal note because in fact, it talks about the fact that they don't think the uptake on any of this is going to be that dramatic. And but there are other, in addition to the company that we're trying to start, and let's be clear, we can't start this company until the state gives us. But we know that there are other people out there that want to, and there's even some other small operators that would like to offer these options. And the reality is that we can't until we win your support. That was most of it. I think I got.
Okay, we don't need 5 minutes. I think you captured. Okay, we're going to go to Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just had a long hearing about DAF. You probably all heard a lot of that. So this kind of goes similar. So I had to look up and I looked up a Smithsonian Magazine article that kind of described it because I'm not really familiar with it. It says the process dissolves the bonds in the body's tissues and eventually yields a sterile liquid combination of amino acids, peptides, salt, sugars, and soaps, which is disposed of down the drain at the alkaline hydrolysis facility. The body's bones are then ground to a fine powder and returned to the deceased person's survivors, just as the bones that remain after flame cremation are returned to families dashed. So what's left there, like that water material, is that similar, would that be regulated similarly to what's done, like say at a butcher shop or does this stuff just go right down the drain like water or what? So that's the first part. And then the second part would be about what it takes to get these bones reduced.
Excellent question. So the process water, the process is 95% water and 5% alkali, which has a high pH, okay? There's also some heat. So instead of 1600 to 1800 degrees, this is going to occur at 200 to 300 degrees. It is a sterilization technology, so that's the root of this technology. There's a few things that might be in bodies I want to address. Chemotherapy drugs destroyed, drugs in the body destroyed, all pathogens destroyed. There's something called Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, which is difficult to destroy. That's destroyed prions. That's responsible for mad cow. So it is sterile. It's validated. There's been multiple studies published, peer-reviewed. So everything's sterile. What you have at the end with the processed water is 96% water and 4% basically as small as everything can be broken down. So I know it's a little weird, but it's amino acids, sugars, there's a little bit of soap produced, and nutrients. It's very regulated. So if one of these systems is going to go in, we get permission from the wastewater treatment plant. Now, I know you're thinking toilets. That's a very small part of what goes to the wastewater plant. This is showers, dishwashers. If you have industry in town, that all goes to the wastewater treatment plant. You have to think of a wastewater treatment plant as a carbon neutral underground highway. It's a piping system. We send all the liquids there, and then we put them through a tertiary treatment of physical, chemical, and biological treatment. And then we monitor what comes out of that. It has to abide by a federal permit to make sure that what we're discharging from that wastewater treatment plant is safe. What we're putting it in there in the first place is safe already. But we we fill out a form for the wastewater plant. We say, hey, here's an analysis from the lab of your choice. That's what we have. Here's how many gallons we have a day. Can we get your permission to put this to the wastewater plant? They give us written permission. Typically, wastewater plants, if you're discharging less than 10,000 gallons a day or 25,000 gallons a day, they won't regulate you as an industrial user. This is going to use 285 gallons a day.
And the bones.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. So the bones, basically the process breaks down everything organic. What we have in our body that's not organic are the minerals that made up our bones. It's pure calcium phosphate. So if you find skeletal remains on a hike of a animal body that's decomposed, that's going to be the calcium phosphate. So it looks like skeletal remains, and they're very fragile. You get about 30% more than you do with cremation because we're not losing any up to the air. Mercury in our dental amalgam, that goes into the air with cremation. That does not with this process. That stays in the teeth. So we put that in a dental recycling container, just like dentists do. So we keep that from being released to the environment. That's awesome. And then the bones are dried and processed into, instead of being chippy, I don't know who has seen cremated remains, but instead of being chippy, it's more of a powder. Anything people want to do with the ashes that you can do with cremation ashes, you can do with these remains. So jewelry, memory glass, it's the same piece of equipment that you use to break it down into smaller fragments. Same piece of equipment that a crematory uses, you use with this piece of equipment.
Okay, let's go to Senator Watson, and then to Senator Brooks, and then let's bring some closure to this panel, okay? Senator Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is fascinating. Fascinating. And so the bottom line is we're going to reach a point where we run out of land. We can't just keep saying this land is off limits because folks have been buried there for the last 1,000 years. There's going to be a move to this green technology. I get it. My question is, did you say you have licensed the technology to do this? Did I hear somebody say that or no?
No.
No. Okay, so this is already being done in other states, right? And we need to enact this law so it can be done in the state of Maryland. What is the startup cost for this? Because I'm concerned about our Black morticians and funeral directors, and will they be able to keep pace? Because I believe that if this becomes an option, most folks will take this option. Because I'm going to assume it's cheaper. I don't know, but can you give me some cost of what would it cost for a funeral director to have this technology? It looks like a tanning bed to me. And then what is the cost for someone to actually have a family member go through the process?
Again, Senator Watson, thank you for the question. I'm going to take a stab at it, but in terms of startup costs, it is less than, we believe it's less than, and a traditional crematory, in part because you don't have the same engineering issues as, and I'm talking about now the alkaline hydrolysis technology. You don't have the engineering issues that you need in order to get the air quality permits and all of the work that needs to go into the building infrastructure to put something that's going to reach 1600, 1800 degrees. The other part of that, I would say, is that in my view, I think our Black funeral directors are actually going to be advantaged by this. Why? Because it can be retrofitted in existing facilities. And you will not have the outcry because you don't have the impact in the neighborhood. It's as simple as that. You will not have the impact in the neighborhood. So things that are currently, there's going to be a shift in the industry for sure, because I think, you know, but I think that that's going to be a great option. And on the natural organic reduction, that's to be determined.
Quick follow-up. So if we're having some kind of zoning meeting in my county, we want to put a crematorium there, everybody's gonna say, oh, what do you call this if it's not a crematorium? What do you call it?
Well, I mean, I think because I've spent so much time talking zoning, this is almost, and you know, the interesting thing, if you listen to this, if you listen to one of these machines as I have, it's not much louder than a dishwasher. And so it is literally like, you wouldn't zone a restaurant based on what refrigerating machine they get. And if you're in a zone and you're in a place where a death care business is allowed by your local jurisdiction, then this is like getting a new piece of equipment. Well, I mean, I think an accessory use for some places. I think that, you know, that's going to be an issue about how it's marketed. I think, for example, we're going to make it clear that it's a funeral company. It's going to be a full service funeral home.
Thank you.
Of course, this is a committee that took a whole day talking about renaming fish from a branding standpoint. So maybe snakehead fish, this committee renamed it. Maybe we come up with our own new name for marketing purposes. Okay. I'm gonna adjust my prior statement. Senator Brooks and then Senator Hester, you get the last word.
Okay, thanks, Chair. May I answer that question? Composting. I'm just kidding. No, bad joke. Bad joke. Sponsor or, you know, alkaline hydrolysis is considered more environmentally friendly than traditional cremation or whatnot. Did the sponsor, did you reach out to the Catholic, to the Baltimore Catholic community to get their input, get their views?
So I think some of the advocates here have had conversations with the Catholic community.
Okay, because they did an unfavorable on it, on the bill. So I was wondering why, because they mentioned traditional cremation, of course, traditional beverage, barrels, but they didn't come in favorable on this.
Yeah, and I'll let anyone else speak up. I think the short answer to that is no one will be forced to utilize these options.
Right.
These options, if they are inconsistent with your faith, as they are with mine, they will not be options for you. But that shouldn't prevent anyone from providing that option to others who want it.
Yeah, and I think it would be ideal from a cost perspective for those individuals who would experience financial challenges from doing the traditional one. So yeah, okay, all right. Thanks,
Okay,
Chair.
Senator Hester.
Thank you. To whoever is best placed to answer this, I just wanted to request for more information. I don't want to be overwhelmed with studies, but if you could find like one or two studies that kind of clearly outline the technology and the licensing and permitting in other states, that would be super helpful. And you know, how, I mean, a lot of people are talking about how this is better environmentally, just like a couple scientific studies. I'm looking through the testimony and I'm not seeing any right away. So that would be helpful. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, folks. Thank you, Senator Waltz-Stryker. We do have two final witnesses who've signed up purely for information purposes. James Doyle. Is Mr. Doyle here?
Mr. Chairman, he is not, and
Okay, and Michael Kuda? from Board of Morticians.
may I say for the record that both President Kuda from the funeral board, Morticians and Funeral Association, and Mr. Doyle have authorized me to report to the committee that with the amendments that are currently worked out and have been provided to your committee staff, they have no opposition to the bill.
Okay, that's very helpful. Okay, so that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 1028, which brings us to our final bill of the day. Senator Brooks, why don't you go up there on Senate Bill 915? And I'm going to call some witnesses. Okay, Marie Laporte, Kirsten Hoffman, Catherine Latar, Judith Fulton, Jeremy Tidd, Jesse Iliff. Okay, now who else here? Okay, if I called you, come on up. Okay, Senator Brooks, why don't you start? Senate Bill 915.
Lamar, is this on? I guess it
Yeah.
is. Okay. Thanks, Chair Feldman, the Vice Chair, Hagan, members of my awesome committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on Senate Bill 915, the Biodiversity and Agricultural Protection Act. For the record, I'm Senator Ben Brooks, representing the 10th Legislative District in Baltimore County. The purpose of this bill is to increase the number of invasive plant species banned from sale and propagation in the state by streamlining the process for assessing them. In 2011, the state enacted HB 831 to control the spread of invasive plants in Maryland. These non-indigenous plants are assessed under a two-tier system. Tier 1 plants that are deemed prohibited, while Tier 2 plants require a warning label at the time of sale. Despite the rapid spread of invasive in the state, there has been an invasive plant assessment. There hasn't been an invasive plant assessment since 2019, and only 6 plants have been prohibited under Tier 1, and 13 have been listed under Tier 2. Moreover, the 2011 law also did not address aquatic plants or species not considered commercial in Maryland. These gaps are jeopardizing Maryland's ecosystem, and it's crucial that we rectify these issues with SB 915. The intent of the bill is to, 1, prohibit harmful invasive plants from being propagated, purchased, or sold in Maryland. 2, adopt a more rapid status assessment protocol to maximize eradication and management costs incurred by the state later. 3, combine a 2-tier system of classifying invasive plant into a single prohibited list after plants have been reassessed. The bill, as amended, codifies the existing reasonable transition period to minimize economic impact to the nursery trade. And 4, add aquatic plants to the invasive plants regulations. As amended, we have addressed the concerns of stakeholders, including the Department of Agriculture, State Highway Administration, Department of Natural Resources, and Maryland nurseries. The governor's bill also contains funding for 3 additional agricultural department staff positions specifically assigned to the program to carry out the existing law. The additional staffing, combined with the streamlined assessment process, will allow Maryland the opportunity to address these nuisance plants efficiently and effectively. Working with the Maryland Green Industrial Council, which represents nursery growers, we have added amendments to clarify the plant on these invasive lists must be evaluated based on the status assessment. Moreover, the amendments also clarify that the Invasive Plant Advisory Committee and the Secretary of Agriculture maintain the authority to recommend their placement on the prohibited plant list. Additionally, the amendments allow them to deregulate sterile cultivars. Further, the amendment addresses the fiscal concern raised by the State Highway Administration by allowing the Secretary of Agriculture and the SHA to collectively agree on how to dispose of banned plants. Overall, invasive plants have a huge impact on our state's economy, agriculture, and health and well-being of our constituents. The economic impact of invasive plants species in Maryland is substantial. Thus, the significant reducing productivity in key sectors and requires huge sums of ongoing effort to manage and mitigate these impacts. For example, the DNR has spent about $1 million in 2014 to control one invasive species, hydrilla, in one location, Deep Creek Lake. Invasive plants also have a serious impact on agriculture. Crops yields are reduced by 12% due to invasive plant, despite the $6.6 billion spent annually on pesticides, which are harmful to workers and to the environment. Finally, a Virginia farmer has submitted compelling testimony that a neighbor's ornamental planting of an invasive fountain grass has spread over to his 225 acres of pasture, which he raises Angus cattle. In just a few years, it has covered 25 to 30% of his field. He is now facing possibility of closure due to the nuisance grass invasion. Some invasive plants have a direct impact on human health and health costs. Japanese barberry is a host for mice and black-legged ticks that carries Lyme disease. Where there is greater infestation of barberry, there's a greater spread of the infection, which that impacts human, equine, and canine health, and as well as livestock. In fact, the Department of Defense even considers this to be a threat to military readiness. The first step is to protect Maryland native species of our biosphere and is to prohibit these plants, which impact the health and existence of critical pollinators and flora. SB 915 will accomplish this and help farmers, winemakers, and recreational industry. The bill will also bring much needed relief to public and private property owners, managers, despite the expanding labor and herbicide costs each year. They struggle to contain these invasive plants on private property and in our parks. It is imperative that we enact and update invasive species assessment protocol to manage and control invasive plant species in Maryland effectively. Considering these fundamental and cost biodiversity concerns to both the environment and the economy, I strongly urge a favorable report on SB 915.
Okay, let's go to the panel. Why don't you start right in the middle with the mic, and then we'll just go. Tell us who you are, and everybody's got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Falmouth, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I'm Marie Laporte, speaking on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club and its 70,000 members and supporters in favor of SB 915. While native plants are always the best choice to protect Maryland's wildlife and plants, few non-natives become invasive, just 6%. However, for the plants that do become invasive, their impact is frequently devastating to our biodiversity and costly to agriculture, property owners, and local government. Invasive plants cause harm in many different ways. Some invasive plants like barberry and Japanese silkgrass alter the soil, which can kill native plant species. Invasive vines strangle and topple our trees. Other invaders crowd out native plants and can completely cover everything in their path. While this happens, the wildlife that depend on the native plant become threatened. Maryland wildlife has co-evolved with our native plants for over millennia. Most do not adapt when their food and habitat is eradicated within mere decades. Some invasive plants are toxic to our wildlife. Songbirds that consume nandina berries can be poisoned by the cyanide they contain. Garlic mustard kills the native caterpillars that feed on it. And hydrilla, an aquatic invader that impedes boat traffic, cuts oxygen levels in water and hosts bacteria that poisons birds that consume it. This poison can move up the food chain and has even killed bald eagles. Invasive species have contributed solely or alongside other drivers to 60% of the animal and plant extinctions across the globe. Further, due to increased trade, human travel, and climate change, the spread of invasives is accelerating. We must do more to address this quickly growing threat. We urge a favorable report on SB 915. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, tell us who you are.
Chair Feldman and honorable members of the committee, Kirsten Hoffman for the Greentasson Alliance and the Maryland Native Plant Coalition. I asked for a favorable report for SB 915, which updates and strengthens Maryland's invasive plant laws to better respond to extensive environmental and economic damage invasive plants are causing in our state. With a simple walk in the park or drive down one of our roadways, you will undoubtedly see damage being caused by invasive plants. To better understand which invasive plants Maryland citizens are most concerned with, the Maryland Native Plant Coalition conducted a survey asking people to identify their top 25 most problematic invasive plants. In just a few weeks' time, we received over 1,400 responses from a public that's incredibly frustrated with the destruction they're seeing from invasive plants. Survey respondents came from all regions of our state, from home gardeners to foresters, weed warriors to landscape professionals. They all had similar sentiments, namely, they're spending significant time and money to deal with out-of-control invasive plants where they live, work, and recreate. The most problematic plant in our survey was English ivy, which climbs trees and eventually will smother and kill a tree if not removed. These vines are causing great destruction in our forest, overwhelming trees, and even carpeting the forest floor so new tree seedlings can't germinate. Recent studies are showing that the combined effects of forest fragmentation with the rising temperatures due to climate change are like a 1-2 punch to our forest, with these conditions favoring vines over trees. As Maryland has the goal of increasing our forest canopy, we will fail if we can't control invasive vines. Japanese barberry, a Maryland Tier 2 invasive plant, also ranked very high in our survey. This shrub's dense growth creates a humid, shady microhabitat that supports black-legged ticks that carry the Lyme disease pathogen. The more barberry in an area, the more Lyme disease. Many of our survey respondents asked, could you please help stop the sale of the most problematic invasive plants? And with your help, the answer is yes. I urge a favorable report to SB 915.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Judy Fulton, Vice President of the Maryland Native Plant Society and an invasive plant expert. We are in favor of Senate Bill 915 because it helps protect the health of the environment, Marylanders, and the economy. Delegate Foley, the House sponsor, just called me a few minutes ago and asked me to say that the Natural Resources and Agricultural Subcommittee has passed the bill and it will be voted on in the full ENT committee this week. This is a good bill. It simplifies implementation of our current law and makes it more effective. SB 915 will speed up the process of keeping the worst invasives from being grown and sold. This bill improves on the existing law by updating technical components. In the interest of time, I won't repeat what Senator Brooks said, but please let me know if you have questions about what's in the bill. I will spend a couple of minutes, though, on going over what this bill keeps, because these are important parts of the existing law and regs. All suspect plants must undergo professional assessments before being prohibited. The nursery trade can sell existing inventory during a phase-in period so that they won't lose money. Varieties developed for characteristics like color and size can be sold if sterile. All assessments are still vetted by the Invasive Plant Advisory Committee. Recently, I talked with cattle farmer Billy Paul. He asked us to compare the small profit a nursery got from selling his neighbor a few invasive ornamental grasses versus all Billy Paul's pastures now being invaded by the plants and his livestock business possibly going under. A new scientific report predicts costs of invasive species will quadruple every 10 years. We need to act now. The Maryland Native Plant Society urges a favorable report on SB 915.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the other end of the table.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. My name is Jesse Iliff. I'm Executive Director of the Severn River Association here in support of Senate Bill 915. From the water quality advocacy point of view, invasive species management is important because these vines, when they choke out trees, will reduce the infiltrative capacity that tree roots have. The vines and other invasives generally have much shallower tree roots, so they don't provide that same service. When when the trees are by a stream, the loss of them will result in more sunlight hitting the streams and causing warming water, which is bad for water quality. And there is emerging evidence that a lot of these invasive species can cause alterations in soil chemistry, which can damage mycorrhizal networks and reduce soil's capacity to absorb and treat stormwater. So for all of those reasons, coming from the watershed advocacy perspective, we urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 915.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your service to our state. I'm Katie Lauder, the Executive Director of Baltimore Green Space, a land trust for community managed open spaces. We strongly urge a favorable report for SB 915. Baltimore Green Space is a national thought leader in community managed forest patches. Our research revealed that forest patches outside of parks on land that can be bought and sold make up 20% of Baltimore City's tree canopy, containing more than 85% native trees. However, invasive plant species also blanket forest floors, suppressing the growth of the next generation of forests. If there are no seedlings to replace aging trees, the canopy will age out with no successors. Many forest patches also have invasive vines ascending into the canopy, smothering ancient trees. This is a serious air quality and public health issue. Additionally, recent studies show significant cooling differences in healthy forests compared to forests with high level of invasives. Highly invaded forests were immeasurably and notably hotter. In partnership with UMBC and the U.S. Forest Service, we conducted research in 47 patches with 845 points of data. More than half of the sampled areas contained less than 25% native species, with the most extensive coverage being by English ivy. English ivy, still for sale at the largest box stores, Home Depot and Lowe's, is the #1 invader in Baltimore City's forests. The laws concerning invasives are not currently strong enough. The Invasive Species Council lists nearly 250 invasives, with only 6 excluded for sale. While the current methodology is scientifically sound, it is not cost or time efficient. Assessors would need at least 15 years to assess the invasive species listed as concerns should the law remain unchanged. SB 915 will implement a vetted methodology that provides a more rapid response and is currently used in at least 7 other states. Now more than ever, when climate change is changing ecologies faster than it can be tracked, we need efficient response systems. We once again urge a favorable report for SB 915.
Sir, like clean up here on the panel.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Tidd, and I'm strongly advocating for the passage of SB 915. In my 20+ years of horticultural industry work, I've witnessed firsthand the detrimental impact invasive plants have on our environment and economy. During my early years at a conventional plant nursery, I saw people's desire to connect with nature through landscape. They would come in with the best of intentions to steward their land and often leave with invasive plants in hand. Those customers rely on nurseries to sell them plants that enhance their property, and all too often leave with plants that not only take over their properties, but also wreak havoc on the surrounding community. It requires expertise to determine if plants are going to be invasive, and only a small fraction of consumers have that expertise. This bill will provide consumer protection. As a landscape contractor, I've worked on thousands of gardens. Every single property I've worked on had been negatively impacted in some way by invasive species, whether homeowners inherited these problems or inadvertently caused them. Many clients were overwhelmed or didn't fully grasp the importance of addressing the issue. Others simply couldn't afford to fix the problem someone else created. A science-based Maryland state list of invasive plant species would provide a crucial resource for contractors, guiding clients towards informed decisions and help mitigate hidden expenses being passed to future property owners. As an owner of a native plant nursery in Maryland, invasives take my time and divert my clients' resources before they even come through the door. 50% of the time it takes to establish a new production garden in my nursery goes to removing invasives. Once established, controlling invasives continues to consume 50% of my maintenance budget, which significantly impacts retail prices, my ability to scale up my business, and the effectiveness of my efforts to provide native plants. The passage of this bill is an essential step towards protecting Maryland's environment, economy, and native biodiversity. By banning invasive plants, we can mitigate their harmful effects, preserve native ecosystems, and guide other businesses towards sustainable practices that are becoming increasingly more important for their success.
Okay, thank you. Before we take questions, we do have a virtual witness, Ashley Bowers, who's actually one of the sponsors panelists. So Ms. Bowers, you've got 2 minutes, then we'll open up to any member. So go on, 2 minutes.
Wonderful. Good evening, Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, our very own Senator Washington, and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Bowers, Environmental Policy Analyst for Baltimore City Recreation and Parks. We urge a favorable report for Bill 915. Our agency, recognized nationwide as a leader in urban forest management, is responsible for stewarding over 2,300 acres of natural areas across Baltimore City. These forests, stream valleys, and wetlands provide essential public health benefits and ecosystem services to our communities, but they face significant threats. Given the rapid rate that non-native invasive plants can dominate native plant communities, our projections for restoring ecosystem health and functionality often look bleak. Scientific consensus is clear that the best chance we have at maintaining resilient natural areas in our communities comes down to two things: preventing disturbance of these landscapes to begin with, and slowing the rate of invasive plant infestations. Since 2019, we've invested over $300,000 to combat invasives while only scratching the surface of the overall need for removals. Unaddressed, all 13 of Maryland's Tier 2 species run rampant in our park system. In addition to our agency's expenditures, every year, hundreds of residents attend our educational seminars and log thousands of volunteer hours removing these habitat destroyers from our parks. Finally, we acknowledge the importance of minimizing trade impacts with this bill and want to assure the committee that agencies such as our own are committed to supporting the transition away from invasive species in the nursery industry. Our department annually orders roughly $1.5 million worth of native vegetation, shaping industry demand to enhance and protect biodiversity within the Bay watershed. This bill is vital towards preventing the spread of economically and environmentally harmful species, and we thank you for your considerations.
Okay, any questions for the in-person favorable panel or Ms. Bowers virtually so favorable? Okay, seeing none, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Senator Brooks. We're going to we have 3 witnesses favorable with amendments. John Murphy, Lindsay Thompson, and Rachel Jones. And then we have one unfavorable we'll take up after that. So we've got the 3 witnesses, and Senator Brooks, you can have a seat. These are favorable with amendments panel. And who wants to lead off? Ms. Jones?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, Rachel Jones, Director of Government Relations for MDA. I won't belabor the time. I'll simply say that the bill, MDA supports the bill favorable with amendments. One of the parts of the bill that we particularly like is the part that says that the Invasive Plants Advisory Committee will help to take on some of that burden of evaluating what plants go on the watch list and what plants should be banned. One of the issues with the previous iteration of the bill is that it was an unfunded mandate. So while there's currently a law in place for the Tier 1 and the Tier 2, MDA has not had the pins essentially to be able to effectively go to every nursery in the state and inspect and make sure that there is signage that informs people of what plants are Tier 2. And so we have requested funding in the FY25 budget to be able to cover the pins for this position, and this version of the bill and creating the watch list and removing the Tier 1 and Tier 2 is going to be much more effective for MDA and how we implement this program. And as it's already been stated, will help to ensure that there is not encroachment on native plants and native species and their food sources. And with that, MDA requests a favorable report.
Okay, Ms. Thompson, why don't you go next?
Good evening again. I'm here on behalf, Lindsay Thompson, on behalf of the Maryland Green Industries Council, which represents the nurseries, landscape, greenhouse, arborist, and pest industry. And first, I wanted to thank the sponsor as well as the advocates for approaching us with this bill well in advance of session so that we were able to work through our differences and come to a favorable with amendments position. The amendments that we proposed and were accepted and the version that just passed out of the Natural Resources and Ag Committee address the issue of ensuring that all of the plants continue to go through the risk assessment process and are approved for placement on the prohibited list or the watch list by the Invasive Plant Advisory Committee, as well as the Secretary of Agriculture, and ensuring that there's sufficient time for the nursery growers who are currently growing tier 2 plants, as well as the cultivars of those plants, which would be impacted by this legislation, have time to transition, or those cultivars have the time to go through what is called the infra-taxon protocol, which basically just means proving that they are sterile and can continue to be grown and sold. And so with that, I would urge your favorable with amendments report.
Mr. Murphy?
Very good. This one, politics works. Two sides get together and come up with a plan that will work. I'm John Murphy, Chairman of MAGIC, Maryland Green Industry Council. As Lindsay had pointed out, Frederick County Landscape Contractor Association, the Maryland Nursery Landscape Greenhouse Growers Association, that's a mouthful. The Arborist Association, and also MAGI, which is the Maryland Green. Thank you. So many acronyms. Yeah, this bill we worked on, we were favorable support to it with the amendments on it. I just want to point one thing out, that I think we all know the Honeycrisp apple. Very good, delicious. I grew up as a young man up in New York, and malice, which is the apple tree in Latin, can be invasive. It can take over areas, maybe abandoned fields, hedgerows, areas that's been worked and opened up. It can be invasive. It is a species, malice. This Honeycrisp is a cultivar. And typically cultivars aren't strong. They're not as strong as an invasive plant. The ability of them taking over a field or a hedgerow or much less. And look at the rewards we got off the Honeycrisp. We all know the Honeycrisp. So that's one of the big things in our industry to save our cultivars. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Take questions. We're going to go with Senator Hester.
Thank you very much for being here tonight. I'm just trying to understand what this does to the noxious weeds part of the ag code. Nothing. So have you guys read the State Highway Administration letter of information? You're working through that. Okay, so we don't have the so I'm hearing that the amendments address the state highways concerns. Okay, if we could get a copy of the amendments, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take care of it. We'll take care of it. Okay. Any additional questions from any of the members? Okay, seeing none, we have one final, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We have one final witness for today, John Marshall, who has signed up unfavorable. Is Mr. Marshall? Mr. Marshall, you are the lone witness on the unfavorable table.
Holding up everything.
And the final witness of our 131 witness
Far be
day.
it from me to keep us here any longer. John Marshall, my son and I operate a wholesale nursery in Wycomico County. I am opposed to the bill only because the amendments that have been offered are good and get us close to where I think we need to be in our industry. The part of that has not been addressed through this is the sale of our production to other states. We sell into 12 states outside of Maryland. Probably 75% of our production goes out of state. If some of these banned items are still being sold in New York State or Massachusetts or Rhode Island or whatever, and I am restricted from growing them in the state, I will lose sales to other states, North Carolina, Virginia producers that will be too happy to take my production. So that's one thing that still needs to be addressed in this bill is production of these items for sale out of Maryland. Thank you.
Any question for what? Well, we're going to see if there are any questions. Okay, seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. That concludes Bill hearing on Senate Bill 915. That concludes our long bill hearing day, 131 witnesses. Real quick, I met a few of you weren't here this morning. I just want to make a couple of quick points. So we had 337 Senate bills assigned to this committee. And when we get through Friday, with the exception of one bill from Senator Hester that we had to move from yesterday to next week, we will have completed all our obligations about every bill getting a hearing And so, over 300. After Friday, we will be done with Senate bills with the exception of one loose end. So that's quite an accomplishment. I have to just say that. So we're going to pivot. So next week, when you start looking at you're not going to see almost anything on the schedule, exception of one bill on the bill hearing. So we're going to have more time, obviously, on the floor. We're going to have not much time here doing bills after Friday. I'm sure after today, you guys are, ecstatic about that. We're going to have a lot of time next week, afternoon, after session, talk about bills we want to pass that are still in the queue. And we're going to have a lot of free time to do that next week. So this is a big pivot after Friday, away from bill hearings towards sort of a new thing. And Friday is 1 month still till sine die. So we got time here, with a month to go after the 8th. We did a lot of our heavy lifting. So I just want to put that out there. Let's get through Friday, and then we got another month to do whatever we need to do. But we still have some work to do between now and Friday, including some voting. We got some bills in the committee that we want to get out before Friday. But we got time next week to do other bills that aren't necessarily the highest priority bills. I want to focus on the priority bills. Okay, that said, any questions about anything I just said? There may be one bill that I might want to put on the voting list tomorrow. But then Thursday, like we've done the last few weeks, let's come in on Thursday. Let's try to get some things out, and then we can have Friday to do some loose ends. I think we're just gonna have to play it a little nimble here over the next few days to get to Friday. And next week we'll have a lot more flexibility about time and voting and all that kind of thing. So. Yes, Senator Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that's great news. And when you say we do the pivot, it looks like there's some bills that, will need a little work, and that's going to give us the time. I mean, when we do the pivot for voting and working through them, is that what I just want to make sure.
I mean, I think we'll have time next week to take some bills that we haven't got to. There are some bills that we're going to be able to move this week that are, bills from the governor and some other things that we can do this week, some higher profile bills. But then, I hate to just say this, but prioritizing a little bit when you have 330 bills, next week, we're going to have some more flexibility to get to sort of another category of bills that may need some work, and we'll have the time to do it, which has been a challenge. But we've done, again, the bill hearing time taken by all these bills has been, really, really challenging. So I think that's when I say a pivot to a sort of a new, with a month left. Senator Hester.
I just had a question about like some of the bills with amendments. If it's a really big amendment, I'd love to see it like before it appears on a voting list. Is there a way that council could get us those somehow?
Sure. I mean,
No,
okay.
But do you
Yeah.
understand my question? Like, see it like 24 hours before, 48 hours before the hearing?
Okay.
Before the vote?
Yeah. Senator Augustine, look, I want the place to work as perfectly as possible. I'm open to any ideas.
The only thing is that the paper.
And another thing is the amendment office, or depending on who's drafting the bills, for example, yesterday, one of the bills we thought about putting on a voting list, the bill drafter assigned to draft the amendments was out sick yesterday. I mean, there's things here that are not so simple and we have no control over, to be candid with you. So I think ideally, process wise, you should get reprints, ahead of time, well ahead of time. So we're gonna do the best we can, but Dara, you can deliver the message to our two colleagues. Yeah.